All right, what's going on, chat? We're back on some more Div 2 today. We're gonna finish up where we left off yesterday, which was basically just running around doing the event, doing some shade rank leveling or whatever. If it's triple XP, you might as well, you know. If we need 1,000 levels, that's like 700 million experience. We do the mission 700 times in like 3 minutes a pop or something. I don't know, something like that.
Agent, priority objective available.
But do I want to use this, or do I want to use like a turmoil gun instead? I don't know what's going on with my loadouts. They're so cooked. Would I get away with turmoil on this one? What's up, Akira? How you doing? Maxi, Serious, Fallen. What up, boys? Is it worth it to do this? Is it worth it to do this? Oh, I guess if we had IA somewhere else. Do I have one of these? I actually don't have one of these. Wait, did I just see one? Oh, I do. Okay, I was gonna say, like the hell. I could do something like that. We could do something like that. Oh, like 5 more headshot damage on there? Nah. The one thing that's missing is the other harvest pistol. I'm gonna try this like this because I'm not sure if it's gonna. I'm sure the damage probably scales. But for 5 directives, I'm a big fan of just using a pistol build. Typically it'd be, you know, on Regulus, but we could also try to speed it up with Determined because it's broken. Speed it up with Determined because it's broken.
Safe area detected.
Priority objective available.
Can we delete these? Yeah, we can. Let's do that. Headshot damage on the gun. I'm actually curious if this is going to hold up. Do we want a reviver hive anyway? Firewall? Yeah, okay. We'll run that, sure. Alright, so pistol build, I'm gonna try the old Overdogs terminal thing. We're looking at this guy right here. Got 3 days and 5 hours left. About 800 levels to push. I mean, might as well just do it. Might as well just do it.
True Sons have this area locked down.
Let's see if the damage is high enough with this slinger. Well, this map is small, it's where like Regulus would be still more sensible.
Walk right in, hit them. Surprise.
I guess the way damage spread kind of works once it gets going anyway.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Looks like we're still kind of stuck running,
Smart.
having it go kill the, like the weakest one first.
To secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
Backup. At National
Oh
Guard,
yeah, that's pretty good.
citizen agents have infiltrated the building.
That's pretty good.
Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms.
Classic.
More backup.
Even when you're like on fire and you're like hip firing your gun, you're still headshotting things.
Unloading on target.
I'll have to one-shot that guy though.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons.
And now we got like 2 more days for triple XP. Or 3 more days. It's basically on Tuesday. Tuesday's when it resets, but I figure in terms of like things I want to get done.
Analysis of our defenses at the
Let's
White
see.
House.
Can I just like re-roll this from here?
Identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses.
In terms of things I want to get done, the next thing on my list today is pretty much just like slamming XP, because essentially this stuff is materials I need for XP 30 and gear, right? So every XP event technically has value.
That intel you picked up was an analysis
And as long as the Shade Watch is a thing, leveling Soul is kind of valuable.
areas in our
You
perimeter.
would avoid.
We can use this info to shore up our defense. That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Lost Vigilance, lost our one-shot capability.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Luca, you're late, bro.
Can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Thirth.
Smart.
Nice.
Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where.
How many more days we got until D4 expansion?
We need backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
The pre-download? I gotta take care of that at some point. This guy spawned here?
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our.
Show build real quick. Pistol Headhunter.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White.
There's only 2 types of builds in this game. Either you're playing Striker or you're playing Headhunter. It's pretty much a coin flip, whichever one I decide to play in a particular day. No cooldown? This thing doesn't have a cooldown anymore.
An analysis of our defenses at the
Used
White
to give like 1.4 million XP, now it only gives 1.
vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info
But they
to
took away the
shore up our
cooldown.
defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
There's no build now command on YouTube chat, Zerdonius. It doesn't work over there. It doesn't work over there.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where
Got
you
me
picked up.
doing a lot of this right now. Sucks that they go back and forth in the White House. Yeah, I mean, before you just like toggle the GE on and off, right? So I mean, that took a little bit of time. Probably a comparable amount of time to like going to White House and back. How much XP per round? That's like a little over a mil.
Active terminal detected.
Hey, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
I'm dropping caches already? Seriously? Where's the Regulus? The Regulus is not as efficient because this game's stupid and has a talent called Determine that's bugged. And has been bugged for the last couple of years. Delete everything. What's bugged? Determined. And its interaction with Headhunter.
Intel you picked up was an analysis
And Turmoil is also bugged in its interaction with Headhunter. Which is why that little trio is pretty fucking powerful in this game. You basically don't even need to have a good aim skill. Beyond the first kill, and they just headshot everything.
that intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses.
I mean, like, I literally had one of the devs in here. I was like, bro, how you guys not... Have you guys not fixed this one yet? I mean, it's on their list, but...
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified
There's only, like, really high-priced stuff, like...
We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
Only, like, new things, if there's something game-breaking, is, like, really high pride. And then there's things that are, like, been in the game for, like, months and years that... Not enough people... really talk about.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to
What's up,
lose
Tree?
that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
We need backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
What build am I using? A Headhunter pistol build. I will repeat myself. There's only really two good types of builds in this game, and it's either Striker or Headhunter, really.
Check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Whenever I'm one-shotting stuff, it's a Headhunter build. Whenever I'm shooting full auto, it's a Striker build. That's that's pretty much it. The one-dimensional... Two flavors of red crayon. They're all fundamentally the same thing. You can't use this with an Elmo. That's not how it works. Elmo's a fully automatic weapon.
That intel you picked up
Headhunter only works for pistols, sniper rifles, and rifles because of high single shot damage. So that's what Header is for. It's for a headshot build with guns that just hit really hard per bullet.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need a
And then if you're not using Header with one of those 3 weapon classes, then you're just playing Striker with like an AR or something. Is it replayable now? Yep. Gotta get faster on my aim.
Radio intercepted.
More precise. It's another reason why I like editor builds. Usually not with this gun though, with the other one.
Copy that.
Because the entire time you play with a build like this, it's literally just like
Things vault
aim
to
practice.
secure their weapons. So that's where you need to
Like
go.
back when this game was new, like I had come off my pro career like, you know, maybe like 6 months before the game came out. And just run around headshot and everything, dude. That's where my sub alert comes from, if you ever heard of him. My Twitch stream.
At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Luca, that's a nutty thing to say, man.
You want to get very static?
Hey, you hear that sub alert? You hear that sub alert, chat?
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel.
And to alive in the 4 months, welcome back.
What you've been doing here.
That sub alert. Division 2, 2019. Back when the devs used to have
That intel you picked up was an analysis
community
of our
streams. How good was I in PUBG? Enough to get paid a monthly salary and compete internationally for a good year. I have a gold pan behind me. This is our trophy from winning the duo event in Gamescom.
several vulnerable
I
areas.
was in Germany 2017.
We can use this info to shore up our defenses.
So that's my
Good work, Agent.
actual dub, you know, from like actually winning on land and stuff. I was on Cloud 9 and then I went on TSM shortly after. And then I was kind of tired of like team drama issues and stuff. So I was like, fuck it, dude. I'm just gonna be a streamer. I'm on TSM anyways. Like being on TSM as a streamer was pretty much the meta at that point. It would have been really cool to continue playing the game. At least not now. Well, back then, sure, because I still liked the game. The competitive side of the game was really fucking fun. Now PUBG's a joke to me. PUBG scrims were like, you know, 64-man lobbies, all pro players. Every team kind of like had this established drop zone that they like earned from like skirmishing other people. And like you had to be fast about looting and then, you know, getting your cars and like rotating to different circles and then like kind of like fending for your position and also gaining ground on like, you know, other landmarks as the circles shift, right? And the whole thing about playing a battle royale professionally is really like a balance of like making the right tactical moves around the map, the rotations, while simultaneously also making sure you don't get fucking destroyed early because you gotta like stay alive.
We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
It's something that people that play the game online normally wouldn't even like really understand, right? Because there's not really like any good, at least there wasn't any good like ranked play. So like the disconnect between the typical hot dropping streamers that would just go and kill nakeds or whatever and at school and whatever other, you know, hot drop landmark, they didn't experience the same kind of like level of depth of the game as us who actually cared about playing to win. And when you're in a full lobby of 64 people that actually are like fucking godlike aim, the game plays differently. You can't just like run around like a dumbass and then expect that you're just gonna like fry everybody. Like you gotta work with your team, you gotta have all your utility, your smokes, you gotta have like essentially the equivalent of like takes and retakes of like different POIs if it comes down to it. it's like a dynamic kind of a game, right? When you have a circle that shifts relatively randomly. And there's people who actually understood
Active terminal
the
detected.
circle algorithm of the game well enough to where
Let's shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing.
they would be in very strong positions on land. Assuming they could hold them in the first place. Right, because like everyone's got to have a good amount of firepower on their team.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses.
What's this clip? This is just me like playing the game against random people a couple years ago. That's probably the last time I played the game. I was like solo in like a random squad. This is just like against random people, but I was solo in a random squad match.
Several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
I blasted 2 people. I heard the third guy. The random people think I'm walling or whatever. I hear him coming up. It was like a 21 kill game or something. That's just like killing random people though. But yeah. The thing about PUBG, it's a little bit... Tactically, it can be a little bit like CS on smaller scale fights, and then the large scale stuff. It's like the macro movement of how your team has to move relative to the other 15 teams in the lobby that all have good aim and understand the game as well as you do is like dude, it's you're operating under like some crazy ass conditions when you're playing that game.
True Sons have this area
Very fucking fun to play a first person competitive game like that. Unfortunately, it's owned by Crafton and their leadership sucks and they don't give a fuck about first person anymore, so the entire esports scene has to be third person now, so the game's a joke. Not to mention all the other gimmicky shit they've out of the game. So I'm glad I played that game professionally when I did, and I think I overall made the better call, which was to
Hostile radio intercepted.
essentially go to TSM and then be a streamer
Secure the vault.
instead of,
We can't afford to
you know,
lose
continue to
that
play
order.
PUBG for other random ass orgs and stuff.
Sounds like
Because I could kind of already see like the decision making at the
so that's where you need to go.
higher level of it was pretty bad. Even though the game I felt very strongly about. It really bothers me when something that's like,
At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building.
you know,
Copy that. Send
that only affects like the top players. Is like a decision being made to like
Take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
basically ruin that aspect of the game and not just like, you know, improve it or leave it alone. Does TSM still exist? I'm sure they do, but I don't know how many like people they have signed anymore. Because
Serious trauma.
I don't know how many esports are still involved in. I'm sure this still exists. It's still a very strong brand. Honestly, at this point, if I was gonna join esports org as like a streamer or something, like
Agent, check that computer for intel.
it'd be kind of cool to rep the Team Liquid. That's like the one I know some people in that
Immediate medical assistance
I
needed.
think. It'd also be really funny to have like, you know, the name like Liquid Solid or something. My other teammates at the time, they're
Defenses at the White
like break streams. Some of them stream, some of them don't stream. Or like Chappie retired from streaming 5 years ago. Moody got married, has kids or something. He doesn't stream. Frolicker, I don't know. He probably still plays games. Well, it's Frex. He still plays games. He's like, he went pro in Apex for a while. We played some Arc Raiders with him.
picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House.
Well, it's... Yeah, Break's still a streamer. Frex is still a streamer. I'm still a streamer. I think almost everybody else that I've played with, they don't
Good work, Agent.
exist on this platform anymore. Okay, might I go pro in now? None of them, because they all suck. There is no market. No, there's no game on the market currently that's worth competing in.
This area locked down.
And honestly, if you're an NA
The entrance.
player that's good, you're literally better off just being like a content creator anyway. Like esports and NA is like a fucking joke. If you're in Asia or in like Europe, you at least have like respectable competition and like people like seem to actually care over there, and you have good access to good internet, and you have the social structure and services to like justify that kind of a career path. Whereas in the US, like, nah,
Hostile
not even
radio
close.
intercepted.
Secure the vault.
You could just be a content creator over here, you know, slap on a good smile, be very marketable, whatever, and like
Like they repurposed the base
be way more successful than an esports pro that has to work way harder to actually be good at something. Because that's just how it works. That's just how it works. Yeah, I mean, Shroud had his comp career. I had my comp career. It's like, comp is really fun to play, but there's, you know, you could also just be a streamer or a YouTuber and like
Agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
just provide entertainment, less effort, more value than
Can't call for more backup.
being exceptionally good at one game that might fall off like the next year or something, right? Basically, the way it works is that there's like an esports, like the esports to content pipeline is kind of how you want to look at it, right? There's people that will come up as a good player in one game. People will find out about them, and then those people can transition over from just being good at that game to just, you know, making content. Whatever that content may be.
Vitals. Active terminal detected.
Agent.
Yeah.
Check that
I'm
computer
so
for intel.
glad that PUBG happened and like I got to experience that though, because like when you really give a shit about a game, to experience it on LAN, not online, right? So like no ping. And when you care about being really good and can play against the best players, there I still haven't come off of how good that felt to experience. It's like gameplay that like
Safe area detected.
you essentially like have to earn the privilege to experience, and then like you'll never feel that at home. It's so sick.
That intel you picked up
Like imagine your favorite game, but like you're playing a better, cleaner, like functioning version of it. No delay, no lag. Right? Like basically like optimal conditions, and you're playing with purpose.
you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House.
How do we even get signed? Well, me and Chappie were like rank 1 and rank 2 in NA for duos.
Info to shore up our defenses.
And then TSM signed Vis and Smack, and they were also like a duo that was high on the leaderboards.
Entrance.
So it was like pretty much like as soon as they got signed, it's like, okay, well, other orgs get interested. And Chappie sorted that out for both of us because he was a full-time streamer at the time. I was still working full-time.
Immediate
I
medical
would spend all my
assistance
hours
needed.
off of work playing PUBG with him.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
That's basically how it starts. You want to be in on the ground floor of like an upcoming game. If the game blows up and it's popular, then
Need to go.
they usually grab the people who are already known to be grinders in the game at the time. Right, so you get on the ground floor and that's that. Then, you know, a year or two later, things will probably start to shake up as like other people get involved and like maybe the competition stiffens up or whatever.
Division agents have infiltrated the building.
Like there's no way I can get back to PUBG now. There's like a huge gap between me having not played in years and
Take out their comms so they
people
can't
who are
call for
currently
more
playing now.
backup.
Rogues on tier 10 escalation or bullet sponges? I mean, that's what escalation mode is, man. Turn up the bullet sponge. And everyone playing the meta to deal with the bullet sponge.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
I'm getting so many caches. Oh my god. I guess like every seven runs is even less than that. Maybe every 6 runs is like 21 caches. Hold on. Need something else. That's like too annoying. There we go. We're chilling. If a track is playing, by the way, like that isn't pleasant. If I don't notice, then you guys can say something too. That one was kind of like I can hear that one repeating too much in my head, and like, you know, all the EDM, trance, whatever is repetitive in a day, but some are better melodies than others. Obviously, it's just like background noise, but that last one, I was like, all right, that's too much. That's too much. You hear too much? Yeah, I mean, it's just like background noise.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The true sons of...
Yeah. Experiencing a game professionally on land is like
up our defenses.
pretty much as good as it gets. Like, if you give a shit about a game that much, to be that good at it, to like, you know, want to compete against the best and all that stuff, like, you know, it's... Especially when you get to experience the game on, like, basically in its, like, flawless state on land. Oh my god.
You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
I want to compare my impression of that to, like, basically somebody who's, like, trying heroin for the first time. Like, heroin's obviously terrible for you, but there's a reason why, you know, when you read people's description of what it's like they really are feeling something different. That said, you know, don't do drugs, kids, alright? Play video games instead. How's this thing out? So you really left? Oh. There's a corpse in the corner. It was actually a dude crouched right there.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Constructing the LVOIC in this game hurts your soul, but you know the LVOIC in this game's trash, and the only one that's proper is Lexington. Stuck on.
National Bond. Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agents, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Oof, two of them. I mean, you have an LVOC, his name is Lexington, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know what happened to my damage there. You're not dead?
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the true sons have been doing here. The intel you picked up was an analysis of our analysis of our defenses. Our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses.
Escalation? Well, escalation's all about LMGs anyways. Just because all the mobs are spongy, so...
identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter.
Like, the reason ARs are so good about the rest of the game is you can usually one mag
Agent,
anything.
True Sons have this area locked down.
Once you can't, then it's like, okay, well, you're being held back by reloads. And historically speaking, with ARs versus LMGs in this game, it's like...
Hostile radio intercepted.
How many level we got left? Oh, we got like another
We can't afford to
700 or
lose that
something we just started.
Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. But that's where you need to go.
Waiting backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated
That's
the
pretty
building.
quick.
Copy that. Sending
I haven't been timing this.
Agent, take out their comms so they can't
Feels
call
reasonable
for
if I
backup.
chain it properly.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Active terminal detected.
There's probably a way to be even more efficient here.
Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here. The intel you picked up was an announcement.
A solo key farm, you just log in, log out. Yeah, I heard about that.
Our defenses at the White House.
The thing is, expert or not, the event's, you know, normal balance obviously isn't great, and they should really look to buffing it. I mean, that's why we essentially, you know, devolved into shooting three men in a, having 3 men shoot one hole, right? Like,
The White House. The True Sons identified
because like you know,
areas.
taking that away and look at how the event actually is, it's like, what's going on here?
Good work,
Make
Agent.
sure the cherry trees look cool. Sure, the little weather effect change when one of them spawns looks cool, but like, you know, when people want to get an event done, they're not gonna sit around and do nothing.
They're dead.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
What's the build? Headhunter with a pistol.
Waiting backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Yeah, the manhole was too much. That's what I'm saying.
Agent, take out their comms so they can't call.
Like, I know the manhole thing needed to be patched, right? I was saying it's like this. Obviously, if this is the most efficient way to play, then like they know we're gonna do it. But it's obviously not interesting gameplay. So it's ultimately the developer's responsibility to drive, you know, interesting gameplay. And then interesting gameplay hopefully is associated with the best way to play the event in the first place, right?
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing.
Because that's the
here.
thing. It's like, of course, a player's responsibility for the people that want to play, get the most out of their time, is to take the path of least resistance to like achieve a goal. The developer's responsibility to figure out
Our defenses at
how to make compelling gameplay for a new event and drive players into their intended gameplay loop while simultaneously making it fun and rewarding.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defense.
That run was 2 minutes 2 seconds from door to door. Damn, not bad.
We can use this info to... The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter.
Takes a little bit for this door to recognize that I'm here.
Defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down.
I mean, everyone was looking manhole FG, right? Like, everyone was looking to get it done. It's just what, like, every patch is like in this game. Especially for events. But I also agree that, like, you know, it devolving into a manhole farm ultimately makes it a
Hostile radio.
pretty stupid thing. So, like, of course they're gonna fix that part.
We can't afford to lose that
The open world chaos is cool. Like, my ultimately, like, the way I think it should have been done was,
Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's
it should be a toggleable thing, like a global event, so that you can get rid of those extra mob spawns in the open world if you don't want to see them. 'Cause that's also annoying. So that's one thing. I think that's definitely some feedback I want to leave them.
We need backup.
Is if possible, if they can
Division agents have infiltrated
implement
the building.
these
Sending reinforcements.
seasonal events or whatever with the same toggling switch that they have for global events,
call for more backup.
that's a positive change. Then, for the actual gameplay of it, it's like an artificial timer isn't very interesting.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
So like tying the events to a piece of gameplay that people would actually participate in naturally, I think is like a better thing. So I think about the open world, I think like, you know, I don't just want to wander around the open world. I know that Countdown and Retaliation are the two biggest game modes, followed by like, I guess now like Escalation. Which kind of invalidates the majority of the rest of the content. But if you wanted to throw it into regular open world, then you have to tie it to what the people do in the open world already. So like, you know, activities or something. Because like Retaliation by itself is already like a pretty juiced thing. If they want to add it to Retaliation, I guess like that's not really a bad thing either, because it's still technically open world. You just introduce like this random third faction in there, I guess that's like, it could either already be part of the existing Retaliations you have, or it could just be like a match-makeable thing. I don't know.
The intel you picked up was
I think there's different ways to go about it. There's definitely a lot of room for improvement with how events are delivered in the game, is basically what I'm getting at. But we can see a few pain points based off of the last couple of days. Previous events, they had us do what? Like, kill some dudes, get a bounty. Delivering it through a bounty, I guess, isn't too bad.
analysis of our defenses
It
at the
works.
White House. The True Sons identified
And then people can also
several
hold those
vulnerable
bounties for
areas
people in
our
the future that want, like, exclusive items or something.
shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
But with this event, we got keys that are limited time, so that wouldn't work here.
We need to breach the entrance.
The event just straight up gave you the actual items off the mob itself and not the keys.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Have keys be part of like a activity challenge or something, like a list of things, like that could work. A deterministic way of getting them. Because yeah, I mean RNG key chance plus like a time gate, definitely not fun.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
What's up, Nades?
That intel you picked up was an analysis.
All the headshot kill XP also adds up for sure.
Safe area entered.
Multi kill XP, headshot kill XP.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Serious trauma detected.
Stuck.
Agent incapacitated. Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
That was decent.
Damn it.
To that room?
Take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Active terminal detected.
Hey, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
That one felt pretty good. I kind of wish there was some kind of like built-in mission timer you could just display on your screen on your screen at will, like in game. I know they have one for raids.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this. That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Is there another one?
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
How those miss?
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup. Agent, check that computer for info. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
They actually spawned all in the same closet. That was pretty good there.
Safe area detected.
I swear, Overdogs is just good on every damage build. Why bother using anything else, you know?
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance. That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
What's this farm? This is just a National Bond Armory. A classified assignment. Everyone's been farming for XP for a long time. There's a 3 times XP event happening, so...
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Lost my damage.
Agent down. Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance.
Gear set? No gear set.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
You could technically use like Hunter's Fury, but... There's a lot of pistol damage.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Just high-end things that give you pistol damage, right? Headhunter
Take out their
Vigilance,
comms so they can't call for more backup.
Overdog's Turmo. Determined. It's pretty much just like Headhunter Determined, typical. Headhunter Determined and Tormo together is just always like a really broken combo. Harvest? I mean, I had a Expertise 30 Harvest from before. I don't have a good prototype one. I haven't tried prototyping this one, actually. I guess I could roll it. Prototype, it wouldn't cost me anything. Yeah, I could just roll it prototype. Just see if we get lucky. I'd have a 1 in 20 chance of it just being both bars maxed out.
Safe area entered.
Haven't bothered to. Sure. Wait. Oh, I can't upgrade this one? Oh, because it's equipped. As long as Determined is in the game, it trivializes these sort of builds. More pistol damage. Sure. And like a augment we don't care about.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
Why does that take away stuff off my gear? That's so weird. Like, you'll just like randomly lose attachments. And then the shotgun. Do I want to prototype a shotgun? What the rest of these parts? I need exotic comps. I could prototype the backpack. I could prototype the mask. I could prototype the chest. I have the extra cores. But I could use more exotic comps. Like, we're really down bad on those. I don't think it would really give us much. Let me think about it. Actually, for a pistol build, I probably would have more of an impact if we get enough weapon damage rolls. These pistol builds are really good solo. They fall off pretty fast though. So when you increase the damage ceiling by just a little bit, it really compensates for the some of the issues. Alarm pistol doesn't have any. I have claws out, but not in this build because 3-piece IA is what you really want. Weapon damage is what you really want, and then we have turmoil. Let's do this though. Did I pick this for the skin? I think I did. Just prototype the shotgun because we can. I guess, actually. Is there any other talent that we'd want? No. Out of cover damage, sure. Whatever. And then it took away a mod here. Why does it do that? Why does it do that every time you prototype something? That's so strange. Unequips your weapon attachments. Punch drunk? Yeah, sure. Headshot damage. Kind of unfortunate, but alright. Weapon damage. Headshot damage. Unlucky. Unlucky. If you want more weapon damage here, so this will have to be replaced at some point. I don't think I have a single piece of prototype gear that's considered perfect. Alright, good enough. Diminishing return of the headshot damage. There's no such thing as diminishing returns in this game. The game doesn't artificially lower your damage the more headshot damage you get. It's simply a number that you add into the same bucket. Right? Weapon damage times headshot damage, we get a headshot. And any other modifiers on top of that. So you need to make it very clear that you understand what diminishing returns means in this game. Or in games in general. Right? Other games will be like, let's say your armor goes from like 1 to 100,000. And like maybe the first 50,000 points of armor are like 50% DR. And then the next 25,000 points of armor are like only another 10% DR. And by the time you hit 100,000 armor, maybe you hit the actual hard cap of maybe 70,000 or 70% DR. Right? That's diminishing returns because your armor rating, the further and further you go, is worth less in the overall formula. This game is just A times B times C, whatever the fuck, and it just does damage. That's it. And you don't really have much of a choice because the game's one-dimensional, so you're going to put weapon damage on every slot and headshot damage on every slot, and that's that. It's not diminishing returns at all. And that terminology gets misused across gaming discussions way too much because it's not coming from like a mathematical place when it's being explained.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
So that's another thing that you're talking about right now that you're not describing properly. Weapon damage multiplies with headshot damage and then multiplies with damage targets out of cover. That's what the formula looks like. Weapon damage adds to other weapon damage in the weapon damage bucket. That doesn't mean it's additive. Headshot damage and crit damage, they get added together in the final damage formula. That doesn't make them additive. They're additive to each other, but they're a multiplier in the rest of the formula. So you're misunderstanding what it means for something to be additive and multiplicative.
National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
When you say that weapon damage and additive is in the same sentence, you're implying that your 300% weapon damage adds to your 300% headshot damage. You have a 600% in that bucket. That's not how it works. It's the 300% in the one times the 300% in the other one times the 12 out of cover on your Fox's Prayer or like your or your 10 out of cover on your gun or whatever. Even damage targets out of cover is additive to itself. If you have 10% on your gun and like 12% on Fox's Prayer, you have 22%. That adds to itself and then multiplies against the rest when the condition is active. I have a math video of my 2 old builds from 2020 that explains this. If you need an actual proper like explanation with the math on the screen.
Check that computer for info.
Both of my build videos from 2020 explain this. Maybe it's something I have to go over again. Make like an updated series at some point for all the newcomers, but I think there's not a sufficient amount of properly highlighted, detailed explanations of a lot of stuff. But the math formula is pretty straightforward. This game doesn't have anything like such as diminishing returns.
Analysis of our defenses
And the more you get of something, the less overall impact it has relative to the rest of your damage formula. But if the trade-off, if there's no trade-off, if you're trying to pick between like let's say a headhunter build, it only cares about weapon damage and headshot damage, there are no other damage types that you can add into that that you're not already getting, because the game doesn't have a whole lot of options. And what I mean by that is like when you care about, oh, if I get too much headshot damage, I could be getting this. Like if there's no trade-off for, or you have 6 inventory slots, right? So basically it's like you're gonna get weapon damage, headshot damage every slot. Everything is just gonna add to this little buckets, and like how the fuck do I even explain this? It's like, what's the trade-off? Like if I want headshot damage over here, I can do that. Or in the case of exotics, that supersedes the need for the headshot damage to be here, so like I can just run it for the exotic effect. But for another piece of gear, like if we're running like 6 high ends for some reason, right? There is no other stat I can put here that would make me do more damage, so I'm gonna have to pick headshot damage anyways. It doesn't matter if like an extra 10% headshot damage is not worth as much relative to the amount of headshot damage I had before. It's still basically the same fucking thing. It's just like your numbers went up a little bit higher. You don't have to think about the term diminishing returns at all in that conversation. Right? The whole point is that diminishing returns doesn't mean like the relative impact of you adding an extra 10 headshot damage. Like because like the relative impact is slightly less of your more damage in these 2 buckets, doesn't mean it's called diminishing returns. Like diminishing returns in games usually is like the army formula thing I was trying to explain, which is they try to enforce a curve where it takes significantly more investment to reach the like mathematical hard cap of what they're going for balance wise, right? So the best way to explain DR is usually with games that have armor formulas where you have an armor rating and like you reach like a hard cap for damage reduction. This game doesn't have the concept of damage reduction as like a stat we go for, right? Like when we get our armor up in this game, that is essentially just our health anyway, right? It's like if you stack all blues, this number linearly goes up based on how many blues you have, and that's that. Which is generally why you don't even want to be a tank build in this game. If you wanted the concept of DR to apply to you, you essentially go into PFE, and that's like actual damage reduction, but only against enemies that are yellow that shoot you. And that one's hard capped to like, I think like 80%. And even that one is accessed with a linearly added stat. So like until they reach the hard cap, there's no DR, there's no PFE rating stat in the game that translates into a percentage, where it takes increasingly more of that stat to hit the 80%, right? You just get a couple of 13% PFE mods, and you get like I don't know, some other bonus from the current seasonal modifier, right? If you wanted to, or you can get more mod slots and have a proper PFE build, up to you.
True Sons have this area locked down.
Yeah, there's no complexity like that in this game at all, right? So the concept of diminishing returns, you can basically forget that it even exists. It doesn't exist in this game. It's not deep enough or complex enough like ARPGs are, where they invent these kind of formulas. It's simply just, you know, pick your main stat, pick like your sub stat, and you know, realistically, when you know that like a red build basically comes down to either crit or headshot, then it's like, it's really just pick your favorite chest and backpack talent, maybe an exotic talent, and like a weapon talent, and like that's it. That's like the full extent of like all the interactions that were taking place. That's when I describe my build, it's like, yeah, I've got a headhunter build, or like a pistol headhunter build, or like a Headhunter Determined Turmoil build, like it describes pretty much the entirety of
Their weapons.
the build, and everything else is assumed that, like, okay, you said Headhunter, so like immediately you're managed to go to this guy has weapon damage and headshot damage on every piece. And you're right, I probably unequipped the thing, right? So. But even without overdogs on there, like I still kill people. It's just overdogs is better because 30% amp damage is incredibly significant, and that's what makes it good pretty much no matter what loadout you have.
Agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Can Brand says with full red beat Striker? No,
They can't call for more backup.
because of the math formula. Striker has like the highest potential top end because of like how the math formula works. Right, the Striker set. Having 4-piece Striker is like having an extra talent in your build. Having the backpack and chest is like additional modifiers to make that 4-piece set bonus even stronger. That set bonus is
Check that computer for
a
intel.
damage type or damage category in the formula that is, mostly independent of like every other multiplier. So you have weapon damage times like your crit damage times like your total weapon damage, and then times like your amplifiers, which are independent. So Striker being, up to like what, like 100%, or does it go to 100 or 200%, something like that, total weapon damage? Like it's a lot. I think it starts at 65, the backpack pushes it to 90, and then the chest brings it to like at least 180 or something.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified
where's it
several
at?
vulnerable areas in our perimeter.
Yeah, 100 stacks at 65, so you're at 65%. The backpack brings you up to 0.9 per stack, so you're at 90% total weapon damage at full stacks. And then I don't have the chest on me, but the chest usually doubles the stack count, so you're getting like 180% total weapon damage, which is a lot. Alright, so if you got 200 stacks of total weapon damage, which is a separate stat, then like you already have like, what is it? Let's say you have 6 reds. 6 reds, 6 times 15, right? You have 90 weapon damage on your gear. You usually have another 15 on your gun from here, so you had 105. But then if you have XP's 30, another 30, so you have 135. Then like you have an extra 15 from your specializations, so you're at 150%. And what else? Then you have like brand bonuses sometimes too. This one doesn't have it in there. And then other striker builds don't have weapon damage anyways. You already have 150 weapon damage, right? So you have 150 times however much crit damage you end up having, times that like up to 200% or 180% total weapon damage from Striker, times like 30 amp from this guy, times like another 10% or 15% amp from this guy, because this is like essentially equivalent of an amp when they're out of cover. And then if you're hitting their health bar, times that by like another 1.21 from the health damage where you're hitting health. Right, that's basically the formula works. All those things just multiply. Once you understand how damage works in this game, it's just a couple of multipliers. That's why I keep saying that, this game might be called the division, but it's really the multiplication. That's just basically where damage comes from. This is like the bird and the bees talk, except with damage. And that's where babies come from.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach
It's
the
just-
entrance.
A couple of numbers that multiply together, and when the conditions are met, and boom. That's what makes you see a giant number on the screen. And then there's weird mathematical oddities because the game's programming isn't perfect. Like, why am I seeing 2 damage numbers, and why are both damage numbers really high, right? Turmoil splits my damage to 2 targets, but because it's bugged
Sounds like the Reaper
with Headhunter,
vault to secure their
the
weapons.
damage that Headhunter adds,
That's where you need to go.
per target is added on with both targets instead of added onto one target and then split. So there's some kind of like mathematical order of operations that's all fucked up. Also is why this build is so brain dead and so
National Bond.
efficient.
Division agents have
On top of that, there's Determined. That one's bugged, and
reinforcements.
that one for some reason always counts
Agent,
yeah, body shot, headshot proc as another headshot kill, which then refreshes the talent. I just get the body shot stuff. And that's another bugged exploit, kind of like exploitable talent, because you can just equip it and it just works that way, and it's not really supposed to, and they haven't gotten around to fixing it. So this build has like 2 different unintended interactions that have been left in the game for a long time now.
Medical assistance needed.
Which turns it into one of the more efficient builds. You know, if you can start the chain off properly.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
That's kind of why I keep saying, like, Turmoil has like so, like, Turmoil got added last year as an event item, and it's like consistently one of the more broken talents in the game because of how it chooses to split damage and where that damage split occurs in like the damage formula, or how the game calculates damage. I would like to see what the code actually looks like for that. Like, I'm really wondering, like, because, like, where I'm sitting, right, I look at it as an order of operations problem.
Perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our
Somewhere in the giant stack of... Wait, in the order of operations of numbers and how they interact in this game, somewhere in there, it's like, it splits the damage and then applies one of your talents afterwards, when everything else should happen first, and then the talent should happen last. And that would probably fix it.
Shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
Right, because the whole point of Turmoil is splitting your damage in half, so
You're gonna need
it's
to
a
breach
divide by 2 situation, but it happens earlier in the formula and it never happens at the end for some reason.
Serious trauma.
Yeah, I used to be a software engineer, and so like I have a very, you know, I have like I worked as a data analyst for a year or whatever, and then worked as an engineer afterwards. I have a very like analytical take on stuff.
Agent
Oh, this guy
killed.
shot me. That's why I also, you know, bring up numbers and spreadsheets and math formulas, because, like, you know, all these games are essentially just you're basically playing a game that's a number simulation, right? You're playing a number simulation, and a good build is essentially your solution to beating that number simulation, and then the rest is facilitating the gameplay to, like, you know, to obtain the gear that lets you beat the number sim. And like, you know what I mean? Like, it's if you took away all the graphics and everything in that you're looking at this game, and just, like, you know, drew a little stick man everywhere, and like, then you just looked at the, you know, the health bar and be like, okay, that's a number 2, right? This enemy has like 10 million HP, and then like you have your different stats. Like, you're just tweaking. A build in a game like this is just you conquering the number sim with the tools that the game designers like provided you with. And then once you've done all that, the rest is just like your own personal execution. That's where the skill expression comes in, of, like, you know, hitting your shots, of your positioning, all that stuff.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
One of the things I have failed to do for this game is I've failed to consistently make, like, guide content. Especially, like, numerically backed stuff on a consistent basis. And then we run into these same kind of conversations years down the road.
Terminal detected.
I haven't made any build videos for this game in about 6 years.
Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Because the build system, to me, is like, you know, I've lived it for the last 6 years. It's very, like, one-dimensional and very solved.
Defenses at the White House.
But obviously we have a huge influx of new people, so, like, kind of have to revisit that angle at some point. Right, my two most recent build videos from 6 years ago, mathematically speaking, they're still accurate. Right, so I try to explain the math formula in both build videos. Those builds these days are obviously superseded by like Striker and stuff, but the math formula hasn't changed. Right, the same thing I'm trying to explain verbally, right? Like explaining maps verbally is not a very good way of trying to teach people stuff.
Good work,
Unless you can like visually understand, like try to visually draw like a mental map of what I'm saying the way that I'm thinking it. It's usually something that's better done with like a fucking whiteboard. That's what I'm missing, man. I need a goddamn whiteboard. When we get all these on stream rants, just like pull out the whiteboard and fucking sit here and start drawing out formula. Turn the shit like a lecture hall or something. What are you farming right now? This is an XP farm. This is one of the more efficient XP farms in the game. There's a triple XP happening right now for the next couple of days, so I figure I'd take advantage and speedrun this mission in like around 2 to 3 minutes tops to get about over 1 million experience each clear, which is basically like a level and a half, let's say. Basically a level and a half per clear normally. But because it's triple XP, we're getting like, let's say 4 to 5 levels of clears, so
Hostile radio.
something like that. I haven't looked at that number in a while, but
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
might as well push it up.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault.
And for somebody like me who's played this game too much,
That's where you need to
the
go.
levels only really have value from the perspective of the resources the Shade Watch provides. So one of the resources on there, the field recon data, is like a, you know, for somebody that's like trying to chase like perfectly rolled prototype pieces through the upgrade system.
At National Bond.
One of them is field recon data, and
Copy that.
it's one of the major bottlenecks resource-wise in this game.
Agent,
But I can supplement it with the Shade Watch.
for more backup.
The other biggest bottleneck in this game, unfortunately, is exotic components, which they've failed to resolve in the game's loop. And I've only aggravated it even further by adding prototype gear to the game.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
So one left. No? Oh, got more caches. The problem with exocomps? Yeah, exactly. It's the biggest thing that's missing, and that's ultimately what one of the reasons why I was driven to like farm the fuck out of the event over the first few days. And also why what everyone else is doing is that they're, you know, logging in and out and making new characters and deleting them and stuff for the deluxe pack, right? So it's the game designer and dev's responsibility to facilitate,
That intel you picked up was an analysis
you
of our
know,
defenses at
good
the White
gameplay and a
House.
healthy economy, and that's part of the economy that's completely lacking in the game right now. It only affects people in like the top end of the game. But you know, people in the top end of the game already have stockpiles of shitloads of resources and stuff.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House.
Yeah. Suggestions to fix exotic component issue. It literally just comes down to providing a piece of content
Our defenses.
that just drops more exocomps. Or adding that reward into existing in-game content. So like, with the way the game is structured right now, it's as simple as, okay, how about you reward like way more comps in general for just playing escalation? That way I'm playing the peak endgame content that exists in the game right now in terms of difficulty, and I'm farming both prototypes and exo cores. Alternatively,
Locked down. I need to breach the entrance.
you could add a little bit more to as the raw material to what's like retaliation, so that the people who aren't grinding the endgame content get the mats they need for plus 30ing their gear when they get around to it. And on top of that, you make it so that you can actually re-roll or re-upgrade your pieces at prototype. Right, because the only reason I have to keep recrafting and re-upgrading gear to plus 30 like a billion times is because I'm chasing perfectly rolled prototype.
Copy that.
So
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
That's where
That's where you need
suddenly I am, you know, that's where my demand for exocomps comes from, is that, you know, if on average 1 out of 20 pieces of striker that I upgrade goes perfect with 2 stats, that means I need, you know, 1 out of 20, so like 20 copies of it. 20 copies at 45 exoticomps each means I need like 900 exoticomps for like a striker mask or a striker backpack or something. To craft like 20 of them, expertise all 20 of them to 30, and then, you know, roll the dice on each one. Right, so, if you know, what drives my gameplay is basically like chasing power and upgrading my gear to the max, right? So like, if I, you know, analyze a system that we're playing with here today, and it's like, that's the conclusion I come with, and I recognize that there's a huge gap in exocomps, then like, you know, a few solutions is that either you let us re-roll our gear that we already upgraded to prototype so we don't have to make more copies of it, or you just up the exocomp amount so that we make more gear because that's what you want us to do. I would argue that crafting the same piece of gear over and over again is really fucking stupid, and that it would be healthier for the game if they just made it so that you could re-roll your existing upgraded pieces that are prototype as many times as you needed to until, you know, with an escalating cost if they wanted to, the same way you can re-roll for augments, make it the same way you can re-roll the item itself. That's it. Just RNG, hit it. You know, it follows the approach of 1 stat gets max, 2 stats get max, or 3 stats get max, and you just slam cores into it at an escalating cost and call it a day. That would be fine. Because then it's like, I don't have to farm exocomps, so I'm going to go farm escalation. And I just play escalation until I have everything I want upgraded and maxed out. And that makes sense, right? You want to drive your players to go play the content that's newer or whatever in endgame, and that's that. Right, like, you know, thinking about it and analyzing it like that, it's like, I think it's a good solution. And like I said, the only other option is just add a good exocomp farm in the game. For all the people who, you know, for people like me who either want to, like, are going to brute force it through crafting, or for people that are trying to catch up who have already pushed expertise 30 recently or something with the events and, like, need the material to upgrade their build for the first time. Either way, that's a huge gap in this game's resource economy, and it's a problem. Because understanding that means that you're gonna change your behavior in the game to, like, accommodate that problem. Right? Like I said, deluxe pack farming is stupid, but it's in the game, and I'm sure that, you know, as we speak right now, I'm sure there's somebody AFK farming that shit right now. Like, you know, because it's not hard to, like, macro that or, like, automate it. And, like, it's just, it's highlighting a problem with the reward structure of the game. Like, I don't think deluxe pack should be a thing, nor do I think that, like, making new characters over and over again should be, like, the optimal way of, like, farming something. It's just another latent problem with the game. But I'm not gonna sit here and not do it, because, like, there are no good in-game solutions for it. Outside of, you know, maybe leaving some feedback and not playing the game until it gets fixed, or, like, brute forcing the existing methods. It's one of the two.
Active terminal detected.
Hey, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
I literally haven't even played a single tier 10 escalation because my gear isn't held back by prototype cores, it's held back by exocomps. And I first recognized that after the first day of the prototype update. I was like, wow. Like, it really doesn't matter. So, like, playing escalation right now is what, like, I should be doing, you know, as far as game design is concerned, but it's not what I'm doing because of the resource economy. And that's, like, really annoying.
We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
20 cores per run. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You get a lot of cores now. They buff the hell out of them. That's cool.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. Use this info to
But like I
shore
said,
up
if
our
my
defenses.
striker pieces don't have
True
two
Sons
stat
have this area
lines that are
locked
maxed
down.
out, I don't want to invest cores into a piece of gear I'm going to replace. Otherwise, I would happily farm as much tier 10 as possible and bring some people from chat. And we literally just farm prototype for like 8 hours a day or something. Right? Like that's my problem with this game's economy, and it's crazy that it hasn't. But there's no good solution for it yet.
Hostile radio intercepted.
And had I exploited the caches last year, that would give you 999 exocomps
Smart.
more.
Sounds like
If I farmed that super hardcore last year,
that's where you need to go.
you know, I could be sitting on like literal hundreds of thousands of exocomps, not caring about the economy of the game at all, and just like I could have brute forced all the prototype gear off that alone, and just played at escalation. But instead, it's like
Division agents have infiltrated the building.
I'm experiencing what it's like to have not abused everything as hard as I could have,
Agent, take out their comms so they can
and
call
I can
more
clearly
backup.
see the problem with the economy of the game.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
What's that? What are you talking about with Langmo? Are you talking about Pestilence? 'Cause I ain't playing Pestilence, dude. Historically speaking, Pestilence has been kind of like
Defenses at the White House.
kind of bait. Good for casual play. I'm not aware of any single person that I know that speedruns that uses that weapon
Use this
though.
info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Yeah, we're doing some XP farming right now. Decent shots, I guess.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to
This is a
lose
triple
that
XP event happening right now. I'm just gonna be slamming this mission until the event juice is over, and then
Bank's vault to secure their
we'll probably be
weapons.
sitting at like 9,800 shade. It's the best XP farm. This is one of the best, yeah. Used to be even better, but it was more limited in nature because it used to have a weekly lockout.
We need backup. At National Bond,
They removed the weekly lockout, but they reduced the XP from like 1.4 down to like 1 million. That's still good. It's basically between the completion and the kills you get,
More backup.
you're essentially getting a level 1.5 per clear in like 2 minutes to 3 minutes, depending on how fast you are. Right, so then triple that because of the event. Right, so we're going up like, let's say 4.5 levels every 2 to 3 minutes.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here. That intel you picked up was an
Take a
analysis
bit.
of our defenses at the White House. The True
I don't know if I should open these caches or not. Do I need these mats?
We can use this this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
The vast majority of gear that's going to drop anything like this is just essentially irrelevant to me. Are there any guns we don't have that we want? I mean, if there are, I guess we would just go and farm them in like Countdown or something. Countdown's honestly kind of cool. I kind of wish they would actually add more Countdown maps. I feel like that's a game mode that was pretty successful, and the whole idea of like matchmaking into like an 8-man lobby to do some stuff is kind of cool. I feel like that should be expanded on. Surprised that they haven't done that. Like the summit, that area sucks. But like Countdown was a pretty successful game mode, as far as I could tell. Just made 3Ds the map we waited about. Are you saying like take the Dark Zone and just turn it into a Countdown map? Is that what you're saying? That's kind of funny. Are you asking for like a DPS meter, like while you're playing the game? So, I mean, like a personal DPS meter, like I'd be down with that too. If I had like statistics saying like, all right, here's how much you're pumping, here's like your accuracy in real time, like that's cool. Is that mission repeatable now in a weekly lockout? Yes. Where they go wrong with the Dark Zone, it's pretty much a known / proven fact that like them choosing to make 3 separate small Dark Zones instantly kill the Dark Zone in this game. The Dark Zone thrives on being one giant map with like way more people on it, and not this limited 12-man tiny Dark Zone thing. So before we even discuss, you know, netcode, anti-cheat, game balance, you know, the meta, the way the game is played, you could forget all about that and just talk about the map design. 3 tiny ones is not it. But that's an understood thing. Like even the devs know that. Even the devs know that they fucked that up. So, you know, come Div 3, I would be absolutely fucking shocked if they repeat that mistake, because like that would make no sense. Like they all know, they know they fucked that up. There's no way they repeat the mistakes on that one. There's no way. Pulse res. I don't care about that, do we? Come on. Actually curious. Is there any world where I care to have all the pulse res in here? I mean, a third one? Or do you have 3? I was gonna do something. What was I doing? I'll store that. Striker, turmoil, that's just make a little room. And then we'll just hold on to those. Yeah, sure. I should probably devote some exo comps to these two, literally just so it looks better. inventory is basically one color. That's cool. Shiny new purple.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
Sweetie, backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the
When
building.
Div 3?
Copy that. Sending
Yeah, probably 2020 at the earliest.
Damn it.
It takes a bit. Plus, like, you'll like really know when like Div 3 is like worth talking about when like they make their own announcements on like some, you know, industry game shows or something. Or like if there's Game Awards, summer game shows, whatever the fuck, whatever their industry events there are these days, right? You'll know when it's worth announcing the game because they'll probably have paid for like a trailer drop at one of those events. Like you're not gonna find out about Div 3 through me unless you basically are shut in and this is your only contact to the internet. You'll find out about it through you know, actual big reveal events or something.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the
Because it's like when the marketing cycle starts, they'll be like, all right,
perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses.
the marketing cycle starts, the trailers come out, the
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to
conversations
breach the
start getting spread. Like we know when Division 3 was first announced like many years ago. And then basically within a month before Julian left to go
Detected.
become like the new head of like Battlefield or whatever. Even he was sat down in like an interview at one point.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
Sweetie, backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Lost your stack.
Agent malfunction. Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
We started at like just above like 9,000 today, right?
Analysis of our defenses at the
Making progress.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White. We can use this info to shore up. That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
I'm sure you've asked this before many times, but brother, like that, how the streaming is going, followed by how does your build work, and how do I get started making one myself? What's up, man? The major components are pretty much headhunter on the chest, weapon damage and headshot damage in every piece, and the harvest pistol, which has the highest base damage of all the high-end pistols in the game. But that's like just how headhunter works in general. Right, headhunter builds are all just weapon damage, headshot damage builds.
Radio intercepted.
They rely on weapons that have high base damage per bullet, right? So pistols, rifles, sniper rifles.
Repurpose the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
Stats for headhunter are always going to be weapon damage, headshot damage. That's the way the talent works. Definitely the damage goes up further based on how much weapon damage you have. And then there's other interactions that are really bugged in this game, so determined on the gun and terminal knee pads, because it splits the damage. So we know. The TLDR is a pistol headhunter build with determined and
Take out their comms.
turmoil.
They can't call for more backup.
That's pretty much it. So I usually don't even go into like what stats are required, because there's, you know, when it comes to a damage build in this game, it's literally just you're either a crit build or a headshot build, right? Only headshot builds worth playing are basically headhunter builds, and then every other build goes crit.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel.
Very exciting to talk about because of how essentially one-dimensional it is once you've had a bit of experience building builds in this game in the past 6 years. Metas haven't really, the build system hasn't like been updated in 6 years, and I wish it would get changed at some point, man. It would be cool, but the build system we have is the end result of them wanting to put the game on ice back in late 2021. Now this is them picking the pieces back up, so yeah, we'll probably get it something else in Div 3 hopefully, because if it's the same as this, oh my god, that would be a huge blunder. If you're not innovating with all your new titles, that would be tragic.
We can use this info to shore up our defenses.
Like year 1 of Division 2 had a really unique build system. It was just grindier. We didn't have the same support systems we do now,
That intel you picked up was an analysis
so it would have
of our
reduced the
defenses
grind
at
and
the
made it
White House. The True
so
Sons
kept the, like, the build
identified
crafting
several
interesting.
vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
I used to do headhunter pistol builds. I did the headhunter pistol build thing even in my like Zero Hero playthrough on a new account in 2021. It was just like a better version for the kind of itemization we had even in that year. Like, so I just had a headhunter on my chest and
Intercepted.
like a memento bag and like a Liberty pistol.
Can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Do I still talk to Chappie whenever he shows up in my stream?
Purpose the bank's
We played
vault
Arc
to
Raiders
secure
with him
their
for a little bit.
So that's where you need
He doesn't stream anymore. He's a working man. Streaming is wildly inconsistent. depending on exactly what a man does with his time, it's
At
like
National
for me
Bond,
when I used to work full time before I did this full time, it was
infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending
like I play games in my off time, you know, every single day that we come off of work. So
Take out their comms so they can't call for more
I'm
backup.
sure my stream started. I got to experience some pretty cool, you know, being around the streaming space for like 10 years. I got to experience some like really cool shit. Starting when I did.
Active terminal detected.
They remind you of Chester. I mean, a lot of people have said that. I don't see the resemblance outside of white guy with glasses, and
What are you doing here?
like I don't know. I don't really look like him. I don't really sound like him. Right? Like I don't get it. I think a lot of people don't really see other people beyond like their glasses when it comes to like other details.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the perimeter.
People see what they want to see, man. I don't know.
Shore up our
I think I had a guy come in my chat when we were playing some like Chinese mech waifu game for a day, and like he was like, yo, my friends keep telling me that I look like you, and
White House. The true sons
he sent me a picture of himself, and it's like and he's like, yeah, I don't think we look like our own men, dude. It's like we're just a couple of white guys, both had glasses on, both choose to leave our beards, but no, I shave the mustache and those
reach the entrance.
It's like cool. There's like 3 immediate details: skin color, glasses, and facial hair decisions. That's about it. It's not like the colors were necessarily the same. Anything else was really the same. Both me and the other random guy also both agreed that like, yeah. It's funny that our, you know, people would say that, but
Hostile radio
Ugh.
intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their
a
weapons.
lot of people say the Chester thing, but I'm telling you, I don't see it. When I used to play off stream, when I used to play Counter-Strike on like random pub servers, I had somebody say I sounded like Michael Cera, so then I decided I would just like change my Steam name to Michael Cera and just pretend I was that was just me, even though it was just like however I sounded on my mic to whoever was listening. People legit thought I was him.
Waiting backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
That show was like 20 years ago.
Damn it.
Was it 20 years ago? More like,
Comms so they can't
yeah,
call for more
like 15 years ago. Chester Sarah, dude. Michael Bennington. It's almost sounds like it should be like a proper Englishman or something with that one.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the true sons have been doing here. That intel you picked up was an analysis of our
I don't think I'm gonna open these caches up anymore. Not really worth the time. Looks like you're coming back to the division. When was the last time you played?
Entering safe area.
Seems great for new and returning people.
that intel you picked up was That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter.
Been playing like a year. Did you play
Shore up
Brooklyn?
our defenses. Good work, Agent.
Came back today after a 4-year break.
Had this area locked down.
I think embracing this game is great because there's so much stuff that hasn't happened at a consistent or like meaningful pace. And now it's like coming back to life.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
We need backup. At National Bond,
I felt pretty good.
Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Active terminal detected.
You're shooting level 11. If you're playing right now, I mean, use this triple XP event. You could get to 1,000 before it's over. If you have the time to just sit here and grind this mission, however many times it takes, it wouldn't take too long if you're fast about it. You have triple XP for like the next like 3 days. This mission is basically like 4 to 5 levels every like 3 minutes right now.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the...
Yeah, so let's say it's 5 levels. You get 1,000 levels, right? You gotta do it 200 times in 3 minutes. 600 minutes, basically 10 hours of farming it.
info to shore up our defenses.
Right, it's actually like a reasonable, you know, grind weekend, and boom, you're good. Or full 1,000 levels you wanted to. Shield levels in this game are essentially Paragon levels in Diablo, yeah. But they don't make you infinitely powerful. The first like 1,000 levels is the most important, and then
True Sons have this area
everything after that is just kind of like basically
to
resources.
breach the entrance.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're playing through this the way I'm playing this, which is heroic 5 directives, you make your pistol build like I do, or whatever. Okay, a pistol build here is pretty good. Because I've always played pistol builds for leveling in this game, pretty much like ever since 2020 when they actually added the Headhunter talent. Because like when you do heroic 5 directives, like on 5 directives solo, it's like
Hostile radio.
usually you have like a modifier that like fucks with your
Secure the
ammo
vault.
count.
We can't afford
So-
to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Yeah, just you basically play a pistol Headhunter build,
Purpose the bank's vault to secure
whatever
their
variant you
weapons.
want, and then
That's where you need to go.
you just blast solo for however long it takes. Get that 1,000 levels. Like in the current like if you see like my YouTube channel, I have like a 0 to hero playthrough.
Bond,
Like the OG build was basically like, it was just like you gotta have head under your chest, and when you have head under, that means you have to have as much weapon damage and headshot damage in your pieces as possible. It's not a crit build. And then you have to have a pistol that hits hard per bullet. In the current day and age, you can make that really strong now because they have like a, you know, they have like an entire pistol brand set that's really strong. They have terminal knee pads, which are broken. They have the harvest pistol, which is kind of broken. They got determined, which is broken. So like, you have all these like interactions that are even stronger than the type of builds you used to have.
Detected.
Agent, check that computer.
And they also have determined, right? Determined's a broken cell too.
Serious trauma detected.
You don't want to profit, no. Profit is a bad choice. Profit is the worst choice because perfect determined is garbage and rarely determined is good. That's the thing, determine's bugged, right? So yeah, it's always been this way. That's why it's really stupid. Perfect determined is the only perfect talent in the game that's worse than the regular version.
Intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House.
It's one of the most infuriating things about, you know, buggy things in this game is that, like, you know, these have been talked about and reported like forever ago and haven't been addressed. So now, like, the build I'm running right now is just like pretty much an example of like one of the most bugged efficient builds in the game for, like, you know, solo play or whatever, because I'm doing full damage to 2 enemies at the same time. So the turmoil being bugged with Headhunter, and I'm getting headshots every time with Determined, right? So cheesy as hell, but very efficient.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent incapacitated.
What's going on here? Yeah, like, this sort of playstyle should always be about getting headshots, but then the other problem is that this game has enemy types that have helmets, right? So,
Intercepted.
Secure the vault.
this playstyle gets neutered by enemy design,
Copy that.
depending on which content you're running and what faction you're fighting against. I hate that a lot about this game too. That's why the overall balance of the game is typically skewed towards just playing a crit build, which is incredibly boring.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have
Like, Division
infiltrated the
1,
building. Copy that. Send
pretty sure Division 1 didn't have enemies that couldn't be headshotted. And that game also, in higher difficulties, would throw only elites at you, so the PV balance actually made a lot more sense. You'd stack, like, damage to elites and, like, damage to armor, and you could do, like, cool, like, hybrid builds that were actually really fun because the, you know, the game also had the ultimate abilities in the game, so, like, those could be baked into your loadout.
Terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
I mean, overall, this game's PV is better because, at least in year 1. And also the fact that the game has raids and incursions. At least the game had raids. But, like, the
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our
Division 1's PvE and stuff falls off because they had classified gear sets to the games, which is pretty stupid. Having a gear set in the game that removes all player choice from your build crafting is a huge mistake. Right, if you can only equip 6 items and all 6 are the same set, then that's boring. If you can equip like 9 to 12 items or something, and then like 6 of them are the set, sure, that's fine. Like, even in this game, it's like, okay, we have 4-piece set bonuses, but now, like, okay, now it's just like a 4 set with like an exotic and
Good work, Agent.
a high end, and that's it. There's not more like combos that like you can make in there that are really cool. It's also why like the Ninja Bike backpack in this game is like
Intel you picked up was an analysis of our
kind of
defenses at the White House.
like a new bait too.
Several vulnerable areas in our perimeter.
Just be able to look at that thing and be like, oh, I can make all these combos, but it's
Good
like,
work, Agent.
unfortunately, Ninja Bike backpack is in a slot that,
Locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
for the most part, competes with, you know, one of your most important damage slots. Right, 'cause you're taking away the backpack talent. And the vast majority of brand bonuses don't push out nearly as much damage as
You bastard!
backpack talent would.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
What pistol? Harvest. It's an event pistol. You can obtain it right now from the caches that the keys are used to open.
We need backup.
So it's currently farmable. You got like an extra like 2 weeks or so of like farming Ronins and whatnot to get keys, and then you could use those keys to obtain this pistol.
Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
What builds them I enjoy more? Division 2 in year 1 was vastly more interesting than most loot systems and most looter shooters I've seen, period. But because it was during year 1 of the game, and then the game didn't have all these like,
Active terminal
the
detected.
game didn't have all these support systems to help you like more efficiently farm and target loot stuff.
Let on what the True Sons have been doing here.
They pretty much killed it with year 2.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House.
My build's a pistol header build with turmoil and overdogs and determined. So, pistol, determined, head chest, turmoil for damage split. That's like the core
That intel
components.
you picked up was an analysis of our defense.
This is one of the better solo XP farming builds you could have, I guess. I've been promoting Headhunter
We can use this info to shore
pistol
up our
builds
defenses.
since like Headhunter got out of the game like late 2020. That talent got added, let's say like July or August of 2020, somewhere in there. Actually, no, June 2020.
You picked up was an analysis
I remember
of our
walking
defenses at the
into
White House. The True Sons
the day 1
identified
raid with
several
it, but it
vulnerable areas in
wasn't
our
useful there.
perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, agent.
Yeah, in 2021 I have like 0 to hero playthrough VOD of
This area locked
how I
down.
leveled an entire
We
account
need to
fresh
reach the entrance.
back then, and I basically made a new account, and I guess once I got to like level 40, it was like, okay, get Headhunter on my chest, and like get the Liberty pistol, and put on a shield, and like just go heroic 5 directions until I was a shade. I could do that really fast. And that was before I had all those XP events.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure
Is there
the
anything,
vault.
is there anything I do for drops usually? Like linking your accounts, yeah.
Copy that.
You might have to check the
Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to keep their
drops
weapons. So that's
command,
where
so you can click on the link for your inventory, and then there usually is something in there that tells you about how to link stuff.
We need backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
I mean, yeah, Div 2 has been PvE focused since day 1 because the Dark's in the joke. We all know that. This game's Darkson was essentially dead on arrival.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
I'm not gonna open my caches anymore. Screw it. Arc Raiders reminds you of Div 1. Yeah, I mean, Arc Raiders for a third-person PvP game is pretty fun. But unfortunately, that game has aggression-based matchmaking, so you don't actually get to have proper...
Safe area.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several... defenses. Good work, agent.
Aggression-based matchmaking, to me, is something that ruins the unpredictable nature of like a Dark Zone kind of a game, so... It's ultimately what got me to stop playing Arc. Yeah, they were working at Riders 2 but got canceled. However,
True Sons have this area locked down.
recently, there's a piece of news that we can talk about briefly. Where'd it go? So I saw this. People Can Fly, right? The people who made Outriders, they acquired this brand and publishing rights and stuff. So maybe this means that if they're no longer tied to Square Enix, maybe they can like actually go finish Outriders 2 and release that. Cause that'd be cool. Croc, summarize it, please. Press release, April 24th. They're creating a new publishing division inside their company. People Can Fly publishes their own games, plus games from other studios more easily. Which basically means like they should have Outriders in their umbrella there, so like They have Outriders too, and it's mostly complete, but then like Square Enix decided that they wanted any more or something, right? So then like if they're this other publisher or something, then maybe that could mean that Outriders 2 could see the light of day.
Medical assistance needed.
No, he canceled my reload.
Agent down. Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't
I would imagine
copy that.
the the devs themselves still own it or something. It's probably some like kind of severance.
So that's where you need to go.
Like I don't know how these businesses work, right? But I'd imagine that when you separate, I mean the people who made the game still probably own the game. I'd hope, because they didn't make it for. It's not like they were working like as an additional studio for somebody else, because they worked on a Gears of War game.
Infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Right, so people can fly. I'm pretty sure they worked on a Gears of War game, but like in that case, like they wouldn't own Gears of War. But then for Outriders, like that's a fresh IP that they were responsible for. So devs made it, and the publisher publishes it, and there's probably, who knows, like you'd have to like really look at their contracts, but like I'm just speculating based on new IP versus existing IP.
Let's shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Either way, Outriders is really fucking cool. It didn't last very long because it's not a live service, but like it was fun. I had fun playing Technomancer. I was like the Technomancer guy. I popularized the one good build on it. Just that when I compared it to all the other classes, like the other classes, like two of them didn't really fit the meta, and then the only good one was like Pyro. So Pyro and Techno was the way to go. It was the first time I'd ever played a looter shooter where I tried to proactively release like a build guide in the earliest part of the game. And when I basically had a little bit less than 24 hours of early access, when I was allowed to stream the game finally, I was already basically endgame. People were like watching me play that shit and be like, huh, is this game easier or something? And I was sitting there just fucking obliterating with Technomancer. Like I already hit my build off the ground because I had all this time in the demo and I understood the game mechanics and stuff. And I started making those build guides, and everyone was like super happy to have a good gun build in that game that like actually worked. The game would kick your ass in those higher difficulties if you didn't understand how to build your character. Definitely, the game would definitely kick your ass if you didn't know what you're doing.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford
If Square Enix has the rights to Outriders, I mean,
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's
hey, my offer still stands, man. If I can afford it, I'll buy Outriders. Just give me Outriders too. I'll finish it myself. I don't know what it would cost to take that from them. Obviously as an individual probably can't afford it, but I think maybe you could crowdfund that.
Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy
Yeah, I farmed the captain in the demo for like stupid hours.
Their comms so they can't call for more backup.
I collected all 10 of like the legendary effects of the demo. I had that killing spree perk for like 75% more damage or whatever it was. All my weapons I was doing the campaign and progressing in game, and yeah, we were banging.
Terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
It felt really good to play Technomancer in that game and like make some little updates to the builds. You had a combination of poison and freeze and like, I don't know, it was cool. It felt good. It felt good for what it was.
Was an analysis of our defenses at the perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our
Yeah, let me see.
analysis of our defenses at the White House.
Who owns the rights to Outriders?
Areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
According to AI,
True Sons
Square
have
Enix
the
owns the
locked
rights.
down. You're gonna need to breach the
PCF
entrance.
developed it. Apparently the game never made profit? Seriously? How much they fucking spent on building this thing? Square sold off a bunch of its IPs 2 years ago. It kept Outriders. Huh. I mean, that's just like what people were saying. I don't know where they got this info. Oh, maybe here. This article is more than 3 years old. Yeah, I guess it's like the reporting source. Wait, Square Enix got rid of Tomb Raider and Deus Ex but kept Outriders? Wait, what? Yeah, I don't know how these companies make these decisions. I really don't. Like, I'm sure there's like some, you know, fucking suits that just look at some numbers and make the call the shots, but like it doesn't really line up with, you know, fan and like player expectations at all. Like I have no idea what's going on over there. What's up, Core? If enough people use their Twitch Prime subs, I'll be able to afford it. Yeah, we're gonna have to play other games in the division to afford buying Outriders from Square Enix, man. No, but I think
Radio
when I first heard about like Outriders 2 getting canceled,
Secure the vault. We can't afford
that,
to lose that ordnance.
you know, in theory, it might be possible to like crowdfund something like that.
Repurpose the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
The power of social media. It just comes down to how many Outriders fans there are, how many people actually want to see a sequel, what the hell the asking price actually is. Just like, you know, I believe that there should be an Outriders 2.
Agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
So, I think that the way they built the first one was fun, had some potential, but like it, you know, this genre needs to like kind of go down a different path. Of, like it's gonna be like full like live service. You know, try to keep some form of like integrity with you know, itemization with stuff, because like I remember in Outriders, like yeah, you had like concept of time traveling, was you could like change your PC time forward,
Check that computer
buy stuff from the vendors. You had
what True Sons have been doing here.
people straight running cheat engine, and like they've been playing in matchmaking or whatever, and have like other random people on their server, and because it's peer-to-peer, so they could like mess with like your save file from with their programs the same way they could mess with their own save file. Like that's like a shit show. You don't want people's progress and save files being affected by other people, you know, using like brain dead, like, you know, low level cheat programs or whatever, right? And then there was like a bunch of other issues, like I think people had some like potential save corruption issues at launch, where like they would actually like, lose gear, and like no one wants to lose gear in these games, right? That's a huge critical blunder. It's like, yeah, it started off kind of bad,
Good work, Agent.
but I do think the game still deserves to see the light of day. It's just kind of like a shame to lose that one. The same goes with Anthem too. Crazy, like Anthem would just get killed, even though like there was some meaningful stuff there that
Good work, Agent.
deserves to see the light of day.
True Sons have this area locked down.
It just need to be handled by people that are not EA, I guess. I gotta go meet some like, I don't know, Saudi oil princes that play video games or something, and see if I can convince one to like throw down some oil money to like, you know, save a couple of these gaming IPs from
Hostile radio
being
intercepted.
locked away.
ordnance. Copy that.
Any crypto whales out there that can fund it?
Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
Maybe we need some oil princes or some crypto whales to just like bring more looter shooters back into the world. They're our only hope. Well, at least the ones that already have like built names for themselves.
Division agents have infiltrated the building.
Otherwise, we're looking a little.
Agent, take out
The genre's looking a little grim without like more indie devs that have like looter shooter backgrounds, I guess. $50 to 75 of the IP, like 50 to 75 mil. You think the IP is worth that much when it didn't turn a profit? I don't even know what the hell they spent to make it.
Terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
They got 300 million for this off last time. I mean, to be fair, if you're selling off Tomb Raider, that's a pretty big IP. That one's hard to fuck up. That one has way more market value. The Square math, they made money by Hollywood accounting. Yeah, I'm just saying though, like Tomb Raider is a big deal. That's a very long-term established
That intel you picked up was
IP.
an analysis of our defenses at the White
First Tomb Raider was like what, like the late 90s or something? 1996?
We can use this info to
I remember, I played it.
Good work, Agent.
Whereas Outriders is a fresh IP, so I feel like Outriders would be heavily discounted as like Tomb Raider, because Tomb Raider is even like related to like like movies and stuff too. Like that's a big one.
True Sons have
Tomb Raider I think might be one of the first
You're gonna need to breach the engine.
action games I can think of that had like a female male character in an era where almost every shooter was like a dude. Every shooter game had like a main guy you play as.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent incapacitated.
Watch for an ambush.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance.
The build pistol headhunter.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the
Determined
bank's vault to secure
turmoil.
their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
Been running pistol hunter builds since like 2020. They're pretty good for solo farm on heroic 5 directives.
We need backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building.
They needed 2 to 3 million sales to hit royalties for PCF,
Damn it.
which they didn't get.
Take out their comms so they can't
How many
call
sales
for
did they
backup.
get on Outriders? Oh, that game's sick. I mean, like, my build videos had, like, a few 100,000 views each, which is crazy, because, like, I was like, holy shit, like, there's... And I guess the game was on Game Pass. There was that, too. That might have affected their sale count. They're looking at, like, raw numbers for sales. I guess it depends on what the revenue share looks like for Game Pass.
Active terminal.
I think I distinctly remember that was one of the details of that game.
Computer for intel.
Is that it was on Game Pass at launch. And from where I'm sitting, right, like the game or the the views on a build video during launch is indicative of like some percentage of people who play the game, so it was a decent amount. Outriders sales count.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the
Yeah,
White House.
3.5 million unique players on day one
Several vulnerable areas in our
because
perimeter.
of Game Pass.
We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
Sales estimated between 2 to 3 mil. Third-party trackers estimate closer to 1.5 to 2 mil sales. Yeah, I guess the majority of people just came from Game Pass. A new rodent farm? Are you talking about like logging in, logging out? On a control point? Yeah, that was pretty much the thing yesterday too. Yeah, I'm pretty much do it anywhere. Same concept.
True Sons have this area
Nowhere
locked
near as
down.
good as shooting 3 men 1 hole, but like, you know. Kind of over the keys. I got plenty out of it. I just look at it as like, clearly the event needs work. If people are going to resort to doing what I did the first 2 days and resort to logging in, logging out for keys, that just indicates a game design problem. This is why, you know, like, different levels of like farming tech / exploiting exist in this game, and why
Radio
it's ultimately the dev's fault for making the game the way it is.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
You gotta make the best way to play the event the most efficient way to play the event.
So that's where you need to go.
Waiting backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building.
How many Xos did I get? Enough to do like probably 20 Lexingtons to plus 30, only to basically trash them all. The net gain after like 6,000 boxes was pretty much like I gained 7.5 weapon damage in my Lexington. That's it. I have an extra 200 Lexingtons or something that I can roll in the future, but like, if you don't get lucky, you don't really get anything out of it, right? So, open like 6,000 boxes and. Also, I mean, I spent every component I had on like rolling those 20 Lexingtons,
Check
right?
the computer for intel. Might shed some light on the True
So I
Sons
guess
are
like
doing
roughly
here.
900. Yeah, in my stash I have 248 Lexingtons in my stash. And those are all just gambling tickets for future perfect prototype rolls. But now I have to obtain literal thousands of exocomps. You have 3,000 Lexes in your stash? What are you doing, dude?
That was an analysis of our defenses at the
Yeah, in terms of components, I basically have 0. If I had 3,000 comps, I would burn those all right now.
to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
I don't have enough. I have 7. I am bottlenecked by exocomps because I didn't exploit hard enough last year.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault.
ChatGPT reckons for Outriders that it'd be worth like 3 to 5 million if it's considered dead, and 10 to 30 million otherwise. And then over maybe up to like 75 million if they plan to do something with it. That's like the estimated valuation depending on their perspective on it. That's interesting.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Waiting backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
It might not be hard to do the first part. The 3 to 5 million crowdfunded, that could work. But the other numbers, that might be tough. I don't think Outriders is that big. Outriders' audience is not that big. Like if me and Moxie managed to like combine forces to be like, yo, let's crowdfund this shit.
Active terminal detected.
You know, yeah, we could probably hit that
Check
number.
computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
But yeah. If Square Enix is gonna find a different dev for an Outriders 2, who the hell will they pick?
An analysis of our defenses at the White House.
And like again, also they like almost completed Outriders 2, so like I don't know what's going with that.
We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
They're above the chances what to like get triple god roll? No, they don't gotta touch that at all.
Analysis of our defenses at the White House.
They don't need to touch that at all.
Vulnerable areas in our
It's literally this is literally just a resource issue,
shore up our defenses.
like a resource economy issue.
True Sons
In
have
its
this
current
area
state, there's
locked
just no
down.
good exo farm, right? So that's the one big problem. And then there's the whole idea that, you know, we can just skip all that and go straight into moving people into escalation, which is where you just go play the game, get prototype cores, and then use your prototype cores to like re-upgrade your pieces that you have. Which I would prefer because there's no way I'm gonna recraft my Habsburg chest and my Habsburg backpack or anything like that.
Hostile radio intercepted.
The best solution is just let us use cores to reroll pieces. Then I don't gotta farm
Smart.
anywhere close to as many
Bank's
exocomps.
vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
We just go into a prototype core economy, which is completely new resource, and call it a day.
Serious trauma detected. Agent out of mission.
One shot protection got bypassed. Is the vault one? What?
Requesting backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Just making numbers go up.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Hello?
Signs critical.
What the fuck are those bullets come? Wait, farm this XP. Triple XP. So basically like 4 to 5 levels every completion. What do we got here?
Active terminal detected.
Check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
What about Anthem? What value does that have? Seems to have low market value.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
Anthem achieved approximately 5 million lifetime sales. It generated over 100 million in digital revenue. The brand carries no value to negative reputation. A failed live service. Wait, I think we could probably buy Anthem for way cheaper than buying Outriders. Yeah, this mission is, so this is just an efficient XP farm, and it's something that's worth doing this week, right? You know, quick 2 to 3 minutes, and you're in, you're out, you get your million experience, but that's tripled, so you get like 3 million or so, which basically is like 4 to 5 levels. And that's ultimately what this game is all about. It's literally just like, yeah, you pick something to farm and you go farm it, right? Like that's what all the gameplay is going to be that you're going to see on any stream. You're picking something worth farming and they farm it. All yapping with whoever's got things they want to yap about. There's no like real super crazy special events. It's mostly just like a, here's what's happening, here's what's coming, here's what we're doing today kind of game. This is Heroic 5 Directives.
Hit him again.
How many levels have we done so far? I don't really remember where I started.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault.
Here.
Can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
We've probably done over 200 already.
Sounds like they repurposed the bank
We were like
secure
a
their
200
weapons.
something over here. We
That's
can still
where
get
you need to
another
go.
558 of them. Anthem kind of depends if it runs on their engine. I guess that's true. Yeah, I wonder what it's like to sit in on those meetings and those deals, you know. These like corporate suit dudes deal with.
At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Because I mean, like,
Agent, take out their
as
comms.
a player, like, you know, I think there should be more looter shooter games, and it's super sad that I've played so many of them and seen so many like wash away after a couple weeks. And I think one of the major problems is that like you have these major players that have a lot of money and
Detected.
treat everything like an investment and less so much about the
Might shed some light on
art
the issues
forms.
in
And then like you have a bunch of things like wasted potential out there. Terminals killing dudes who shoot the ammo crates? Yeah, that's pretty dumb. Never played Borderlands? Well, I've played Borderlands. They keep making games. I assume that each one of them has still been a financial success for them because they keep making them. But they're not live service games, so that for me as a player, a looter shooter that doesn't have good balance is a looter shooter where everything becomes trivial, which becomes a looter shooter that I don't care to
Use
play
this info to shore up our
for very
defenses.
long.
Good work, Agent.
I like to have games there. Doesn't matter how good my gear is, there needs to be something that I can do with it that is like feels skillful, feels challenging, whatever. When Borderlands happened, every single Borderlands game I've ever played, you play it for like a weekend,
Locked down.
then you get your build together in the end game, and then you're basically one-shotting bosses, and then it's like, all right, cool, now what? And then I don't revisit the game. So I kind of hate that about the series. On top of that, they're not live service games, so then people like, you know, they mod the games, they trade save files and all this other stuff, and it's like, I kind of like it when you can grind in an online game, assuming that like, you know, there's no way to just like edit data and stuff.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart.
Do I call you
Repurposed the bank's
Deuce?
vault to secure their weapons.
Dose?
So that's where you need
What's
to
up,
go.
man? Welcome back. Badger, thank you for the 7 months, by the way. Appreciate the resub. Master Hitman, what's up, guy? What's up, dude? That's in YouTube chat. It's calling you douche. Oh, is that what your name is supposed to be? Look at this douche in chat, man. That's a hell of a name.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agents, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
That's a hell of a name you got there, bud. I wonder if someone's gonna feel like they caught a stray whenever I say your name. Is this good?
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defense.
Safe area detected.
What's up, douche? Like, what you call me? Yeah, exactly. People say hi in chat, and then I see your name, and I say sub douche, and all those other people will be like, did you just call me a douche? Wow, fuck this streamer.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several.
That's what I mean, like, you never know, like,
Use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, agent.
sometimes the streamer just yap the yap, but then, like, there's plenty of people that are just, like, you know, lurking or
The entrance.
whatever, that might feel slighted or, like, feel like they caught a stray for no reason without any context.
This fucker knows what he's doing.
Eat this.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy
You're
that.
farming Heartbreaker. Nah, man, you gotta skip Heartbreaker and go into Striker. Heartbreaker hasn't been cool since it first came out. It was so broken when it came out. Yeah, I mean, I will respond to random people on Twitter to explain my position, but honestly, it'd be better if I just made a video. The people that are pressed about it must be new to the game and not realize that, like, this game's culture for the past 10 years has literally been, this is how I define it as,
Active terminal.
exploit early, exploit often, and then within reason.
Computer for intel.
And people don't understand that.
True Sons have been doing here.
And then, like, you look at how Bungie handles things, and they just understand, they're like, okay, people are gonna farm these exploits or whatever, and that's fine, just fucking, we're gonna patch them, and that's that, have fun, knock yourselves out.
Defenses at the White House.
If the devs would just fucking step out and have a proper, clear, like, you know, understanding and expectations of, like, you know, what they want to do with these things, sure, because otherwise, if they're not clear like Bungie is, then you just have the same old fucking discussion every single time there's a new farm. Right? Division 1, we literally had Bullet King. That was like the first,
Defenses at the White House.
like, community loot cave of the franchise. And guess what? After they took that away, they didn't ban people. They put a motherfucking spray on the wall to commemorate it. Anyone that came from Destiny 1 knows there was a loot cave in 2014 and, like, the very, like, launch of Destiny 1. It's just like, it's literally part of, like, looter shooter DNA. And then you just get this, like, new people over the course of, like, the past, like, you know, 10 years of playing games in this genre that, like, for some reason are against it. They don't like that other people are farming whatever they're farming in PD, and it's like, well, for one, what they're farming doesn't affect you. And two, I highly recommend looking up a concept called crab bucket mentality, because why do you care that other people are farming something in a PvP game, right? Some people get upset that other people play in a, you know, more efficient, you know, more boring way to obtain items in a game, and get all pissy about it. And it's like, why do you care how other people are progressing? It literally has no effect on you whatsoever. Like, are you jealous? Are you like, what's going on? Right? So
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose
if the
that
devs would just have a stance, like a proper
Smart.
understanding of, like,
Purpose
you
that
know,
makes vaults
how these
secure
things
their
go,
weapons. So that's where you need
right?
to
If you
go.
look at the past 10 years of history of the game, you understand that, like, for the most part, like, yeah, you're just gonna, like I said, like, you can literally define it as exploit early, exploit often, within reason. The within reason part being the fact that they have taken action on a few very, 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 very ridiculous exploits that had to do with the game's economy. But for the most part, you're free to just do them. It doesn't really matter, and
Division agents have infiltrated
fearing the wrath of God otherwise is pointless.
Damn it.
And that's kind of where you have to use your own judgment on,
Call for more backup.
okay, here's this latest exploit, okay, how does it work, and, like, who's it affect, and, like, you know, how ridiculous is it, and then, right, that's how I operate. That's why, like, I've been very good about which things I use in this game and which things I don't, so I understand, kind of, like, I have a pretty good understanding of, like, the impact each thing has relative to
Agent, check that computer.
how the game works and where it is in its life cycle, right? There's a couple of farms in this game that have been really crazy, and they, like, completely ruin the server, which usually has to do with Oxidizer and with infinite enemy spawns, but it's, like, more infinite enemy spawns than, like, the two Ronin. It's, like, you know, entire closets worth of dudes
Several vulnerable areas in our
that have literally no downtime, that are being choked out by Oxidizers. I haven't done that stuff myself, but I've, you know, heard the descriptions of it. So a pretty good understanding, like, okay, those ones are obviously, like, way too crazy. Right, like, if you got, I don't know, a few 100,000 shade ranks in, like, 30 minutes, that's a pretty ridiculous gain, as an example. But that said, it would be better in the community's best interest if the devs had an actual stance that applied widely to everything, and I think the Bungie stance is ultimately the best one they could possibly have for PvE exploits. You know, it's a fucking loot cave, you're farming, whatever, it's part of the game, are bad,
sons have this area locked
and,
down.
you know, they're gonna close them
We
up
need
as
to
they
breach
can.
the entrance.
That way you don't have all this pointless discussion and people being mad at each other for no fucking reason. Especially when it comes to PvE. Like, obviously, exploiting PvP and using some shit against people there is like worse, because you are, like, you're fucking with people, right? But PvE-wise, like, what the hell, man? It's crazy that, you know, the game's been around for 10 years and this is still, like, a discussion point.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't
But there's
afford
people
to
who
lose
see
that
things in
order.
black and white, and they'll be like, oh, exploits are the same no matter how big or small. And I tell them, okay, if you're a cop and, you know,
Their weapons.
someone's going 61 miles per hour in a 60, so 1 mile per hour over, are you going to pull them over? They're speeding. Right? That's why you don't see things in black and white, and that's also what you learn if you ever take, like, a Law 101 class, that, you know, like, you know, with the law, like, the way the law works, you know, there's gray areas that are open for interpretation, and there's also, you know, it's also on the
Copy that. Send
enforcers, it's at the enforcer's discretion to take action on something if they want to,
Can't call for more backup.
right? Just like how in this game and in every other game that exists, there's usually a terms of service that says what not to do that lets them have the legal verbiage to be able to take action if they want to. But it's still ultimately, like, a human decision to choose whether or not to take action on something.
Agent,
And that's
check that computer
pretty
for
much where, like,
system item with the
I stand, is that, you know, I do what I do in a game because I know it's the effective way to play the game. And I analyze the impact it's going to have before I do it. Like, that's pretty much it. But people will be like, oh no, you're a fucking streamer, you can't ever do that stuff. Oh no. You're encouraging other people to do it, and it's like, yeah, it's efficient gameplay. Like, people watch me to be good at something, not because like I'm like the fucking master exploiter or something. It's like, yeah, people want to play a game better. They kind of know that this is like part of the genre. And defining better is literally just like, you know, making a good build that saves you time in the game. Making,
This info to shore up our defenses.
you know, running certain pieces of content over there is just making better decisions with your time to achieve a goal. Obviously, when you only exploit everything in the game, you're also going to bypass the reward structure of the game because, and that's inherently a design problem with it. And so when you, let's say your first thing you ever do in this game is like, let's say you barely got to level 40. Like, let's say you just install the game, you boost to level 40, and then you start exploiting immediately. It's like you are literally
You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
ruining the actual experience for yourself because you're new. And that's ultimately the downside of exploiting games, period. Is like if there's supposed to be some actually interesting regular way to obtain something, to fight for something or whatever, then like in a way you're gonna cheat yourself out of, you know, that experience by like, you know, bypassing it with an exploit. However, that said, in the context of each individual thing that you do, right? If you're farming keys like I was, it's not exactly like the event is exactly very interesting in its current state, so like it doesn't really fucking matter at the end of the day that like, you know, people are shooting dudes in a sewer, or that people ran around the open world and just kept killing them as they spawned, right? Because like the way to trigger the bug the first 2 days was piss easy, like literally anyone could do it by accident, and that's that. It's just like, all right, this is like what people are gonna do right now because they're gonna farm the event. Naturally, everyone wants to do the new thing and acquire the new resource so they can play with some toys they might not have, right? Now that that's fixed and we see the actual developer intent how the event is supposed to be played, obviously the event is pretty fucking weak, so they gotta make it actually interesting and fun. Because even now, people are looking for ways to make it more interesting for them because they want the rewards. Which is them logging in and out of a control point and killing the Ronin over and over, instead of what I was doing the first 2 days, which was even more lucrative. Right, my original method got patched out, but there's still other things you can do to save time. That will always be the case in every game like this. Ultimately, it's the developer's issue to make the most efficient way also the most fun way to play it. That this is clearly highlighting that the event is a failure from like a fun perspective. And that's how it goes for all exploits. When a game is really stingy, loot caves end up being kind of like the thing people look for in this genre, historically speaking.
That intel you picked up was an
Just how it goes. And so, like I said, again, it gets really fucking ridiculous when I see pushback from random people that, like, I'm not even having an impact on, that get all pissy about, like, oh, you're exploiting and this and that. It's like,
of our defenses at the White House.
these people must be new to the genre, or they must have a serious, like, crab bucket mentality that they should, you know, address, because
We can use this info
it's
to
not
shore up our
healthy to be
defenses.
thinking that way about other people when you don't even know them or you're not even playing with them, and that what they're doing doesn't actually affect you. It's your own, like, mental issues. And for anyone unfamiliar with crab bucket mentality, it's essentially the mindset of people who try to prevent others from gaining a favorable position. It's a metaphor for a toxic social dynamic where individuals undermine, sabotage, or drag down anyone in their group who achieve success, often driven by envy or belief in limited zero-sum resources. It's the closest thing I can think of to, you know, some of the explanations I've seen where it's like there'll be people that literally get pissed that other people are playing the game a certain way when, like, it genuinely has no impact on them. It's like, oh man, these other guys are farming really hard, like, fuck them, ban them. Like, you know, if you're choosing not to use the farm, well, that's your choice and you play the game whichever way you want, but like being all weird about it because other people are choosing to play a certain way and you hear about it, but it doesn't affect you, it's just weird. That's where I stand with it. Like, what I just ranted about for the last 5 minutes is something I feel like could be better explained, and like if I sat down and like wrote out my thoughts completely and gave examples too. Because like the history of the franchise and even the history of the genre is full of examples.
Intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
And more importantly of all, instead of convincing everyone else, it's all really about convincing the devs to take a proper stance. As far as PvE looter shooters go, the Bungie stance, overall I'd say, is still the healthiest stance to have. Doesn't cause any more problems. People get that they can fucking play the game. They have to be like fearing the wrath of God with every little tiny ass exploit because they view the game as black and white. And that's that. That's like the best thing you can do.
At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that.
Otherwise, you have what we have in this game, which is for the most part you're good, but like some people still fear it, and other people bitch, and like you just always have this constant discussion every time there's a new one. Yeah, it's like I farmed control points in 2019. I farmed Bullet King in 2016. I farmed Russian Consulate in 2016. Right, like it's like, oh, because I shot Bullet King, does like everyone who ever shot Bullet King deserve to be banned? No, that's just fucking stupid. Not to mention that like it literally got immortalized in the game with like some graffiti after the fact. The first notable loot cave of the Division franchise. So like, people might not like Bungie for a bunch of other reasons, but the one thing they nailed is having a consistent stance when it comes to like exploiting in the game. Just people are going to naturally take the path of least resistance because that's how the game is designed at that moment. Bug or not, that's how it is.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House.
Block guns? Like guns that don't have proper models?
We can use this info to shore up our defenses.
Like Destiny's community, at least before the game started to tank, is like much healthier because of some of these stances.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of
New
our
stuff
defenses at
dropped.
the White House.
The new stuff drops, it's like, okay,
Areas in our perimeter.
you find out from a bunch of people
Good work, Agent.
how to like efficiently farm that thing, and then the whole community is like on top of it and they're all doing it.
You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Yo, what up, skills? My hands off for the night, I guess. I'll hold it down for a bit. I got some leveling to do. Appreciate the raid, brother.
Vital signs critical. Hostile radio intercepted.
That's for like 1 AM for ya. Have a good one, man. Thanks again.
Copy that.
Yeah, do this real quick.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault.
Somehow my boys don't know who Nothing But Skills is, you know. Another Division OG right there. Give him a follow.
We need backup. At National Bond,
Bandit season them in 7 months. Appreciate it.
building. Copy that. Sending
Thank you.
reinforcements.
How you doing? For anyone just tuning in, we are literally going to be sitting here for another god knows how many runs. I am trying to get my last, I don't know, 500 levels out of the event. Be shooting dudes with a pistol for a while. Good old headhunter.
Play it safe.
I really picked a good spot.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Yeah, we're averaging something around like probably 2 to 3 minutes on these, right? The running the farm method is out. Oh, it's been out since yesterday. I guess more people are making videos, but there was already like people talking about it.
Agent?
I had someone link me a clip yesterday because people in China were doing it. I think I seen like a Reddit post or something like that. It's been around. At this point,
That intel you picked up was
I
our defenses at
really think they just need to reevaluate how the event is designed so that it's actually fun Because this is why everyone's seeking these methods out. That's pretty much the root cause of why we farm the things that we farm. We're gonna take the path of least resistance to get the keys, right?
Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
I've already opened up enough keys. I'm pretty much sick of it at this point. I mean, I did do like 6,000 of them, but and out of 6,000 keys, I gained a whopping 7.5 weapon damage on my Lexington. Out of all the resources that came with it, all the rolls that I've done, I only gained 7.5 weapon damage on that gun
Hostile radio
after 6,000 keys.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
So instead of having one stat,
Sounds like they repurposed
a Lexington with one stat boosted, I have a Lexington with 2 stats boosted now. That's it. It took over 5 hours to open all the boxes the other day. And that just goes to show, like, you know, when it comes to the statistics, it's like, it goes to show how much grind is that they go into, like, legitimately perfecting those things if you're not lucky.
call for more backup.
Because exo comps are really overall bottleneck, not prototype cores. I wish it was better about that's good.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
And I'm probably gonna spend a little more time with what's that, Adobe After Effects and stuff. Find some more visual way to like represent what I'm saying with certain things, like when it comes to like numbers in this game. Because if I were to take my mental map and understanding of this game's economy and try to like draw it out
That was an analysis of our defenses.
to show how like how much volume of resources you need for trying to go for a perfect prototype, it's pretty gross.
Our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our... That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Why are we blind? Is it a flashbang my left?
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't
XP
afford to
events
lose
capped
that
at
ordnance.
1,000. Yep.
Copy that.
It's the 1,000 levels that you gain
Repurpose the bank's vault to secure the
that
weapons.
week.
So that's
So we're like halfway through it. I still get triple XP for like another like 500 levels.
We need backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Yeah, I mean, you can still get basically level and a half doing this mission anyway.
That intel you picked up...
You can grind XP if you need to. Events are just the best time to really bother. And right now, let's say you're completely fresh, like yeah, you kind of want to kind of want to prioritize a triple XP. Get that first 1,000 shade levels out of the way. Because you need those stats for all your builds to make them feel right.
That intel you picked up was an analysis
It's
of
a
our
decent amount of power from those red stats in there. The crit chance, the crit dam, headshot, the weapon damage, right? The reload speed, the accuracy.
in our perimeter. We can use this info.
Because even like when you're optimizing your like crit build, it's like
Defenses at the White House.
it's like okay, I have 10 from the watch, and I got like probably 10 to 15 crit chance from the attachments of my gun, and then you're like okay, maybe you get like 3 crit chance mods for 6% if you got perfect
Gonna
ones,
need to breach the entrance.
and then you start that up. It's maybe you got like 2 crit chance rolls from the 12. I'm already talking about having like over 50, 55 crit chance. Usually where the sources come from.
Hostile radio
Used to
intercepted.
be even more predictable back when Cheska would give you 10% crit chance. Like all the numbers would line up properly.
Smart.
Right,
Sounds like
watch
we need
10,
weapons
Cheska
to
10,
secure their weapons. So
3
that's where
mods
you need
plus
to go.
2 6% on the gear. That's another 30. 30, 40, 50. Attachments for the last 10%, usually.
We need backup. At National Bond,
The new Diablo expansion? That's soon, yeah. I'm definitely gonna play it day one.
sending reinforcements.
I need to play it at least one day to see how it's changed. I think that's be pretty cool. Sounds like way more interesting than what the game was like before. I can't believe Diablo 3 is already like, or sorry, Diablo 4 is already 3 years old. And this update does sound like a pretty
Serious trauma.
big and positive change for the game.
Terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on
Like,
what
I
the
normally
True
don't
Sons
like
are
to
doing.
stream ARPGs for too long, because, like, when you compare it to, like, a game with gunplay, it's like, dude, it's way more fun to both shoot dudes in the head and also to, like, watch somebody play a shooter anyways than it is to, like, watch a top-down game, but,
That intel you picked up was an analysis.
either way, I mean, like, making a build, blasting some shit, that should be pretty cool. We get some people together, do some, like, what was it, like, Hell Tides or something? What build is this? It's a headhunter with a pistol.
Analysis of our defenses at the White House.
So like the Harvest with Determined, Headhunter in the chest, Overdogs for extra damage, and Turmoil because of damage split. Basically the whole idea is like Headhunter, Determined, and Turmoil together turns into like a pretty stupid interaction that lets you basically kill 2 dudes with 1 bullet. 2 dudes with 1 bullet, usually.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
The clan on D4? Are you talking about like my community clan or a different one? I don't know. Are you in it? I forget. I know we have some very active like ARPG enjoyers in my Discord. For anyone that doesn't know, I don't only play Division. Obviously, the Division franchise matters to me because I've covered it pretty much every update for the past 10 years.
That ordinance.
But yeah, we play a lot of games here.
Sounds like they repurposed the
Typically, we're gonna focus on looter shooters if they come out.
so that's where you need
But then
to
we'll
go.
play like, survival games, we'll play RPGs, whatever. We can dabble some MMOs, depending on like how dry the gaming sphere is. Right, we play a lot of games here. And over the years of doing so, we've collected some other pretty hardcore variety gamers, I'd say. Our Discord is like
Backup. At National Bond, division agents have
not very
infiltrated the
public.
building.
It's
Sending
it's on approval only, but we have a pretty active gaming forum in there, and like we have a lot of people
Take out their
in a little community over here that get into ARPGs almost religiously. They're jumping between Path of Exile, they're jumping between Diablo 4, Last Epoch, whatever else comes out. All is to say that, like, you know, there is some overlap between looter shooter enjoyers and ARPG enjoyers. Just that the ARPG guys typically get more content out there.
Active terminal detected.
Agent.
Meanwhile, as a looter shooter guy, it's like, well,
Might shed some light on what
you have Division, you got Destiny, and everything else is kind of whatever. Everything else comes and goes. Even Destiny is kind of going.
the intel you picked up was an announcement.
Way healthier to be a variety gamer when all these looter shooters are kind of volatile. Although the future of this game is looking better.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our
Incursion, survivors, that's pretty much the two things I'm most interested in. Plus any other like actual paid content.
defenses in our perimeter.
Like whatever's happening like this summer, I think we're getting under the DLC, like that should be cool. Whatever the hell it is. Every RPG is up, every looter other than this is down.
Picked up was an analysis of our
Yeah, it's
defenses
kind of crazy.
True Sons identified several vulnerable
I
areas.
fucking love this genre. I feel like if we could just have
Good work,
Path of
agent.
Exile, but as a looter shooter, like
True Sons have this area locked down.
that's it. We're locked in.
Gonna need a
That's our
breach
game.
entrance.
But it's not there. I want to shoot stuff and I want to loot stuff.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Yeah, the seasonal reset would have been pretty good for all the new people coming in
Bank vault
because
to secure their weapons.
they wouldn't be entering such a sale and saturated economy.
We need backup. At National
Then
Bond,
that said, it's like we're just going for Div 3.
infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Div 3 is going to be our clean slate. I doubt this game is ever going to receive another one.
Take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for
Does
info.
Tinker work with named items? No, it only works with regular ones. That's the trade-off for it being kind of strong, I guess. That said, I don't like the Tinker in general. I think to me Overdogs kind of supersedes the limitations of Tinker. Core strength, I mean it's not strikers, so I'm sure core strength is fun for people who want to play like solo with like a hybrid build. But as far as, you know, end game content goes, like
We can use
we're
this
still
info to
pretty
shore
much
up
in
our
the
defenses.
world of Striker,
Good work, agent.
with a touch of you know, tipping scales here and there for certain people. And then of course support builds for that.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
If you're looking for any build guides from me, I haven't made any in like 6 years in this game. Mostly because this loot system, having interacted with it since the very beginning, is kind of like one-dimensional to me. But the major components of this build is Headhunter, Determined, and Turmoil. At some point,
Hostile radio intercepted.
we're gonna
Vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance.
I'm gonna get around to doing those stuff I've been wanting to do.
Smart.
which just
vault to
have
secure their weapons. So
some like
that's where you
updated
need to
guides and
go.
stuff somewhere. But like, it's just busy work, and the build crafting overall is not as... I'm not as proud of my builds in this game and Loot 2.0 as it was 1.0. That was like way cooler. I felt like there was more substance there to talk about. Back when we had talents in every slot, we had like stat requirements to activate the talents, we had like cool little combinations of gear pieces that only had 2 stats, gear pieces that had 4 stats. Like, it was pretty sick. All that's left in my Division 2 build command is that one you see right there. Perfect.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Division 2 builds. I like the taste of red crayon with the side of Striker or Headhunter. All red meta since 2020. Loot 3.0 win. Yep. And I play so many different games that we have all these generic commands that basically tell you if there's nothing there, there's nothing there. It's either on YouTube or not at all. This guy's not listening to me right now. I wonder if he's gonna hit the 4th command. I'm wondering.
We can use this info to shore up our defenses. That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons
You got black pilled real hard when you realize red color is the only thing that matters in this game.
shore up our defenses. Good
Yeah, I
work,
mean, it's like either you're doing all red
True Sons
build
have
for
taken
damage,
the
or you
lockdown.
have like an all yellow build
We
for
need to
support.
breach the entrance.
You got the kind of like the, you know, like the crowd control builds, like the healer builds. You got the oxidizer builds. Those are basically the 3 primary yellow categories that are actually good. And then, yeah, you have DPS, which is Striker and Headhunter, and a dash of tipping skills. I think that covers probably every actual good thing worth building. Obviously, there's different variations of the exact same categories, but for the most part, the same concept.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that
And
horse.
when you play solo, you get to have the freedom of playing with more things to fuck around because it's, you know, it's your own free time. You do what the hell you
That's
want.
where you need to go.
So like, you know, hybrid builds and other shit. Because, you know, the damage requirements aren't nearly as high in solo as they are in group play, right? So, if you like fucking around with something else, you know, be my guest. It's not meta.
Please back up. At National Bond,
If you understand that, it's your game
agents have
time.
infiltrated the building. Copy that.
Do what you want.
Reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Yeah, blue is just like essentially a PvP stat. Not a PvP stat.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
So chat, what are you guys up to? I'm literally gonna be running this loop for God knows how many more hours until I get my 1,000 levels out of it.
Safe area detected.
I need 500 levels. Like, it'll still be like another 2 or 3 hours of this probably.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified
We have gained 520 out of the 1,000, so I need another 480 levels.
Good work, Agent.
That's, yeah, it's like another 3-4 hours. We're doing the pistol build for this? Yeah. The pistol one's fun. It's more fun when Regulus is the primary hand cannon worth using. That's why I really dislike the bugged interaction of Termin being in the game and Terminal being in the game. Because it completely invalidates the Regulus. The Regulus being like the more fun, the more skillful pistol to use, but
So you're giving the orders now? Keep back!
essentially invalidated by the fact that all these other arms exist.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't
And to
afford
me,
to
game
lose that
design
order.
drives my choices. So like, even if one thing's more fun, it's like I know I'm saving time long term by playing this one. Yeah, Regulus is like my literal favorite gun in this game. It has been for the past 6 years. You know, normally it's supposed to only come from the second raid, and like I, you know, got that world's first, and then we like did the raid an extra week or two afterwards. Had my Regulus, and Headhunter as a talent plus the Regulus, they both came out like that late, you know, 2020. So I've literally played with it since then.
Division agents have infiltrated the building.
And it's just really fun to just like when you're playing solo to have enough damage, like, you know, run around just like tap heads and chain kill things and blow things up with the AoE. But then you have a problem with certain content because, like, you know, things will have helmets and you're like, oh shit, can't headshot this guy. Whereas even like the whole, you know, determined terminal thing, because of how bugged it is or whatever, it's like you can literally bypass the things that typically counter the headshot build, and it's like it's so much cooler if you could, you know, not get penalized for playing a headshot build in the first place, and have it so every enemy had a, like a headshot hitbox or something,
Serious trauma detected.
or headshot damage was valued a little bit more. Yeah, if you're looking for a quick step, you can literally get a quick step from the caches this for the next like 2 weeks by farming keys. I mean, the amount of keys you get now is obviously less than what I was able to push out the first 2 days, but still, people are still able to get a decent amount of keys if they do like the log in, log out thing.
We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
Should you bother prototyping Lex if you have a proto Honey Badger? I mean, it's Honey Badger. Honey Badger doesn't give a fuck, but neither do I about that gun. Come on now. It's a Lex or bust, let's be real.
You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Is it really a division game if you're playing Striker without the essential, you know, a full auto LVOAC? Oh, it's all about that Lex, dude.
Hostile radio intercepted.
What's up, Sounds? How you doing?
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
God, I really hope that they get rid of signature weapons in Division 3 and bring back like the signature abilities or something too. Because I was really just thinking about this. When you mentioned LVOAC, I instantly remembered how fun it was to play my build with Infinite Attack Link and PV in Division 1.
National Bond. Division agents
That
have
build,
infiltrated the building.
and I never made build videos back then, that build was so good, man. It was so fun.
Agent, take out their comms so they can't call from
So ever since Division 1 came out, for anyone that doesn't know, I was the guy that had been playing a lot of like the equivalent of like a red-yellow hybrid in this game. But since the like the yellow related stuff in Division 1 was so much better, I would like run faster, I would shoot faster, I would look like I was going Super Saiyan because of the attack link, right? Like I'm all powered up, I'm shooting. It was pretty cool.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what.
Get rid of armor and only have health or toughness. I mean, toughness is like a completely different concept this game doesn't have, right?
Analysis of our defenses at the White House.
I think I look at it the other way around. We should have health and we should have armor and we should have the ability to choose which of those two pools we want to like maximize and, you know, bring back Berserk, bring back. There could have been an entire, like we could have this game be deeper where it's like you have an all health build or like an all armor build or like you have ways to bypass armor and then you have ways to be immune to that armor bypass stuff, right? Like think Path of Exile, think Chaos Inoculation, right? Think, armor in this game being like the, you know, equivalent of energy shield, or like you could have 3 different types of survivability in this game if you want to go full RPG with it. Yeah, commanding with tack link is exactly what I'm talking about. I used that for the entirety of Division 1 in PvE. It was so goddamn fun. At first it was skilled because the skilled talent was the one that would do that. And then eventually went over to commanding. So like determined, commanding, skilled, those 3 talents are usually pretty good. Have cooldown reduction, have, you know, signature skill, duration increase on kill, and all that stuff. And tack link was like the way you had huge damage boost and RPM boost, and then on LMGs with suppression or whatever, one of the talents in the game would also let you have more movement speed on like a headshot or something. So I don't know, I was having a good time with that. Oh yeah, then there was also the talent that would refill your mags on kill. Meticulous, commanding. I think I used meticulous, commanding, and determined. Those 3 at one point. You said more when you used Alpha Bridge.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So
How long have I been married? I've been married to the grind my entire life. Div 1 has always been better for PvP, yeah. I mean, this game's PvP was literally dead on arrival on day 1, so. 3 small dark zones, 12 people each, dead. Doesn't matter what the meta's like, or what the gunplay feels like, or what anything feels like in this game. The core problem has always been that with this game. It's like literally unfixable. The dark zone's entire purpose is irrelevant at this point. This maybe with like, you know, survivors will have some kind of PvP that isn't full of gimmicky stuff that might hopefully have more bodies on the map, because
check that computer for intel.
if you have survival, hopefully you have a bigger map. Yeah, like, even the whole idea of, like, one squad goes, like, rogue or whatever, and the whole server's trying to kick their ass, like, that gameplay's missing in this game. It's just how it is. I think about, you know, how Division got put on the map back then, even, like, that was the whole point, right? The Dark Zone is your endgame, and the Dark Zone was big enough to actually facilitate, like, a decent amount of gameplay out of it. And no other game had any gameplay like that before. Now we have plenty of alternatives, so like they have to like literally analyze how every other game in like the extraction shooter genre does it. But try to provide a compelling like Dark Zone experience that at least is like as memorable or as like worth talking about as like even Division 1 was 10 years ago. And like that's why I basically just main PvE in these games. So, like I always write off PvP as a joke in this game because it's like nowhere close to what Div 1 provided. Yeah, like Div 2 is literally just PvE central, and saying otherwise is copium. Honestly. Like I get that everyone likes their own thing or whatever, but like, you know, you do a comparative Div 1 and it's like not close at all.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault
Like
to
it,
secure their
like I still remember
That's where you need
what
to
it
go.
was like to play those first few months of Div 1 and like basically, you know, come off of work. Back then I used to actually have like a full-time job, come off of work, play the game with the boys. Like literally like we'd have all my pro and ex-pro and like competitive H1Z1 friends that we all came over to H1, you know, to Division 1 with. Like we would all just be living in DZ 5 and 6, running routes up there.
Agent, take out their comms.
Like-
Can't call for more backup.
The kind of fights you get into, like going rogue. There's just, I don't know, this is cool shit. And then the different metas that emerged as like time went on. I think the Reclaimer stuff was probably the dumbest shit I've ever seen. But that first like 1.0 meta was actually pretty cool. You know, everyone kind of had pretty much the same thing. So like it was somewhat healthier.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for info.
Real questions. How do I find the prototype grind? I think the prototype grind is completely undercooked. Whoops. This one I don't need. Because, basically I have zero reason to play escalation because I don't need cores. I need exocomps because I care to have actual maxed out pieces, and they haven't provided a method for me to invest prototype cores into my existing prototype pieces so I can re-roll them and basically essentially re-upgrade the piece. Instead, by not giving us that, they make it so that you want to go and recraft a piece of gear
Of our defenses at the White House.
all the way to expertise 30 and then roll it to prototype, see if you get lucky. If not, delete it and go again, right? So essentially the economy of the game relies around exocomps and doesn't rely around the prototype cores. If your ultimate goal is to like have truly maxed out gear. And so like I literally haven't played escalation since the mode came out
The true son's
because I don't need cores, I need exocomps. And what's the best way to get exocomps? Well, 2 days ago that was, you know, farming like 6,000 keys and opening caches. After that, it's, you know, abusing deluxe back, which is pretty stupid, right? There's no good in-game way to farm exocomps. And they could either add that, or they can just make it so you can use your prototype cores, which is the better choice, and let you infinitely reroll and upgrade your existing items as many times as you want with an escalating prototype cost, just like the augment slot. And that would be healthier for the game, because then it's like, oh, you want prototype stuff? You're going to go farm escalation. You want to make your prototype stuff better? You're going to keep farming escalation, and that's that. That's just what you do. That's the new tier of gear, and that's just what you do, and that would be way healthier. If we go down the route of keeping it as is, then they got to give us at least like a way to like farm shitloads of exocomps. Otherwise, you're just going to have people endlessly abusing deluxe bag. And then of course there's the people who farmed even more exocomps with the bug last year than I did, and then they have like literal tens of thousands, so they don't have a problem with that.
That ordnance. Copy that.
But yeah, I think farming exocomps when you added a new tier of gear, I think that's a huge mistake, and I think the cleanest solution is let us re-roll our items. Okay, that's the biggest threat. Like the biggest problem with the game that I see with the game loops and the progression of like gear. As for the actual drop rate of escalation, people seem to be happy with the new drop rate,
National Bond.
so that seems fine.
Have infiltrated the building.
But I think the biggest issue is pretty much that, what I just said. It's, let's move away from this exocomps economy and let's move into prototype core economy. Because I literally have zero reason to play escalation, because I already have prototyped all my existing gear with the first, let's say, 10 to 20 cores that I've gotten, which doesn't take very long to get. I have like 100 cores in my inventory, but I have zero reason to invest them into my gear because the gear is not worth investing cores into if the cores are not maxed out. So it's pretty dumb.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the true sons have been doing.
Yeah, like in theory, if you're farming exos, it's like, and you want to play the game legitimately, you're probably better off just farming nothing but retaliation.
An analysis of our defenses at the White
Right,
House.
that's like through the actual gameplay method. And then maybe there's like some argument for like priority objectives. Now, if we compare that to deluxe pack abuse, I don't think there's any in-game method that beats deluxe pack abuse. Except for when I, you know, farmed infinite keys for 2 days. Right, outside of that, that one anomaly, like, yeah, there was just no good exo farm.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House.
And then, speaking of escalation that you just brought up, yeah, like, the whoever's responsible for spending tokens kind of gets dicked, so, like, it would be healthier for the game if, like, everyone had the same buy-in for tokens, so everyone has the same kind of responsibility. Everyone would have the same responsibility to contribute the same number of tokens, so everyone, you know, there's not one guy risking it all, it's everyone has to risk it.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need
Like so when I farmed like 6,000 total keys for the event this week, right, because of the bug, I opened them all up. I have like 240 extra Lexingtons saved in my stash. I was able, with the resources from those 6,000 keys, to upgrade like 20 Lexingtons to prototype, right, plus 30 expertise, and then prototyping them. And then I deleted pretty much all of them. Only like one gave me... One of them was like actually good enough to replace my existing one. So I basically gained only 7.5 weapon damage after opening 6,000 boxes, dude. Like, that's how bad it is for like the resource grind for like, the way things are set up.
Intercepted.
And that's because it's based on exotic components. If they just base it on prototype cores, then I don't need to go farm those boxes. I go play escalation literally every day for however long I want to until I get enough cores to put them in my gear. And then everyone's happier. Like, I'm playing the actual fucking game instead of shooting people in a manhole, and like, I get to play the real endgame of the game now, and like, that's that. But, right, the game's balance and economy drives my decisions. Like, so of course I was gonna farm the keys to try to get more comps. For farming keys these days, what I've heard is that people are doing some kind of like control point log in, log out thing. They kill the Ronin, they log out a control point that they control, they log in, some shit like that. I mean, you have to find like Reddit posts and what I'm talking about it, but it's something like that, but it's nowhere near as good as what it was at the start.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel.
So Nocturnal, how you doing?
Shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
But yeah, so going back to the Lexington discussion, right? I was saying this when the event started, that
At the White House.
with the way that upgrading a prototype works, it takes, you know, 45 exotic comps to get something at plus 30, plus some other resources. It takes only one core to upgrade that plus 30 into a prototype, and it's a 1% chance, so basically 1 in 100 chance that when you upgrade the prototype, that all 3 stats are maxed out on the gun. Right, so I was saying, like, okay, I need to have at least 100 Lexingtons and probably like 4,500 exo comps just to, like, you know, on average to hit that perfect Lex, just to have it. Did that over 20 times so far and I haven't hit it yet. Yeah, we still have triple XP for the next however many levels. Let's see. Another 448 levels. So we'll get to pretty much almost 9,800.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Yeah, I had like maybe like 300 to 500 exo comps saved up in case I wanted to plus 30 anything else. Then the protest stuff came out and it completely drained my bank account. And then there's no good way to farm them, so like, that's the bottleneck. And I think it's such a simple thing to address. I think it's such a simple thing to address because
Vital signs critical.
you want people to play the new mode
Hostile
instead of
radio
like, I don't know, farming an exploit, right? So
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance.
simple solution is allow players to invest,
They repurposed the bank's vault to secure
you know,
their
same
weapons.
number of cores into re-upgrading their item as they did, you know, re-rolling their augment, right? Same idea. That way I get to upgrade my Habsburg unicorn pieces over and over again, and hopefully those get maxed out, because, you know, there's no way in hell I'm ever going to get another one of those. Like, that's like a 1 in like 4,000 chance item.
At National Bond,
I'm good on that, bro.
agents have
I'm good on
infiltrated the
that.
building. Copy that. Reinforcements.
I would prefer that. It's better for the game, and it's better for the unicorn stuff in the game that no one wants to reform. We're 45 down the bin, yep. I've probably made at least like 1.3 to 1.5k exotic components vanish in like the last like 3 days. And basically got nothing out of it, so. Pretty gross.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
No, I'm not talking about guarantees. If they're gonna make it so like getting an augment is RNG with the rerolling, I like that's fine. If they want it to be like that, that's fine. Like whatever. I'm not talking about guarantees. I'm talking about like just having the opportunity to be able to reroll in the first place justifies that like treadmill of playing escalation.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons
And yeah, if we could use watch points for exotic comps, like, I would be cool with that too. That would probably help people. I know it would help me gamble some.
info to shore up our defenses.
That'd be cool.
Good work.
Yeah, that's like... That's also another thing. It's like, we've been on the same economy for like 6 years. We kind of need to leave this tier of resource behind, and as far as prototype goes, and just like have it be devoted to like that one resource instead. It's like not playing escalation and having to go farm exotic comps is what I have to do if I want to progress my gear the way I want to progress my gear. Because the other systems in place just don't support what I want to do. Like that's how they want to leave it. Like that's fine. I'll, you know, farm my exo comps, but it's, I don't think it's a very good look for the game. Basically optimally farm something by not playing the game, but by like, you know, logging in, logging out.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
The thing about,
Sounds like they
so specifically the same about like, you know, streamers or content creators quitting the game is that like people come and go. I don't play this game every day, but I've covered every update this franchise has ever seen on stream, and like if all you do is do nothing but Division all the time, I don't know how those people had the mental fortitude to stick around as long as they did.
Agents have infiltrated the
So honestly, they just need that break anyway.
reinforcements.
It's like I play this game, I achieve my goals, and then I move on to another game. I play a lot of variety games on the stream. I don't just play Division, but you will see me pretty much playing Division on stream every single time there's like something going on that like I want to check out. Especially like when Div 3 comes, like I'll, you know, have to main the game for however long it takes until I'm satisfied with where I'm at in the end game, or if like, you know, there's a raid to prep for or whatever, right? Like if that stuff happens, that's how I am. But with this game being the way it is, you know, last couple of years, it's like I just play this game
Agent, check that computer for intel.
for how the seasonal system worked. I'd be playing the game for like usually day 1 of a season, then like the end of a season, and do the entire manhunt and unlock whatever this new thing there is to unlock, and they usually call it a day. Or maybe I'll do like 3 days where it's like, you know, day 1 plus like the seasonal XP event plus like whenever the manhunt's available. Because it's all time gated, so like why would I do my scouts every week when I could just wait until the end to do the ones that matter, or to do them during like an XP event when I get more bang for my you get more bang for my buck, right? Like just stack all the benefits together.
Good work.
Plus that also allows me to go play other games and experience other things in the games that just have more content. So it's way healthier to be variety than is to try to like main this game for 8 to 12 hours a day in its current state. Unless you're new, or if you're new, you got plenty of shit to do, you like the game, you play the game.
Reach the entrance.
But when you're pure update to update, like some of the other guys, it's like, I don't know how the hell they kept themselves interested. relatively easy to achieve all your goals gear-wise in this game. Except for, like, you know, purely maxed out prototype without a heavy influx of exocomps or sheer luck or an absurd amount of exploiting a year ago when you could get like 1,000 exocomps from a cache.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
That's just how it goes.
That's where you need to go.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take
Yeah.
out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
If they implement a way to let us re-upgrade our existing items over and over again at prototype with more prototype cores, that would be by far the healthiest decision they could make to improve the system. That, and also, like, I don't really understand why they made it so that you can't recalibrate the talents on items that when they were able to be recalibrated before they were upgraded.
Terminal detected.
Like, maybe because the item is actually, like, brand new? But, like, I wish they were able to, like, preserve that state of, like... There are certain items that I have where... Right, you farm, let's say, a chest piece, and you look for a raw drop that is, like, you know, weapon damage, crit chance, crit damage, and then the talent's rerollable so that as the game progresses and some new talents get added, you're like, oh, I'll just change this one. Boom, I got the same brand set, I'm good to go.
Entering safe
I don't know why it's like that. They say something about every season we lose cores. There's no way this game's doing that. I've never heard about that. There's no way this game would be like that.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defense.
What's up with that pistol? This is a headshot build, yeah. This is a headhunter pistol build. So headhunter, determined, turmoil. Those are the 3 core talents
That intel you picked up was an
that
analysis
facilitate
of our
like the
defenses
one-shotting
at
and
the
the
White House. True
one
Sons
shot, 2
identified
bullets,
several
or sorry,
vulnerable
one bullet, 2
areas.
kills.
Info to shore up our
Okay.
defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the
No,
entrance.
there's no way that we lose cores every season or something in this game. That would make no sense. Yeah, the headhunter build, it's for pistols, rifles, and sniper rifles. They all pretty much work the same way. It's all about having a weapon that hits really hard per bullet, right? And then scaling that weapon damage up as high as you can, plus the headshot, plus
Hostile radio
Headhunter.
intercepted.
Same
Secure the
idea.
vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance.
guns that hit really hard per bullet.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
Pistols are usually more for like solo play. Rifles generally better for, you know, group play overall, and then the sniper rifle version is like able to scale the highest if that level of damage is needed, but none of them can do tier 10
Division
escalation.
agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
This mission no longer has a weekly lockout, yeah, so you can rerun this thing as much as you want, which is why it's like this is pretty much like one of the most efficient solo XP farms in the game, which is why I'm just gonna be sitting here for a while getting my levels up while I'm yapping about whatever we're yapping about in chat.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
This is a classified assignment. It's called National Bond Armory. It's like the blue, well, it used to be blue on the map. It's like a little compass icon northeast of the White House. You have to have bought the year 1 pass, I think, to have this. Am I mistaken? But yeah, it's this guy right up here.
Agent, it looks like the True Sons.
It's pretty much like the go-to XP farm in the game. Profit? No, profit is terrible. Because perfect determined is bugged. Well, perfect determined works as intended, which is the not good working version of determined. You want a harvest pistol with determined, because regular determined's bugged and better for this kind of loadout. Determined's been bugged in the game for a couple of years. It's like the only instance where the regular talent's better than the perfect talent. It's been like that for a while. Pretty annoying, honestly. That's how it is. This build I even have on right now has the most bugged interactions of like any build in the game. A harvest prototype better than a regulus? Probably, yeah. The base damage of a harvest is like really high. It's like very comparable to regulus, except that you get the roll determined on this thing, and it's like a high end. And
We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their
yeah, perfect doesn't trigger itself, but the regular one can, and that interaction is what's bugged with determined in the first place. Been the case like that for the last couple of years, and it's one of the two bugged interactions that this build has. The other one being turmoil.
At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
All 3 rolls on harvest prototype,
Take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
or on Lexington. What are you talking about? See, the reason why I hate determined being in the game is because like it trivializes gunplay a lot and takes away from the kind of like the ceiling of like how fun it is to like, you know, actually hit your headshots properly. Also, the game's enemy design is really annoying, so like determined actually outperforms a regular, like let's say regulus loadout, because there's enemies that have helmets in the game, right? And with turmoil and determined, it's like it lets you shoot the guy that doesn't have a helmet next to the guy that does have a helmet, and then the damage splits and one-shots both of them, and you're bypassing this shitty enemy design, so it's like 2 dudes getting headshotted instead of 1 without having to kill the helmet in the first place. You know, if you haven't heard my sub alert before, right, like,
Good work, agent.
you know, I'm the guy that shoots things in the head in this game. That's just what I do, and like, I swear to God, they designed so many enemies in this game that just don't have heads, so like headshot builds in general are just like devalued. Like it works here because like there's no real helmet enemies, but like, you know, when you have Black Tusk, you have the dogs and Chunguses and all this other shit. And it's just like, you know, if I can just play with my Regulus and Headhunter, like I just want to like, you know, tap heads and chain kill properly. That's like the most satisfying gunplay I could have in this game. Enemy design prevents it, so then like I was just going back to go play a crit build with Striker. I get countered by helmets and headless enemies all the time. That's why I think like headshot damage in this game is like stupid. Like they should basically, I mean it's probably like a Div 3 thing, but like if they could turn headshot damage into like a, I don't know, precision damage stat, which works on, you know, it should apply to
Secure the vault.
these weak points. They should apply to the heads, should apply to the helmets, should apply to like, enemies should be designed to have like some kind of spot that you should want to shoot for.
So that's where you need to go.
Because crit just works all the time no matter what the hell you're shooting at. So it's like why balance is always skewed in favor of crit. Like overwhelmingly so. Catch him is not possible. Now you can catch up. Because, like, think of it this way, right? He's level 31, so he's got to get to level 40. He's got to get his Shade Watch to like 1,000 at some point, and he's got to get his expertise up to 30 at some point. And then that's like the ceiling that matters. Then there's the prototype part, which is just like later. It's not a big deal. But I mean, if you're level 31, I mean, just play the game, just finish the story, and you know, enjoy your first playthrough, right? It's when you're level 40 and have already basically done all your story content, where it's like, okay, now let's like actually start working on our builds, and that's where you start doing like things like countdown and retaliation to get to sleep farm all the gear you need.
Some light on what the true sons have been doing here.
And then when I say at some point, it's like when somebody's new, what they gotta do is, what you're gonna want to do as a new person in this game especially is, you know, peep the events timeline in the game, and you know, take advantage of all these things, right? So like for the next 3 days you get more XP. So get to level 40, and like if you don't have any shade levels, guess what? You can get like 1,000 shade levels at triple XP gain. So with like a good 10 hours of farming the mission I'm farming right now, if you're quick with it, you'll have 1,000 levels, which is a lot of stats. Right? These different events are like huge for catching up. Like this one happened 10 days ago. This one's good for getting your expertise stuff up. I know somebody who basically didn't have any expertise, and then he went all the way to 30 in like a weekend, grinding the hell out of this. Right? Because these are huge catch-ups. So those events are pretty much like the lifeblood of like catching up if you're like super fresh, super far behind, but want like a efficient way of like getting caught up with the vertical progression of the game.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The true sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter.
And back in 2021, early 2021, back when this game was going to be put on ice and we knew the Fallout Manhunt was going to be the last thing added to the game before, it was pretty much just going to play the same manhunts on like a repeat that year. I did a 0 hero playthrough on a fresh account. So I bought like a second account, and I did like level 1 through 40, and then I did like shade rank 1 through 1000, and then I stole legendary strongholds and all that stuff, right? Within like basically 100 hours played. I could probably do that same process, maybe even like half the time these days with like XP events and with like everything else. Now it's still have to farm expertise, so if like I lined it up properly, like, you know, knowing what I know and then like lining it up with the events, like I can not only be, you know, endgame level 40 with 1,000 shade, I could also be probably heavily progressed on expertise, if not maxed out on it if I did it during an event.
We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
I need one tap with a pistol, headhunter.
Waiting backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call.
Headhunter is pretty much like the talent that you gotta have on your chest for single shot weapons to scale up with a headshot build. And then everything you do in your build afterwards is basically like, you know, stack weapon damage, stack headshot damage, and pick whatever other talents you want to support it with. But the core reason why the damage scales is headhunter talent, with a lot of weapon damage and headshot damage.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the true sons have been doing here.
And this talent's only compatible with hard-hitting single-shot weapons, so like, you know, basically pistols, rifles, and sniper rifles. You generally want to pick the weapon of those classes that hits the hardest per bullet, and then you can scale it up. You're a skill enjoyer, I gotcha. I hate skills in this game. I wish they were more interesting to use. I because of the build system and the, you know, the simplicity of it and everything, I basically say my favorite crayon color is red. I would use skills if I thought they were interesting, because like I think the gameplay of it is not smooth enough. I play a lot of other games on my stream and like different genres, right? And like, let's see, like, what's a comparison? Like, let's say we're playing an MMO. It's like I'm playing like a mage, right? Like I'm trying to fucking shoot cool ass like meteors and abilities out and stuff, like, while I'm also moving and stuff. In this game, it's like, here's a drone. All right, throwing a turret out, and now I'm watching them do stuff. Like, I want to be more active than that.
You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
But yeah, this game, traditionally speaking, as you push into endgame, is essentially you're gonna want to go into like, you know, gun builds, red builds, and the people playing yellow builds are typically not killing stuff. They're typically gonna be the ones supporting the team and them killing stuff. So like healing and or crowd control and or like say oxidizer.
We can't afford to
Those are like the
lose
big
that
three
ordinance.
categories.
Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like
But then there's also the refractor set. So like if you're doing turret drone, then
that's where you need to go.
you know you can do some skill damage and you can heal your team. So that kind of works out too if you're playing in groups. Why is in Dodge City now? Because I just came out this the whole time.
We need backup. At National Bond, division agents.
At this point, I pretty much just keep overdogs on like every single build. It's like way too good. It takes 0 effort to use overdogs, and you just have like crazy damage. I think in terms of exotics that are actually fun to play with, I think Centurion Holster's probably my favorite. Like, exotic earpiece. I played with that last year a lot, and I had a lot of fun with it. Because it's basically like it encourages a lot of weapon swapping. Get like a couple of buffs going on the same gun.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed
I
some
think that
light
was
on
pretty
what
fun.
your sons have been doing here.
For gadgets, especially when you're new, always go Reviver Hive. Just put that in your second slot. And then like to start off with, like shield plus Reviver Hive is a good way to start the game and learn it. And then eventually, like let's say you did Worlds in New York, you should unlock something called Decoy, and Decoy is generally a better thing to replace a shield with.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our
That way you're not
defenses at the
stuck
White
just
House.
using a shield and feeling kind of stationary. Plus your shield's usually kind of like paper anyways when you're full red build. But the decoy is basically just gonna like, you know, it's gonna pull a threat. The other mobs are usually gonna shoot it if you place it properly.
Analysis of our defenses at the
So
White
then you
House.
can like,
True Sons identified
you know, you're just
several
generating
vulnerable
survivability
areas
for yourself by not being the focus,
Use this info to shore up
the
our
target
defenses.
focus of like the enemies.
Good work, Agent.
But yeah, Reviver Hive is just like always good. It's just nice. Like it gets a little sloppy, you play a little too aggressive, you get caught by a flank or whatever, and then you have a second life, right? That's what Reviver Hive is for, typically. So that's always gonna be my recommendation. Anyway, it's like, especially people that are new and haven't like, you know, haven't played enough to feel like, you know, incredibly comfortable with whatever build they're playing, or like, you know, their own gunplay, their positioning, because that's ultimately what this game comes down to. Eventually you're gonna have a maxed out build, and like eventually it just comes down to your own understanding of the mission you're playing, or the content you're playing, what enemy faction you're fighting, like how are you gonna fight them,
Can't afford to lose that
are you
ordinance.
playing aggressive enough.
Copy that.
I always tell people this,
Sounds like they repurposed the base.
in a cover-based shooter like this,
So that's where you need
the cover is not really for you, it's for the bots. There's a lot of people who have the assumption that they have to put their ass in cover. But like you really don't. And the reason you can get away with that is a combination of you being able to kill things really fast and
We need backup. At
you
National
playing
Bond,
around cover, not like physically in the cover, but like around it.
reinforcements.
Just depends on like what difficulty you're playing on, or like how hard things are, right?
and call
Because
for more backup.
like one example I have to always give is that, you know, if I use the in-cover system and then I use this, like my body is exposed by, you know, a good percentage out to, you know, peek out of this cover. But if I don't peek, you know, if I don't use the cover system but I still, you know, hug the wall, then it's just like my arm there, right? And my gun. It's like one example of like why I just don't bother the cover system. The only conditions where I would use cover is like if I am, because we can't crouch in the game, like I need to like, you know, physically lower my body and not get shot. Or like let's say somebody in my team has like a buff or something that it's making my character stronger because I've touched the cover, then like of course I'll touch the cover, right? Like for the most part, I look at cover as something that it's for the bots, not for the player.
Active terminal
And
detected.
that's universally how I've played both Division games since the beginning.
Here for intel. Not just the message which True Sons have been doing here.
Agent down.
Why are my classified assignments not going on cooldown? They removed the cooldown, I think this week or something. So these are now like legitimately farmable. They no longer have a weekly lockout.
And intel you picked up was an analysis
And you don't have
of
to
our
have some
defenses.
like weird workaround to like reset them. You just play it. You just play it. That's why they're all gray on the map. They used to all be blue on the map when they were available, but like
Safe area detected.
when they're gray, that doesn't mean they're on cooldown anymore. They're just there. They still function as fast travels and they're infinitely accessible.
And intel you picked up was An intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. And True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Hiding back here.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
Sweetie's backup. At National Bond.
We got a usable prototype drop from escalation.
Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Usable.
Agent, take out their comms.
I mean, is like, are the stats maxed or? What kind of build is this? This is a headhunter pistol build. Headhunter is like the only chest talent in the game that's worth using with like headshot damage in the game, and it's what lets you scale your damage numbers up to be like essentially one-shotting stuff. Only works with you know, hard-hitting semi-auto weapons, so pistol, rifle, sniper. I haven't made any up-to-date build guides of like what I run in this game for the past like 6 years, but that's something I'm gonna change probably by the time the what's it called? Probably by the time the summer DLC comes out. That's the plan, anyways. I just want to look into. I want to look into the damage that all the weapons do, like you know, like the damage charts and stuff. Go do some spreadsheet magic at some point and revisit all that, because I used to do that before. Survivors, I don't expect Survivors to come out this summer. I would expect it to come out probably, if they want to respect the anniversary of Survival in Division 1, it would probably come out like November of this year. That would be like the 10-year anniversary of Survival. That's my prediction. We know there's supposed to be some kind of paid DLC this summer and an incursion, so that's cool. And we know they're working on Survivors, and then we know that there's supposed to be, well, like a summer game fest or something, which I would imagine would promote the game and its DLC and survival or something as well. So that's what I am predicting.
Sounds like they repurposed the bank's
I wonder if it'll line up
vault
with what they're gonna do. I have no idea.
So that's where you need to go.
But if it was up to me, that's what I would do, because I would be like lined up with how things were in Division 1, and it would kind of make sense that if you're going to do survival all over again, that you can hopefully target the release window for survival as like a, you know, if there's supposed to be snow, you target like a, you know, like a winter launch, and also like the anniversary date of when you launched survival on the other game 10 years ago. So that makes the most sense to me.
Active terminal detected.
Gunner spec? No, I almost never use gunner spec unless I use LMGs. I typically always use firewall.
Vital signs critical.
The reason I use firewalls, the health on kill is actually really strong in PvE. This game has a little thing called one-shot protection. You might be familiar with it. You know, every single time that you're about to die, you hear that little sound. That's your one-shot protection kicking in, right? Where you're like at 1 HP, and you don't take damage for a little bit. And one-shot protection is a big part of, and managing it is a big part of playing aggressively in this game in PvE and being more successful. So the idea is that, you know, you get down to 1 HP, but then you have the health on kill from firewalls, so now like you're getting to max HP, like going back to your full HP faster, which then triggers the cooldown of one-shot protection. Like it starts counting down pretty much as soon as like you're at full HP and haven't lost more HP for like, let's say, I don't know, 30 seconds or something. I don't know the exact number, but that's basically the theory behind it. That it helps with your one-shot protection, and then it has very noticeable, tangible benefits in PvE overall, because you're getting your OSP back. So I use it pretty much all the time. Also, when you're playing in a group, another benefit of firewall is when you play in a group and you like to play aggressive and get closer to the enemies, your entire team basically does like 10% more amp damage, everything around you. That's another benefit. It's like the special perk the class has.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
Whereas with Gunner, it's like everyone just gets more ammo back or something. So like the Gunner team perk kind of sucks, but the Firewall team perk's really good. And the armor kits in the class are really good too. Right, like let's say you get low, you pop an armor kit, you have like a lot of incoming armor and health regen from the armor kits, so now you can like be more aggressive and effectively trade with mobs. It's got a lot of strengths. And then if you feel like using a shield, then like you have the best DPS shield in the game because you have the striker shield, right? So
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
yeah, Firewall's a really stacked kit. It definitely favors aggressive play, and it's awesome. I wish they would revisit all the special editions in this game, because like they're definitely dated in their design. There's stuff about it that needs to be reworked and changed to be more interesting. Like special edition weapons, like why are they not just exotics? Like they're more exotic than exotics are. Then like every single one of them is like, here, pick your 3 favorite weapon classes to have plus 15 weapon damage on. It's like, why not just give every weapon that you have to every class plus 15 weapon damage and call it a day? Because we might have 3 weapons chosen for one build, and then we have to go back to the base of ops and change it for that same spec on another build, and that's annoying.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Killer on Lexington for prototypes? Yeah. That's the first one to have them maxed out, because I play solo so much. You thought these missions are a weekly lockout? They aren't anymore. They changed that recently. No more lockout. They nerfed the XP a little bit, but no more lockout. Even if it's nerfed, it's still like pretty much one of the most efficient XP farms in the game, so.
Hostile radio intercepted.
No more lockout. Pretty good.
We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
I don't have any up-to-date build guides on YouTube or anything, but this is just Headhunter with a pistol.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Let's just find out what the True Sons have been doing here.
I'm definitely slacking when it comes to making guide content for this game, but that's where like,
That intel you picked up was an
you know,
analysis.
I usually play the game, I grind, and like at some point I'm just like, man, the busy work of explaining my builds ends up kind of like getting to me.
Safe area detected.
So I don't really make build guides very often. What's up, Betty? How you doing?
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
Did I get the perfect lax?
Area
No.
locked down.
So
Need to breach the entrance.
I farmed basically like 6,000 keys this week because of the bug or whatnot, right? Out of those 6,000 keys, I basically got enough resources to try to roll Lexington like 20 times. Out of those 20 Lexingtons, I only got to keep one that had 2 stat rolls that were perfect instead of 1. So I effectively gained
Hostile radio.
a whopping 7.5 weapon damage on my Lexington, and that was it. That's out of 6,000 keys, that was the net gain.
Bank's vault to secure their weapons.
Basically everything I got from that
That's where
shit.
you need to go.
Like, that's how, you know, obviously unlucky I was, but it's like, it essentially only afforded me about, you know, 20 lottery ticket attempts. We didn't hit the jackpot. What's a perfect Lex? Oh, just having all 3 stat bars maxed out. Like, you know, like when you get a regular Lex, how like all 3 bars are maxed out at the high end mark? When you go prototype, you have a 100% chance that one stat is maxed out to the new prototype max. Right, so, right, these bars, you know, a normal high end one would have all 3 bars maxed out. This would be a 15, 21, and a 10. But then when you upgrade to prototype, if it's expertise 30, you upgrade to the prototype and you get one of these 3 always is going to be maxed out. Then if you have hit the 5% chance, you'll get 2 of these to be maxed out. And then if you're really lucky with the 1% chance, you get all 3 maxed out. So I rolled like at least 20 of them and only got this one. So I basically just gained 7.5 weapon damage because I already had this before. That was it. Right, so I didn't hit the 1%. I didn't hit the I hit the 5% chance. I didn't hit the 1% chance. And that's after like 20 attempts. And that's just how it's gonna be. If I want to roll another like 80 of them, I'm gonna need what is that? Like another 3,600 exotic components? Yeah. I'm gonna need another 3,600 exotic components to be able to upgrade, or to afford the upgrade of, you know, up to like 80 Lexes to plus 30. Just so I can attempt that again, right? I haven't gotten a single item to go perfect on any of my prototype stuff yet. So that's how it is. And the only way you win in an RNG environment like this is brute force. So you have to like think about like all the resources and the most efficient way to obtain them all, and like that's that. Either you get it or you don't. 50-50. We're just rolling heads every time instead of tails. But that's why, like, I ranted about this earlier too, is that the economy of this game sucks. Basically, there's no actual good, legitimate way to farm exocomps in the game in its current state. And it would be healthier for the game if they just make it so you can farm prototype cores to reroll prototype items and not recraft or whatever to make plus 30s all the time, because that's just stupid.
Good work, Agent.
Simple solution would instantly drive way more actual real gameplay in the game instead of doing like deluxe backup use or whatever else there is for exos.
True Sons have this area locked down.
If you have gear that, you know, you consider perfect for your build and you've expertise it to 30, then there's no penalty or anything. There's no reason not to like, you know, upgrade the prototype if that's what you want to use. You don't lose anything by prototyping something. You only stand to gain stuff. It's just that if you're chasing perfectly statted prototype pieces, that's where it's like,
Serious trauma.
you know, depending on what item it is in the current version of the game, it's like you need to obtain, you know, multiple copies of that same item now to try to chase like a perfectly prototyped one. And like, I'm not opposed to a grind, but I think the current economy of the game facilitates kind of stupid gameplay. Like, you want people to play escalation, just make it so that the more cores that they farm, the more they can invest in gear, and that's cool.
Intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't
Exocomp situation is not
Copy that.
healthy.
Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
Yeah, like I've prototyped all my, for the most part, I've prototyped all my builds that I actually use. But that's not a single piece is perfect. So I'd have to go and, you know, recraft and refarm God knows how many materials to gain the opportunity to hit more gambles.
At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
And it's not realistic to expect to get like actual God roll prototype pieces as a drop, so like
More backup.
farming escalation when it's like, let's say striker target loot, for me wouldn't matter. We're going down the route of upgrading.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here. That intel you picked up was... That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses... in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defense.
Yeah, it's weird that you can't upgrade your exotics to prototype. You think it would be the same as anything else. I don't know if why they hesitated or if like they just didn't implement the code in time or something.
Use this info to shore up our defenses.
But it's a little weird that exotics don't have a prototype upgrade, because it's like,
True Sons have this area
it's just their
locked
base
down.
stats going up.
You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Why is that a problem? Is it just because like they implement exotics differently than like regular gear? Got it. Probably some weird like code thing. Complete a prod to reroll your item. I mean, with the way to design the ability to reroll your augment infinitely until you get
Hostile
the one you
radio
want, they should do that same thing for re-upgrading the
The
item.
vault.
it adheres to the design that they're going for, which is, you know, play escalation, grind the cores, and slam them, and that's it.
So that's where you need to
It's on the RNG side of things, and there's nothing deterministic about it, but I prefer that because at least it just drives more people to play escalation in the first place. It justifies farming it on a consistent basis until you basically just inevitably get what you want from investing your cores. It also,
At National Bond,
especially for unicorn items, right?
traded the building.
If you guys are aware of unicorn items like, you know, the Habsburg Headhunter chest and Habsburg Vigilance backpack, you know that like it's like a 1 in a couple thousand chance to even get an item like that, right, for a sniper build. And I'm upgrading both of those, and I would like to be able to keep investing cores into them because there's no way in hell I'm gonna like recraft those items. You know, I'll live with the fact that they both rolled weapon damage, thankfully, which is a more important stat in a headshot build. But like, I would like to be able to just farm escalation as much as and as long as it takes to get the cores that I need to max the stuff out. Which just makes sense. That's how the system's designed. It's all RNG, right? So if you can put however many cores it takes to get lucky on getting the augment, then I don't see why you can't also do the same thing for re-upgrading the item and hitting the 1% chance for max stat bars. Just it seems logical to me. Can't bypass the system any other way. You gotta go play escalation, and that's that.
That was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The truth.
And then eventually they'll hopefully let us do the same thing with exotics.
We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
How do you want to play this? I'll finish that.
And we have to start our combo. The downside of not starting your combo off at the start is like you just feel like, okay, there we go. Now, the only reason the body shot's a one shot is because it determines. It's basically
Radio intercepted.
bugged, so basically like
Secure the vault. We can't afford
determine with Headhunter makes it so that after you got your first headshot kill that like you can infinitely chain body shots and still one shot people as if you headshotted them, which is like the stupid interaction with it. It devalues the skill and actually using the talent, but it's obviously more efficient, so like even like right there, it's like I shot the box and I killed another guy because Turmoil split the damage over to somebody else, and that part is also bugged.
infiltrated the building. Copy that.
It's just like one of the strongest, but also
Agent, take out their comms so they can't call
most
for
bugged
backup.
builds in the game. A road to 10k, yeah, it's more like road to like 9800, and then like the last little bit will just be playing whatever else. Alright, because I got a triple XP for every shade level until pretty much 9800 with how the event works. Alright, 1000 levels this week,
Active terminal.
and I'm doing the levels because I need the material.
Check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Kind of complicated. I mean, it's just Headhunter, Determined, Turmoil. Those are like the 3 talents that cause this.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our
Turmoil comes from the event caches. The pistol I have comes from the event caches. And Headhunter, you can just farm that in like Countdown or something. And there's basically 3 versions of this build too. It's like you use pistols, you can use rifles, you can use snipers. They all pretty much prioritize the exact same thing, because when you play a Headhunter build, you're always stacking weapon damage and headshot damage, so that just,
We can use
you know,
this info to shore up
you
our
pick and
defenses.
choose which
Good work, Agent.
pieces you want to use for maximizing those 2 stats for whatever weapon class you pick, and then the talents just do all the heavy lifting after that.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Serious trauma
Not the last one.
detected. Hostile radio intercepted.
Lanterns, we did all lanterns yesterday.
We can't afford to lose that ordnance.
Probably like 6 hours into yesterday's VOD.
Sounds like the
After I opened all those caches that took way too long to open.
That's where you need to go.
Yeah, I think I did all the caches, and I opened all the, did all lanterns, and then I started doing a little bit of this before I was like, let me just call it and go to sleep and do it tomorrow. So that was yesterday's stream.
Backup at National Bond.
If you're looking for lanterns, there should be like plenty of maps floating around of people who have already
Damn it. Agent,
found
take
all
out their
40 and
comms
just like shared
and
them.
call for more backup.
What's up, Killer? How you doing, man?
Terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Not coming out. That guy's not coming out. Come on, buddy. Okay. Looks like I'm playing easy mode. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Like, we're so strong in this game that regular content kind of gets blasted when you're maxed out. You were bugged at 3840. Wait, what was both your lanterns?
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White... perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses.
I have absolutely no idea what you said in Russian. But feel free to retype it in English if you can, please.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to
What do you get for
shore
all the
up our
lanterns?
defenses.
It's a
Good work, Agent.
combination and a patch.
True Sons have this area locked down.
It also kind of triggers the Ronin dudes to spawn pretty much between like, or the Kitsu, whatever the hell they're called. Right there, it spawns the event mobs pretty much in between lanterns. So like the way that works is like you find a lantern and you press it. If you can't press it, you gotta like kill a squad.
Immediate medical assistance.
Rinse repeat and all 40 are done.
Agent incapacitated. Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
We need backup at National Bond. Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Grab it. Why am I farming the same mission? This mission is pretty much one of the most efficient XP farms in the game. So I'm running it until my shade rank hits like about 9,800, because that's when I'll complete this event. Right, this week there's like a, not that one, this one. This week there's a triple XP event that lasts until like the next 3 days or until you hit 1,000 levels. So we got 350 levels to go. And I get like 4.5 levels a run, basically. You think raids need matchmaking? No. What raids need in this game, and this is a feature that pretty much every self-respecting MMO-ish game has, is they need a party finder, right? When people ask for matchmaking for raids in this game, they're really just asking for an in-game way to find a group, right? The only way you find a group in this game is you press the little button that says, you know, matchmaking, and you just get thrown into a group. But that's not acceptable for how raids work or how incursions really work, because of the, I mean, incursions are simpler. But because of the way the, like, you know, how much communication is required and coordination is required amongst teammates, right? So the solution there is a party finder, and the reason that would be a solution is because you do have an interface in-game to find people, and then in that same interface you'd be able to, like, you know, make a post that says, like, hey, I'm looking for a support player in, like, you know, 6 DPS or something, and, like, you host a lobby, people apply to the group in real time or whatever. Maybe you say like you want people there English only or have mic or whatever, and that kind of alleviates the communication problems that you would otherwise have with matchmaking, because with matchmaking you just have any random person pretty much anywhere in the world, right? When you think about matchmaking in the US, for the most part you just get English speakers, but like let's say you're like playing from Europe, you probably have like, you know, Russian teammates, you probably have like people VPN in from China or something, you know, like it gets more complicated over there if they don't speak English. And comms are like a pretty big part of raiding in general, so that's how that content works, and that's kind of why you want to have a party finder in game. It's something that this game been like desperately in need of having, because like the raid culture of this game sucks. It's pretty much just like there's the 2 raids, there hasn't been anything since, and then like you'll be like, oh, I'm never gonna do a raid because I can't matchmake for it, and really they're asking for a party finder. And the game needs to facilitate that and not just have everyone rely on Discord, even though like that's basically how all this raid in this current day and age. But yeah, like the raids are dated. They're gonna like apparently like do a refresh of the rewards of the raids at some point, which I guess means that they're gonna repurpose them to get people to play them for other exclusive stuff. But they hopefully they have the foresight of like adding some kind of a party finder at some point, because it's kind of a big part. It's kind of like how like we're getting cross play finally at some point, like maybe around the summer. Long overdue. The same can be said about cross save, and the same can be said about a party finder. There's like a lot of like infrastructure related things that this game doesn't have that it should, considering the type of gameplay it has. They do have a lot of things they can work on with this game. Not only accommodate the newest stuff they have in the game, but like even older stuff.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
And they said they even have like a PvP guy now working on like, you know, PvP stuff finally. It's like, oh man, best of luck, because like the foundation of this game, the PvP is kind of rough. No cross saves give you play on Xbox on PC from Xbox. I mean, if you time your Switch with like when the good events are kicking in, it won't be too hard to catch up. Unless you have like, you know, tens of thousands of exocomps saved up on your account there, and then I understand. Talking about like, you know, normal progression, it's like level 40, hit Shade 1000, XP's 30. XP's 30 being like the hardest part of that grind. Then when you get trivialized if you did it on during an event.
take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Like farming for actual like god rolled like regular pieces isn't too hard in this game. That's pretty trivialized compared to what it was like 6 years ago. Alright, we have these different generous events. They're game modes, right? Like you got countdown, you got retaliation.
Agent, check that computer for info. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
You got countdown, you got retaliation, you have XP events, all that stuff. Do you think we'll see another raid in Div 2? I don't know. If at this point in this game's life cycle, probably not. I would like to see this game have better raid culture though. And I hope they do it for Div 3. I would like to have seen, you know, in a different timeline. If we live in a different timeline, I would like to have seen a raid every year, an expansion every year, like. But we're not that timeline. Because raiding is basically the peak of content for PvE for a game like this, and it's like the most fun you're gonna have if you're super engaged with this game to play it, you know, day one raids and like get your people together and go through something that no one really knows how to do yet. Because day one raiding is really fun. It's like a huge motivator for me and other people like me. And you only get to experience that one time when the raid is new. After that, once you know how to do the raid, then it's just like a routine homework kind of thing. But it's pretty much supposed to be content that like is, you know,
Hostile radio intercepted.
tuned for
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose
people like
that
maxed out
order.
builds and like, you know, different roles and like strategies and like other things you have to do, that the gameplay that basically doesn't happen anywhere else in the game.
That's where you need to go.
Right, there's more gameplay, there's more depth to it. Especially if like you start to like get into like raid speed running, which is even more fun. If the raid has a healthy meta.
Infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Archie, thanks man. Yeah, I'm for anyone who doesn't know my background, not only have I covered the Division franchise on stream for like the past like 10 years, but I play other games too, and like I used to be a pro PUBG player for like a year. Also when Div 2 was newer.
Check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on
Like
what
one of
the
my
True Sons
sub
have been doing
alerts is one of the devs from this game. It was like a literal quote on one of their Sid the Game streams, like literally talking about me. If you're not hitting solid headshots and melting fools, like it has something to do with like the new skills or whatever they were reworking in that summer of like 2019. I don't know if I have the clip anywhere, but yeah, I'm the guy that shoots for the head. That's what I've always done in Division games. Always had like headshot builds. Because it's just what you do in a shooter, man. Just aim at the head. But this game also, in this particular build I'm playing, I was like, this build I don't actually have to try to hit every single headshot. It's I can hit a body shot and it still counts as a headshot in this build. It's not the gifted sub one, but hey, not the same with the gifted sub. Appreciate it. And another little fun fact about my history is that I've streamed on Twitch for like 10 years now, right? Going on 11. When I started, I played H1Z1 Battle Royale, and then I came to Division 1, and then in 2017 we went to PUBG. You know, after 2016 being like pretty much all Div 1, and then it's just funny because like, you know, my aim was already pretty much warmed up from shooting all the bots, right? So like the way that these games kind of work for me is that when you pretty much always play gun builds and you always just kind of like, you know, PV to shoot people or whatever, like your aim just kind of like naturally is going to get kind of like at least better and better, at least in the context of the game that you're playing, right? So
Hostile radio intercepted.
you know, you play like enough hours of Division, and like honestly I treat this game as an aim trainer.
Lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like to repurpose the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
The alerts of like, will you carry me, bro? I think like there's two alerts. It's like a new sub I think gets the headshot one, and like the returning sub gets the carry me, bro one. I think it's one of those two. One is Bruce talking, and the other one's like Hamish talking. But yeah, what I was trying to say is that this game, if you shouldn't have bots, is essentially like an aim trainer. Right, so I went from playing Division 1 to going pro in a different game. And then like coming back to this game, it's like I just like warm up my aim here. It's like pretty fun. The gunplay of the game is one of its strengths. It's pretty much like one of the highest quality third-person shooter experiences you're gonna get in pretty much any game in this genre outside of like Arc Raiders. Before Arc Raiders came out, it was like this is like pretty much the peak of like quality in third-person shooters, and then I'd say like Arc Raiders up there too. The Suicide Squad, yeah, it lasted like what, like a week. The Suicide Squad lasted like a week. It was fun as hell to run around as King Shark though. Like we had some cool ass people in here for Suicide Squad, man. Got a bunch of people from the stream in the same clan, and like everyone was pushing and grinding, and like it was so funny when every single time you get a new world record in that game, it like broadcasted to like every person playing the game because the leaderboard worked. And I just can't imagine how like, you know, it must have been like to see like, you know, everybody in the game just have your name blasted on their screen when you just kept pushing and grinding. And that game also lets you, for those who know it would let you look at the leaderboard and like essentially download a copy of the characters that other people had, right? And because I was like rank 1 for a while, basically like a vast majority of people who played the game would like use my character on their team composition. And then the person, you know, as the person whose character's being used, it's like I get a little kickback. Like there's like some random items get generated in my mailbox. Like I remember the first day, it's like I had like, I don't know, 20,000 items in there or something because of like how many people were using my characters. So that was so funny.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Yeah, that game got axed pretty quick. It's really unfortunate because whoever did the gameplay programming on that game for like the movement and stuff, like it was actually like really high quality movement. Very smooth, very like good controls. The visual were busy as hell with like how many effects were going off, damage numbers and all that, but the smoothness of traversal in the game was like genuinely really well done.
National Bond. Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Like I still remember what it was like to just like, you know, move around, jump around as King Shark, do the barrel bombing thing, and like Joker came out and stuff. It's a harvest pistol, yeah. Go off there.
Agent killed. Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Let's just let him with the truth.
Uh-oh, we're dead.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Never mind, we're not dead. Somehow we lived. We messed up the lesser combo at the wrong time. Always Reaper with the build now. This guy. Self-timed himself out so many times.
Our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our analysis of our defenses at the White House, the True Sons identified
Are
several
drops still going? Yeah.
areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True
I don't know. I don't know. The drops keep going for
Enemy
like
to breach the entrance.
just a week, right? Let's see. They end on April 28th. All right, cool. So yeah, like 3 more days, I guess. Actually, just the first week of the patch. And then the next game we're checking out on stream, for anyone that's like not familiar with the fact that I do play a lot of different games here, there's an expansion coming out for Diablo 4 soon. It looks really good, so we're gonna go play that whenever that drops. I don't know how long we'll play it for, but at least a day,
Hostile radio.
maybe 2.
Intercepted.
Depends how it goes, because it looks like a pretty big change to the game, like a really big positive change. Diablo 4 is looking like it's finally leaving beta
So that's
after
where
like
you
3
need to
years,
go.
so it'd be kind of fun to make a new build. I want to play Warlock and see how it goes. That should be the new class. I missed.
We need backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy
I'm
that.
doing the mission without finishing? What do you mean? I'm finishing it, so I'm getting the XP?
Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
You had major arm surgery yesterday. Can't play games for a bit. What's on the document of the weekend? Well, this stream we played this, and next stream we probably also play this, and I don't know what. I don't know. We're just like playing some Div until Diablo 4, basically.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Yeah, believe me, the exploit conversation around this game is crazy. I kind of like addressed it earlier too. I'm hungover, dudes. It's no bueno. Someone hold me and tell me it's gonna be okay.
An analysis of our defenses at the White House.
Gotta get that water in your system, man. You know, Diablo 4 was in beta.
We can use this info to shore
Oh,
up
it's
our
just
defenses.
all of us talk like
Good work,
anyone that
Agent.
says it's beta right now is because you know the game came out 3 years ago, but like you know it's taken 3 years for it to like actually properly become an ARPG,
Intel you picked up was an analysis
right?
of our
The
defenses at
changes that
White
they're
House.
making
The True Sons
to Diablo
identified
4
several vulnerable areas in our perimeter.
are very significant. This like upcoming update expansion,
Good work, Agent.
right? Like their skill tree when it came out was it's basically like a
They need to breach the entrance.
Where you getting by us?
what's it called? If you played Diablo 4 at launch, right, 3 years ago or so, or anytime in the last 3 years, you know, like the skill tree is essentially a skill twig, right? Whatever's happening in Diablo 4 this coming week, when the expansion comes out,
Hostile radio. Intercepted.
essentially makes that a more proper actual skill tree, right? So like a Diablo 4 launched with a skill twig, and now we're finally upgrading to a tree, you know, 3 years later. So it's like it's becoming a proper game, which is why we're saying, you know, it's coming out of beta finally, even though it's not actually beta, right?
We need backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
I've seen some people who I know are like, you know, other content creators that are like, you know, Diablo partners or whatever, and they're like sharing screenshots of like the things in the skill tree. They're sharing screenshots of like, I don't know, like new weapons or enhancements or something.
Active terminal.
Seems like there's gonna be some more cool build crafting over there.
Check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Yeah. So D4 is gonna be pretty hot this coming week.
Did intel you
What's this kind of build? This is a Headhunter pistol build. Headhunter, Determined, Turmoil. Kind of like the core 3 talents.
Safe area detected.
Did intel you
Unique perks are gonna be random? Wait, what about unique perks? Wait, what? Uniques are random? How are uniques random in that game?
You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
I haven't looked too deep into the changes of D4, but... I should probably get it preloaded and maybe, like, warm up a little bit. Don't even remember, like, how the progression works in that game.
Hostile radio intercepted.
You can craft on uniques.
Can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Yeah, I want to play a new class. I played Paladin for the first day it came out, and I was like, alright, this is cool.
Secure their weapons.
I didn't invest too much time into it because I had other games I wanted to play that weekend or whatever, but... Yeah, Paladin's a sick class. Paladin is always going to be the class that I would kind of gravitate to just because of my history with Diablo 2.
We need backup.
So work into Paladin every ladder.
Agents have infiltrated the
But then we
building.
played Diablo 2 Resurrected like a few months back when the Warlock came out, and I played Warlock, and
So they can't call for more
it
backup.
was cool. So, if Warlock is that cool to play in Diablo 2, then like Warlock is probably insane to play in Diablo 4.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
If you think Paladin's strong, I mean, think about what Warlock is gonna be like when that comes out.
Entered.
Warlock's the new hotness, man. There's no way it's not strong.
Did intel you picked
I haven't seen like all the different changes they're adding, but Age of Hatred finale.
Did intel you picked up was an
They're adding a loot filter,
White
skill
House.
tree works for
True
Roger
Sons
Q.
identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Oh, so on Monday we can play Diablo 4. It starts at 4 p.m. Pacific time. Well, I guess I wake up at 4 p.m. Pacific, so like that's cool. My schedule's cooked, so I guess it lines up. Guess that's what we're doing on Monday. How many levels we got left? Let's see. Another like 308. One day ahead of the rest of the world. Wait about it.
Hostile radio intercepted.
How is playing on Monday at 4 p.m. earlier than the rest of the world?
Can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
Oh, only NA gets that launch? Oh. That's wild. Alright, sure. Were they worried about server stability or something? That seems weird.
At National Bond, division agents have
Wait, why would they
infiltrated the
do
building. Copy that.
yeah, like an NA only launch?
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup. for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
On Turmoil, if I'm gonna roll a headshot on it, I usually get rid of the crit chance. So the crit damage on there, I guess. Like, it doesn't really matter. I just figure that, like, if, well, by some miracle I'm gonna crit, I guess it'll just set the crit damage,
Area detected.
give me a bigger number. It's all like I ran some kind of like spreadsheeting for it or something. Although you have Turmoil, no matter what's on there, it's fine.
True Sons have this area locked down.
It's like the damage split being bugged is pretty much the reason they even like use it in the first place.
True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We could use this info to shore up our
One
defenses.
bullet, 2 kills.
Good work, Agent.
Or 2 birds, 1 stone, I guess. I hate the pistol crosshair, unless it's like a regulars.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Yeah, it should be a global release time, right? Yeah, so like if it's 4 p.m. my time on the West Coast, then it's whatever time it is for you at that time, right? I was gonna say, like, there's no way they're not doing a global launch. That wouldn't make sense. Obviously, it's more inconvenient depending on where you are in the world. The fact that it's like a work week or something, unless you took time off.
We need backup.
My schedule's cooked, so like, I guess I'm gonna
They've infiltrated the building. Copy that.
wake up within an hour of D4 on Monday and then just
Agent, take out
stream
the
it.
comms so they can't call for more backup.
Am I gonna play the Assassin's Creed Black Flag remake? Yeah, because I never played the original. But if the timing's good, like, I like playing Assassin's Creed games in general. So that one sounds like it should be a pretty good time. I don't know if any Assassin's Creed can match how much fun I had with Odyssey, though. Because I think for me, Greek mythology is, like, peak. And Odyssey also had a shitload of content, and it also had some build crafting, and, like, I was all about that one, so...
Active terminal detected.
To me, Odyssey is like peak Assassin's Creed.
For intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Windrose will be better. I mean, Windrose is fun. I've been playing that too.
An analysis of our defenses
I haven't quite finished it, but probably wouldn't be a bad idea to have give like one more day to Windrose or something. Timing's a little tight right now, though. I did want to build some kind of like
That intel you picked up was an analysis
big
of our
pirate
defenses at the
fortress
White
or
House.
whatever, but then I can also sway it. Yeah, we'll see. Right now on the agenda is like I'm just chilling, you know, enjoying some Div again.
Use this info to shore up our defenses.
Then we played Diablo 4 on Monday. Because it's new content, ARPG, we're all gonna start blasting, should be a good time. And then, I don't know what else is on the agenda. I think there's like a James Bond game we'll probably check out for a little bit in May.
True Sons
And then I'll
have this area
periodically check in on
locked
this
down.
game.
You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
This is the first Assassin's Creed game I played. That was Assassin's Creed 2. Played on the Xbox 360 back in the good old days. And I definitely 100%ed it for the achievements. And like, was very satisfied.
Critical.
That one had a good aesthetic for its time. Good gameplay for its time. Pretty memorable. I didn't play AC1. I played a little AC3 and I thought it sucked. And then I just basically didn't care about Assassin's Creed games anymore.
That ordnance. Copy
And then
that.
at some point,
Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
Origins happened.
So that's
And
where
I
you
was
need to go.
streaming at the time, so I was like, alright, let's do it. Played that and I was like, holy shit, this is awesome. And then Odyssey happened, and I was like, hell yeah, Greek mythology and more build crafting, let's go. So those two brought me back on board, and then like Valhalla killed my mood, and then Mirage, I was just like, I can't even finish that game. I think it sucked. And then Shadows happened. I was like, alright, this is okay, but
We need backup. At
nothing
National
quite
Bond,
beats Odyssey for me.
agents have infiltrated the building.
Because there's build crafting, and like damage numbers and
Damn it.
that stuff. So
Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
I mean, if you don't evolve your games somewhat, it's like they all kind of follow the same pattern. Whereas some of the stuff I was able to do in Odyssey, that was kind of cool with like the kind of builds that I have, the numbers I'm pushing out, the aggressive playstyle I could have. Like that was cool.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Yeah, Wildlands was decent. And Breakpoint was decent. But to me, well, it sucked about playing Breakpoint.
Safe area.
That intel you picked
'Cause I mostly went in there because I was like, okay, it's like, I guess they're gonna have loot, and
several vulnerable areas in our perimeter.
they spent time and resources on making a raid for Breakpoint. But I felt like that Breakpoint raid should have literally just been added to this game. Because like the itemization, like the looter shooter part of Breakpoint was like whatever. It was like even more surface level than probably any loot game I've ever played. What they could learn from Breakpoint is basically like, and I guess Wildlands is the fact that, like, you know when you put like a red dot or an ACOG on your gun, in this game it's just like stats, but that's it. In those games it's like they're also third-person shooters, but like you actually, like, you know, when you aim your gun you can look through the actual scope. I think that detail is really cool. I'm familiar with it too from having played third-person PUBG for a bit. And they do the same thing over there.
Serious trauma detected.
And this game, historically speaking, has always had like really crappy scopes
Radio
and
intercepted.
faked first-person perspectives when you have like sniper rifles and stuff like that. So
That ordinance. Copy that.
it'd be cool if we had like,
Smart.
you know, proper
Repurpose the bank's vault
aim
to
down
secure their
sights
weapons.
for, you know, red dots, hollows, ACOGs, whatever we put on our gun. I never played Ghost mode for Breakpoint. I only played it at launch, and I farmed the gear enough until the raid. Basically, once I did the raid and I got world's first in that raid on Breakpoint, that was like, okay. That's enough Breakpoint for me. So I don't know. I don't know what Ghost mode was like or anything like that. That said, I do think that like they probably shouldn't have gone the looter shooter route with Breakpoint, just, you know, catered to their original audience like they're supposed to.
Agent, take out their comms so
And
they can't call for more
I think the
backup.
resources they spent on making a Breakpoint raid should have totally been done to Division 2. Because like think about it, right? If you're a Ghost Recon, Wildlands, or Breakpoint player, right? Like, you're not a looter shooter guy, really. Like, you're there for the fucking, you know, third-person tactical gameplay that it offers, right? So then they threw the loot layer on there, and it's like, I'm a loot guy, so like I'll deal with it, I'll make it work. But like, when you have a game that kind of has like an established audience that just wants to play their tactical shooter or whatever, it's kind of weird that they did what they did. So like, I don't know.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Yeah, the gear score stuff is stupid. The gear itself had like some stats on it too, but like wasn't anything too crazy. I just remember pushing my, like, I was doing some gun testing and I basically pushed my entire team into having gold stoner LMGs because I was doing some testing and I was like, these probably have like the most actual DPS in the game. So when the raid came out, like, we smoked stuff. It was pretty good.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defense.
One of the encounters, I don't even know how to solve it properly because we learned how to one phase brute force it with DPS without even knowing how to do it during the world's first race for
Use this
it.
info to shore up our defenses.
And it's like so funny to me. It's like, you know, watch it back and scroll through the VOD. Just having them on YouTube. It's so funny.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House.
How do you reset the mission? You literally just teleport to it and do it again. It doesn't have a cooldown anymore.
Use this info to shore up our defenses.
They changed it.
Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
So that's why we're just, you know, doing it, going to White House, teleport the mission, do it again.
Hostile radio intercepted.
They ruined the cooldown on these like a couple of days ago.
We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart.
Which is great because they actually line up that this patch with classified assignments to coincide with an XP event. So
Waiting backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that.
what's the perk? What are the perks of having extra characters in this game? At bare minimum, it's to have extra stash space. So you like, you know, shuffle loot onto them. But you can also do like different weekly things multiple times, like once per character, right? So stuff like that.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Yeah, I haven't taken a look at either Wildlands or Breakpoint since they both dropped. I do remember in Breakpoint, one thing that really pissed me off was, for some reason, they were really aggressive about the slopes in the game and like your character sliding down them when you were sprinting, and that pissed me off because like I lose my control of my character, and I just hated that so much. Nothing I hate more than feeling like I don't have control of my own character. Especially on slopes where you feel like they were a little too aggressive with that.
Work, Agent.
I remember that. Do they, are they making another Ghost Recon game? Because, like, if another one comes out, I mean, obviously I'm going to just play it to play it because I'm down to shoot stuff. But I don't think I've heard of anything like that.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Now, you hear that alert, chat? That's the sound of one of the devs in this game from 2019. Pops, thank you so much for the 113 months. Literal day one sub, and it's still here, my man. Appreciate it.
Serious trauma detected.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, one of my favorite things about
Radio intercepted.
playing the Division games, for anyone that's not familiar, is like, dude, I use these as like aim trainers. Like this,
Copy that.
build crafting aside, like literally just shooting things in the head.
Sounds like they repurposed
It's a pretty
the
good satisfying
their
feeling in this game.
So that's where you need to go.
There's supposedly gonna be a first-person Ghost Recon. I mean, I'll play it. I'll play a new shooter. I wonder how it's gonna play out though, because like, I know the third-person ones, like I was smoking like everything in the map.
At National
I ran like a, I think in Wildlands I ran an M249 and a sniper rifle, like in like the anti-material one or something. Now we're just like, I'd use my M249 with a red dot or whatever and like tap heads with it. Because the game will let you one-shot headshot pretty much everything. And then the second game, because of the drones, like the Sony LMG was pretty good. Oh, sniper rifle, I think.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might
Oh,
shed
my
some
one-shot
light on what the
protection's
True Sons
gone.
have been doing here.
Vital signs critical.
The old H1Z1 days? Were you in my stream back then? Let me click on your name. Oh, I guess you found my stream last year? Was according to following date? Because it's funny you bring up H1Z1. Yeah, if you didn't know about me in H1, it's like
That intel you picked up was an analysis
Here's another
of our
thing.
defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable
Fill
areas in our
focus.
perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses.
that little
Good
guy.
work, Agent.
That's the event that happened with H1Z1 at TwitchCon in 2015 that like kind of started my that started my my stream pretty much. Only third? Yeah, I mean I kind of threw, but I also didn't have like a built PC at the time, so I played H1Z1 on a laptop at home for a bit. And then I built my PC and started streaming after the event. But like, yeah, H1 literally over a decade ago was awesome. It's what got me on Twitch and started my stream as well.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna
Because I
need
used to just like
troops.
work full time, come home from work, play like Xbox games with my homie or whatever, and then like we would fire up like a Twitch stream and like just like I had a guy who I'd watch on stream, became a friend of mine. Then I started playing with him and stuff too, and then started playing more H1 because of him, because like he was both entertaining and also like pretty good at the game solo.
Secure the vault. We can't
And it's just so funny to think that like, you know, had I not found his stream and not felt like watching Twitch, that like I wouldn't be here right now. I'd just be
Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault.
working a normal job, probably still playing in my off time, but not doing anything with like related to Twitch. Because that was the streamer I landed on for the game I was looking at. Here we are, basically.
National Bond.
Here we are.
Infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
And then there's like on PlayStation, you can actually unfollow if you just like tap X when you're watching a stream. You guys use your consoles to watch the stream?
Active terminal detected.
I just assumed everyone on Twitch usually uses their phone or like they're on like their desktop or something. We have a whole lot of people that like watch on console. Like, how does that work? 'Cause, like, I would imagine you just be playing on your console, right?
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our
Can't wait to get home every day to play H1. It still breaks your heart that it died out. Yeah, it had a lot of potential, and it was satisfying to play the game and be good at it too. Like the way that, like, you know, like two tapping worked. Also, like the Twitch community for the game was awesome.
analysis of our defenses at the White
A
House.
big part of what made Twitch really fucking cool back then
Perimeter. We can use this
was the fact that this platform was smaller, and like more community driven than it is now. It's definitely more like corporate, more like a lot more fake bullshit everywhere too, with like people view botting and like embedding and like whatever other shit, because everyone's chasing the bag. So at this point, like the entire streaming sphere needs, like, I don't know if it's even possible for this to happen, but I guess even like the music industry faces this with like streaming their songs over on Spotify. It's like, I don't know, it's like the money have to like dry up for all like the people who aren't here for the love of the game to like disappear, or I don't know. It's just like, it's a weird thing. But yeah, I don't know. Twitch back then was super cool. I'm trying to get at, like, when I went to that first TwitchCon, because of like that contest I won, I met all these like other H1Z1 people. Like, just, it was just There's like good vibes, you know what I'm saying? Like when you go play a game, when you play a game and you know just know of these different people, then you go to an event somewhere in person where everyone meets for like the first time, and it's like everyone's like super cool.
Smart.
That's a good vibe.
Repurpose the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
And that's kind of like what Twitch and like TwitchCon and things usually was like back then. And then it starts to become like, you know, really big, really corporate. You got like IRL streamers and other people on the platform now too that are not even like really gamers. Now it's like just people that
At National Bond,
broadcast something.
agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
So it's a little bit different of a vibe.
Take out their comms so they
That's also what was really sick about the Crimson Desert event that I flown out to, is I met, it was like a smaller thing and it felt just like old Twitch did, which was really cool. But yeah, H1, good times. Another great thing that died at some point, you know. Which is why it's pretty important to play any multiplayer game
check that computer for
day one, because you never know how good you have it until it's gone. Who did I win the PUBG tournament with? Oh, you mean the Chappie? I mean him go way back to H1Z1 as well, right? First, we were essentially on, you know, rivals or enemies from the different teams we were on in H1Z1 for like the showdown tournament. And then I run into him when the calling was new in a solo match. And then we like, you know, we're in a solo match. We're just having to queue in the same one. And then I kill him at the end. And then we're just like, hey, yo, you want to team up? And we do some duos. And then we go on like a fucking all-day win streak, and then that's basically how me and him became like duo partners for like almost every game. Yeah, he's like he quit streaming like 5 years ago.
shore up our defenses. Good work, agent.
He pops in the stream from time to time, but he's just a working man now, right? So he's doing whatever he's doing. He's on his hustle, he's on his grind. Yeah, it was pretty cool. A lot of us all have apps on our console. You have, and usually will have Twitch running on your living room TV all day when you're home. Oh, so your console is essentially like a Twitch box at this point? Or like a Netflix box or whatever? Because the way I looked at it for people that are watching on consoles, like I wasn't sure if like the console would allow you to
Hostile radio intercepted.
load up a stream
Secure the vault.
and have it be like a little window in a corner somewhere while you're also like playing a game.
Smart. Sounds like they
Right?
repurposed the bank's vault to
Like for
secure
example, if I'm playing on PC, it's like I got extra monitors so I can just like have a monitor with the stream there if I wanted, or whatever, right? And I wonder if they like would allow like a picture-in-picture mode for someone's stream or whatever you're watching plus a game, but then like that also would take resources away from your gameplay, so probably not, right? Because that would be kind of crazy. Just like, you know, you're, for example, you're playing a little div on your console and then like you got a little div stream up in the corner of your screen, so like you can watch some gameplay while you're shooting stuff. I don't know. I mean, I guess you have your phones for that too,
Division agents
or
have
whatever
infiltrated
screens
the
you have.
building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they
Because
can't
for me,
call
it's like I wake up in bed, I pull my phone, I check Twitch or whatever, and see who's around. I say hello. Your neighbor has all his Xbox games on PC emulator, and his Xbox is home theater streaming hooked to the TV. That's what basically my Xbox Series X is now too. I bought one for when, what's it called? Suicide Squad came out.
Terminal detected.
And then it's just permanently attached to my TV unless I have like a sponsored stream where they want me to play a game on the Xbox or whatever.
Vital signs critical.
And then when my dad's visiting like he is right now, he's like playing Oblivion on my Xbox. The Oblivion remaster.
That intel you picked up was an analysis.
Yeah, regular TV is so pointless. Like cable TV is pointless. It's all about just streaming stuff. I bought a whole console for Suicide Squad. Well, yeah, the logic is that this is my business, so it's a write-off.
An analysis of our
The logic was that by playing on Xbox, I had like
perimeter.
an extra like 24-hour head start, which is great for streaming because people want to see the game. And then I knew that would like, you know, the console would stay in my living room or whatever in my deck while I was visiting. And also, by having the console, it's like, by having different gaming hardware as a streamer, it's like, okay, maybe I'll have a sponsored deal where it's like, they want me to promote some game launch on that console specifically. And it's like, all right, cool, I can do that. I've had a few of those. I also like to have, you know, it is nice to like fire up the console again, because you know, I love my gamer tag on there. That's fun. But and then we have a new CEO of Xbox or whatever now, right? So I guess Xbox is hopefully gonna undig itself from the, you know, the grave it was putting itself in. So that's good. Also have a console for GTA 6, right? Yeah. I have to think about numbers there for a second. So if we're gonna play GTA 6 on stream day one, it's like, at least I got my Xbox for that. Am I gonna do a PS5 for GTA? I would imagine it's gonna be out on both consoles at the same time. I doubt that Sony's gonna spend enough money to have a privileged head start, right?
Hostile radio intercepted.
Attributes on gear for headshot build? Yeah, it's always gonna be headshot handling, headshot prioritized. Well, weapon damage is prio, and then headshot, and then handling last.
Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
That's usually how
That's where you need
headhunters
to
scale.
go.
Chat, do you guys know if there's some kind of like Sony exclusive thing for GTA or no? Like, do I have to go buy a PS5 Pro so I can stream for you guys, or
Agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that.
or what? Like, it's
Damn it. Agent
spending like $1 on a console seems kind of bad. Nah, okay, good. I'll just put it on Xbox. It probably won't perform as well as it does on PS5 Pro or something, unless they... Like, I don't know, I guess the differences aren't too high, but there hasn't been an Xbox refresh, so it's been a PS5 refresh, right? So.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
And then,
That intel you
I guess the other advantage of playing on Xbox would be like the whole taking a little short flight over to New Zealand if there's a global launch to like unlock the game early. That's just like baked in, so that could be cool.
that intel you picked up was an analysis
Xbox
of our
Cloud
defense
Gaming, how does it let you do that?
The True Sons identified several vulnerable
Bring it
areas
forward.
in our perimeter. We can use it.
PS5 Pro will be the most powerful console at the time, but Sony doesn't have the bank for an exclusive launch. Yeah, I didn't think so. It's like literally, it's GTA, bro. Like, it's GTA. That's the whole gaming sphere is probably playing that shit. Like, I played GTA 3, 4, and 5 growing up. Like, it's been how long?
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
What dye do I have on my gear? Something called Bloom. I have a million dyes, but it's... Not that. I'll just die, it's fine. I don't know, it's something called like Bloom or something. It came out like a long time ago. I've got way too many skins. I've played this game for way too long. This one? Bloom? I have that everywhere. It's something that came with like a skin set or something on some seasons past where we had like some weird looking robe, future tech robe looking outfit. I don't know how to describe it. It was a while ago. Yeah, I like it because it's pretty colorful and it's like, well, you know, I'm on Twitch, the purple platform, blah, blah, blah.
Hostile
That's pretty
radio
clean.
intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
This game has so many cosmetics, like so many... There's so many shaders, there's so many new skins, like it's kind of hard to keep up, honestly. I do wish that like all the custom skins they sold were like designed for you to use a shader on them though, because that would make it way
At
cooler.
National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Did I ever get around to killing Radon in the DLC for Elden Ring? No. The timing for that, kind of sucked because like I had to go play TFD when that came out.
Vital signs critical.
You can still get the Bloom thing from Legacy boxes. Wait, there's Legacy die boxes somewhere? When am I gonna get a creator collab in this game? I don't know. They said they would do it last year, but like timing of when? I don't know. It's up to them. I'm in no rush. Like if it was up to me and like it's guaranteed that they want to make me one or something, then like I would prefer it to happen when Survivors comes out, because that's when I would actually play the game a lot. Other than that, it's up to them. Like if they, you know, like it's a totally optional thing. It's not like like I would appreciate having it in the game. It could be cool, but I would not also, you know, I'm not gonna be depressed if they say that they're not gonna do it or something. It's up to them. It's their labor to basically make it in the game if they want to. All they would need from me is like essentially like a, you know, some vector graphic art of my logo or something.
I'm gonna need to breach the entrance.
Like if I, but the way the creator collabs seem to work is that I'm guessing you submit some kind of like, you know, your logo plus any other artwork or whatever, and then
Hostile radio.
yeah, maybe you get to pick like the color for like the hoodie or something.
We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Some people have some pretty cool looking ones.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
Like I think the one that
Where you need to go.
the splitter shield, I think his is like pretty cool because it kind of fits the gun that he has in the game too. He's got the most grip of anybody.
Waiting backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
What NPC? Danny, isn't that the weekly shop person? Or am I thinking it's somebody else?
Detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
You just got back to the game since the rollback? Holy shit, dude, you got a lot of catch up to do. If you haven't played since 2020, that's yeah, you got some work to do, bud. I mean, it's not too bad, but yeah. 6 years of stuff. It's like all the manhunts for all the different, I don't know, story. Brooklyn DLC for story stuff, I guess. Collecting a shitload of exotics.
Good work, Agent.
Getting a shade 1,000 if you haven't already. XP's 30. I don't know what else there is. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. But here's the thing though, having more stuff to do in the game is good. Because if you've been doing everything and as it comes out, like I have, it's like,
True Sons have this area locked down.
you know, when you're already like in full progression for the most part, like you don't really have too much to do. What's up, Tycho? That's my combo.
Agent malfunction.
No, I'll distract. Fuck that one. I'm getting that free 1K? Yeah, I might as well. I need the field recon.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault.
I need that field
Before you lose
recon.
that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
Aw.
Immediate
the-
medical assistance needed.
We need backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Alright, 9553.
Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Crossplay is sometime in the summer, yeah. Honestly, the more important headline is the fact that there should be a new paid DLC at some point this summer, and also a new incursion. And then we know Survivor's going to happen at some point, which I predict is going to happen November, if we want to celebrate the 10-year anniversary of Survival in the
Use this
first
info
game.
to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
Plus, it would be fitting with, you know, it being winter, so that's what I'm hoping for.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
PvP has never been alive in this game. PvP's a joke. Ever since day one, when they decided that the game would have a
Science critical.
3 tiny dark zones instead of 1 big one.
Agent down.
This game's PvE through and through. This game is PvE through and through.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault.
The only hopes we can have for like a dark zone that might actually not suck is like Div 3.
Smart.
Because,
Sounds like they
I mean, we all know the devs know that like the 3-way dark zone is
That's where
terrible.
you need to go.
So, really that's the only hope for DZ enjoyers, is to wait for that.
We need backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
PvP on Destiny 1. Oh, no, you're talking about Division 1? The first 3 sets? Are you talking about like Division 1, 1.1, when they had Sentry, Striker, and Tactician? Sentry was a little overkill, because they work with SMGs, but yeah. That shit was like Call of Duty out there on the streets, man. I kind of liked 1.0 a lot more
Detected.
than 1.1. And that's because like
Active
the high-end builds
Agent, check that computer for
were all kind of like the same on everybody. So when everyone has like a similar build, it's like more balanced. It kind of just comes down to like the rotation of like, you know, when are you gonna medkit yourself? When are you gonna shoot the guy? When are you gonna throw a grenade? Right? Yeah, we used to like DZ all the time back then because it was fun. It had like a nice feel back then. I play with Chappie, I'd play as Sweater, I'd play with played with Inboxes a bit. These are all like H1Z1 guys that went off to like, you know, they play competitively or like went pro in different games as well. I ran into Summit in the Dark Zone in Division 1, and when he recognized us in the Dark Zone, he was on the mic with us. He's like, "Oh, wait, hold on, I know these guys." It's like, and then we were like, "Hey, what's up, bro?" You know, like we had a moment where we just like talk, but it was like a mutual respect thing of not even bothering to fight each other because he knew who we were. He was like, "Nah, dude." Thought that was pretty cool. And that's like the other thing that's like super cool about that, and I've never had that experience in this game ever, right? Because the Dark Zone sucks in this game. It's like all the different streamer groups that'd be in the DZ, and like, especially when you have like this history now with people. Like I've been on Twitch for like over 10 years, right? Any sort of game that ends up having like a lot of people, especially like this, where you can have those interactions, that would be really fucking cool. Wait, they keep spawning her?
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford
I still remember farming the Dark Zone in like, was it like, I don't know, like 1.2 or 1.3, and I got an MP7 drop that was like brutal, deadly responsive, and like literally like as a hard drop in the DZ. And within seconds I had a guy in my chat that was like throwing me hundreds as like stream donations or whatever so he could basically buy it from me. I was like, God damn, okay, like I don't really like him. I didn't even like. I was like, are you sure? Because like, you know, I'm not really, you know, not an SMG guy, but
infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
dude wanted the God roll.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
What special agent do I use? Pretty much firewall, like all the time. It's really strong for PV because of health on kill. And then, yeah, between 1.0 and 1.3, I would say
Active terminal detected.
the high-end meta of 1.0 is cool. Obviously, in 1.1, we just all used Sentry with SMGs, and everyone just got fried until they fixed that. And then I started playing Striker with a shotgun. I used Sentry with a shotgun for a bit, and then I guess like Reclaimer stuff happens. I thought like that was like super cringe. Like the Reclaimer PvP of like 1.3 was like, oh my god, that was so dumb. And 1.4 happened, I just like lived the entire update underground farming. It's like a really fun PV build. 1.5 happened, and then we had Alpha Bridge ARs for PvP, and I felt like that was pretty balanced. 1.6 Last Stand. At that point, I was probably using Striker with a shotgun. Because I did Last Stand, I remember having a VOD. Like when my first or second match of ever playing Last Stand, I had like 68 kills. And then there was the Ninja Bike meta, and I thought that was pretty healthy for Div 1. And then classifieds happened, and I feel like that kind of, even though the classified sets were strong, I feel like that fucked up the build system, build craft in the game. It was 1.5 for Alpha Bridge ARs, for sure. So I remember that being the patch literally after 1.4. Where like Dark Zone was just that. And we also had survival too. I guess there was like Hexotic gamers in 1.6. But basically when 1.6 even happened, outside of playing it when the update was fresh, I'm pretty sure I didn't spend that much time on Div because like that's 2017, so I went into PUBG.
Critical.
So that's where PUBG happened for me, right? But I still played, you know, a few days here and there every update.
Copy that.
sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have
Even the
infiltrated
Division have been janky and bad. I mean, nowhere near as bad as Division 2.
Damn it. Agent,
In Div 1, at least there was distinct metas that, like, you know, if you got into it, it did have, like, some level. It had more going on in Div 1 than it ever did in Div 2. Except for the time when they had Reclaimer be meta. I thought that was cringe. Like, Reclaimer shit was so stupid. Yeah, we're all talking about PvP in Div 1, because I think we all understand Div 2 is a
agent,
joke in that
check
regard by
computer for
comparison.
intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Watch you and Shappy win the gold pans. Oh yeah. Better times, man. I wish there was more games that could like feel like I gave a shit enough, like PUBG, you know, then. The gunplay was good, the
That intel you picked up was
The gunplay was good. Don't have to worry about like controller aim assist in a competitive environment. It's like good ballistics. Pretty crazy playing for the win in a game like that. And then
We can use this info to shore up our defenses.
like in modern shooters now, I'm like, eh. You know, just playing for the win was cool. Had a lot of really cool clutch moments in those duo matches for the leaderboard.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our
I was really good at clutching up.
Use this info to shore up our defenses.
I was last man standing in duos.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Yeah, I remember watching like when early access PUBG was first starting off. I was like
Intercepted.
seeing the whole like Vis versus Summit thing for the leaderboard for a bit, and I was like, all right,
Copy that.
well, the latest leaderboard thing seems kind of cool. And then like I started telling Chappie, yeah, we gotta play more of those. Let's try it.
Secure their weapons.
Let's duo it up.
So that's where you need to go.
And then we would basically end up competing against like Vis and Smack for a bit. What are we farming for here? This is a really good XP farm. So that's why I've been running this mission on repeat for the past couple of hours. There's a triple XP event happening right now, where your first 1,000 levels are 3 times faster, and this mission gives like 1 million experience. Normally it's going to give like 3 million with the triple, right? Which is basically like 4 to 5 levels every time I clear it. So, you know, do like 200 times or whatever, and I have 1,000 levels. We're down to like the last like 300-ish levels. And the reason I need the levels is there's endgame resources.
Agent, check that computer for intel.
You can cash in your extra levels on the Shade Watch into different resource categories, one of which is like a pretty big bottleneck for endgame players that are chasing maxed out prototype stuff. Been better if they ditched PvP entirely in Division, focus on PvE. I mean, I don't think you're wrong. I think that there's always one side, either on the PvP or PvE side, that suffers as a result of both being in the game at the same time. No one side can truly shine because the game has to respect the other side existing, and it's like always a constant battle. It's like, oh, different game mechanics get out of the game, but then they get neutered because one side, it breaks one side of the game, right? Like there should be like a dedicated Division Dark Zone title, and that's the whole point of the game. And there could be like a dedicated Division PV game or something. And maybe like the netcode and the Foundation, both games entirely separate. Maybe they even use a different engine for both of those, right? Like, but the Division franchise as it is known to have both, so it's just gonna be stuck having both, and then up to them to figure out how they're gonna make both actually work properly. Who knows? Maybe third time's a charm. I also agree that the game wouldn't really truly shine unless one side of it was the dominant side of it. And I'm down to play both. Like I want a PvE looter shooter where I just go and make badass builds and then like, you know, have raids to,
Copy that.
you know, do day ones on and stuff.
Smart.
So I love that kind of shit. It's really fun.
Purpose the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
But I also recognize that there should be a Division Dark Zone that doesn't suck, because that's kind of the whole fucking point of the franchise. That's what put this shit on the map.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated.
Yeah, after your first 1,000 levels during the event, you don't get triple XP. Like when you go click on the event, it tells you how many levels you've earned in the week, and then how many you got left.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
What did I build for these runs? Just a pistol header build. Headhunter, Determine, Turmoil.
That intel you picked up was an announcement.
Because like you have all the directives on, usually just want to have a pistol build for solo play.
Perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good.
You actually have your Juice Striker with Echo? Nice. I don't. I only need another couple thousand exo comps to maybe have a chance.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
We are done.
Serious trauma detected. Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their
All the
weapons.
crates? Yeah, I'm literally ignoring the crates that are dropping. Like, there's nothing uneven the crates, and like the UI for opening the crates is too damn slow. Like, I'm just gonna drop cash on the ground. Like, who cares?
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Active terminal detected.
Agent,
How's
check that
Quantum?
computer
What's
for
the
intel.
question here? What are you
Might
talking
shed
about?
some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Oh, the augment. I don't even know which one's which. Honestly, like for me, I'm a damage player, so like I just know Echo is what I want, and everything else I don't even know what they do. I know there's one for like cooldowns, I think, and then there's one for like mag size or bullet return or something.
Perimeter. We can use this
As
info
far
to
as
shore up
damage
our
goes,
defenses.
for guns, you just want Echo, and then for a skill build, presumably you'd want something with cooldowns. Oh, the damage immunity one. I didn't choose to have it on my gear. It's just there. I don't really know how it procs or how it chooses to work. It's just, it's there.
Locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
I don't know if it's like on, you know, when you get hit or something, or like how it procs. Maybe it's that. it's just happened to roll on some of these, right? 1% chance to become immune. It can't refresh itself.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
We're not dead.
Hostile ready.
Like right there, it kicked in.
Intercepted.
I don't know. It's probably a 1% chance on when getting hit to have immunity.
Lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
You know this build on YouTube channel? I haven't made a new build on my YouTube channel in 6 years of this game.
We need backup.
We're
At National Bond,
we're long overdue.
agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
I figure I'll probably get around to it.
Damn it.
With what I want to do with this game going forward within the next couple of months before like that new DLC drops.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the true sons have been doing here.
Serious trauma detected.
Stream clips and shorts? Nah, it's not worth it.
Did intel you
If we're talking about like having, like, you know, being a shorts, like shorts are just like they're too like ADHD for me. Like videos need
picked up was an analysis
like builds, you know, could be as simple as a screenshot technically, but like, you know, copying a screenshot without teaching somebody what the fuck's going on is not really exactly helpful. I'm the kind of guy to want to, you know, get people to fucking understand the damage formula too and like why that's good, right? So gonna have to be numbers, which means long form video, not short form. Also, as far as like YouTubing goes, like the financials of, you know, making long form content versus short form content, like it's definitely better to make long form content. Ad revenue on a real video on YouTube is like infinitely better than making the ADHD short videos that are like not even they're not even like educational enough to like get across like what I want people to like learn going forward with the game. You know, copying builds is not really like what I go for. I want people to like know why the build's good and like why it's good and like how the game works, so that going forward more people who choose to, you know, use my builds like know what the fuck they're doing.
sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
And then having the numbers is also good because like here's like, you know, numbers don't lie, right? So and you know the like how good the build is and shit like that, and like, what to expect out of it. Instead of just here's this giant clickbait thumbnail that says best build, Immortal King, blah 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 build, you know. This build's so good, it'll feel like you're getting your dick sucked while playing the game good, you know what I mean? Like that's like how crazy YouTube clickbaiting gets. It's I mean, like it's wild, you know what I mean? It's wild, the kind of shit you see out there.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the true sons have been doing here.
Yeah, Ikea was another numbers guy.
Did intel you picked up was an analysis?
I'm also a numbers guy. But like if you look at my old build videos from like 6 years ago, you actually you know, I try to put the fucking damage formula in your face and like try to teach you how it works because I want people to know what the hell they're doing with the game.
We can use this info
And
to
not
shore
just
up our
like, oh, here's a screenshot, copy this, right? Like, for proto builds, I mean, for proto, it's just as simple as if you're DPS, you're just gonna
defenses. You picked up was an analysis of our defenses
prototype all your stuff, all your bars are maxed out, and you go echo, and that's that. That's just another, right? If you analyze what it means to have, let's say, a 20% chance to do double damage,
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
if you have a 20% chance to do double damage, you just assume that's like a 20% overall DPS increase, and you call it a day. Right? So
Immediate medical assistance needed.
there's not really much to say about like a prototype build video outside of just, you know, here's a build that already works, and here's another 20% DPS increase on top.
Intercepted.
And then with the other augments, it's like the same way. You're generally gonna assign pretty much the same number of
Sounds like they
augments
repurposed
to the
tank
same
vault to
piece.
secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
Right, so like you're gonna have 6 or 7 copies of the same augment is what I'm trying to say with like a prototype build. Like I don't know if I'd even call it like a random, it's just like this is what you're aiming for and this is the expected result and like that's that, right? Like I don't, you know, it's the same, you know, functionally when you're talking about your build, it's like your build in this game
At National Bond,
is essentially, you know, red, blue, or yellow, and it's a culmination of
reinforcements.
the talents that you have in your build and whether or not you have an exotic or whatever, right? When you really distill it down, it's basically the talents make the build, and there's only so many good talent combinations in the game. You know, so like an example of this pistol build, it's like, okay, Headhunter, Determined, Turmoil. Even if it was prototype or not prototype, or even if it's not expertise or it is expertise 30, it's essentially the same thing. Just that, you know, the regular version does X amount of damage, the expertise 30 version does Y amount of damage because they have 30% more weapon damage on the weapon. And the prototype version does, you know, Z amount of damage because it has even more weapon damage and headshot damage, but then also it would have Echo, presumably, right? So you get the weapon damage boost, the headshot damage boost, and like the, you know, whatever max level Echo % chance to do double damage thing is. Right, so you have stages. The regular optimized pieces, plus then the plus 30 expertise stage, and then the expertise stage.
We can use this info to shore up our defense.
But functionally speaking, the build and how it works, whether it's prototype or expertise 30 or regular, it's the same thing. It's just shoot dudes in head and they die. Have I gambled any harvest? No. I don't have enough exotic comps.
Good work, Agent.
I have a bunch of harvests saved up. I have the right stat or the right talent so I can fix them. And eventually go for the double.
Serious trauma detected.
But what's holding me back from having any sort of like truly maxed out prototype stuff to be like, here's what it looks like to have, you know, like a literal max prototype build is just exotic comps. Either they, you know, either they add a way to farm exotic comps and I just sit here and just craft gear for 3 years, or
Intercepted.
they're gonna change the game and make it so that I can invest more prototype cores in my gear to max out the bars. That's about it. I'm hoping they go the prototype core route because that's healthier for the game.
So that's where you need to go.
But ultimately, yeah, that's what's keeping us from having like the new tier at max, and keeping me from even playing escalation because I don't have any gear worth investing cores into.
Waiting backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Yeah, the boring way of getting a free exos is essentially what I have to abuse as well if I want to like have a realistic chance of like seeing a, you know, a double striker piece or a triple Lexington or whatever other thing that I want to build, right?
Active terminal detected.
But yeah, I highly
Check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what
recommend
True
that they
Sons
go
been doing
down the route of investing cores into gear to re-roll it, to upgrade it, I mean, because there are items in this game that just aren't worth farming multiple copies of, and it's really stupid that that is not available to us yet. Like, if they want to turn escalation to like an endgame grind, just let us use the cores to re-upgrade our gear, let us use the cores to re-roll the augment, and let us use the cores to upgrade the augment when it's time for it to be upgraded, and that's good enough for me, man. That seems reasonable. Like, I'm a hardcore 1% grinder, and like, even I know that the system sucks. Like, it's like,
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses
because the system essentially pushes you to like the most efficient possible methods, which are not even gameplay related.
in our perimeter. We can use this info to short. That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. And True Sons identified several vulnerable areas.
And getting
in our perimeter.
a triple turmoil, I mean, because of all the keys I farmed this, the last 2 days, I have like a couple hundred turmoils, I
True
think.
Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna
I
need
think I can
to
go
reach
for the double,
entrance.
or sorry, the triple turmoil. I mean, as far as turmoil and headshot build goes, it's just like the weapon damage and headshot damage is the boost anyway, the quick damage is whatever.
Assistance needed.
Depends on how badly you want the bar to look
Agent.
full. Yeah, like all those keys that I farmed, I just stockpiled like Lexingtons, turmoils, quick steps, and harvest pistols, because inevitably I'm gonna want to
Radio
just
intercepted.
make them all prototype and max out all their bars, and I just need like the fodder for
That ordnance.
all the gambling. Just because I can, it's like, what, you know, like quick step, like why would you even max that out? Like, I don't know, just an idea.
We need backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
God damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
This is it.
I missed that shot over this guy's shoulder twice, god damn it.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Serious trauma detected.
They shadow nerfed the ammo augment? What was wrong with the ammo augment?
Safe area entered.
You have a double X? Yeah, dude, I wanted the triple X literally just to have it. It's just to be, you know, it's kind of like the iconic AR. Like, yeah, I want that thing to be tripled. I can't hit 1% to save my life in this game, apparently.
The White House. The True Sons identified several
Except the
vulnerable
opportunity to
areas
do
in our
so is
perimeter.
limited too, because, like, you know, we only
Our
have
defenses. Good work, Agent.
like so many exocomps.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Fire on target. I'll move to it.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it.
I haven't
Take out their comms so they can't call for more
even
backup.
bothered to build out a Mark 46 because I have zero reason to play escalation until I have an exocomms to max out the bars in my gear. I don't need protocores at all. It's such a stupid in-game economy.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for it. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
I mean, going for triple roll, like maxed out
That intel you picked up was
protos is essentially like the new ceiling, right? So like that's just what you're gonna go for.
that intel you picked up was an analysis of our defense. In our perimeter. We can use this info to short. That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Hostile radio.
What's up, Arcane? Good morning.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So
Still
that's where they
gaming?
need to go.
Wait, what? Of course I'm gaming. What do you mean, Dad Rage? Numbers must go up. That's how looter shooters work. I'm here.
We need backup.
I'm here.
Bond. Division agents have infiltrated
Numbers
the
must go
building.
up.
Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
If numbers aren't going up, what am I playing for?
Can't call for more backup.
You missed your dailies? Are you talking about resurgence dailies? Or like dailies in this game? Are there dailies worth doing this game?
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Are there daily exocomms? Wait a second. Oh, this mission is for XP. This is one of the most efficient missions for XP. So to catch you up, there's a triple XP event happening right now for the first 1,000 levels you gain this week. So this mission normally gives like, let's say, a little bit over 1 mil. And so now it's like 3 mil, right? Well, that 3 mil is roughly like, let's say, 4 to 5 levels every time I do it.
Picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several.
Yeah, and so now these missions, they don't have a cooldown like they used to.
Good work, Agent.
We still need 173. What, this one over here? Let's see. One exocomp to do all that? Nah, dude, there's no way. That's like way too much work for one exocomp. In this economy, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't do the projects. I mean, they give so those projects. I feel like those have always been kind of weak.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Like the daily and weekly sim of this game, for the most part, feels like it's ignorable. Like it gives people that are newer a little bit more direction, I guess. But oh, you're talking about like the content creator projects? Are those good? Those have a daily component? Oh. I mean, those ones, yeah, okay. Those are the ones I'm not doing, and I guess I should have been doing. That's free real estate.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose.
What kind of build is this? This is a pistol headhunter build.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
All the like for the most part, I think the most like the exclusive exotics from the raids and stuff at this point are just like made irrelevant. Eagle Bear is just collecting dust and storage. Regulus is like cool and my favorite gun in the game, but it's like more efficient to not play with it. What else? Ravenous, I guess, still has some weird like speedrunner applications for like weird damage setups, if I'm not mistaken.
Our defenses at the White House. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms.
I'm getting ambushed by these guys against 0Q05. Yeah, that's like kind of why I think going forward they need to make the events have like a toggle switch the same way the global events work. Because, you know, it kind of gets annoying just do your mind your own business in the world and be like, ah, fuck, here we go again.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check the computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
That's the first like piece of primary feedback I want to give him with the event.
Entering.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter.
Is it gonna like Diablo the guns? Yeah, kinda. That's pretty much the idea, yeah. I wish there was more games that were Diablo or Path of Exile with the guns. There's not really very many of them that I feel like they have much life behind them. They kind of come and go.
True Sons
But
have this area locked
yeah,
down.
Diablo with guns, more or
Reach the
less.
entrance.
So that it's like the gunplay aspect still matters a lot too. Hellgate London. I always wanted to try that as a kid. I think some company out there is actually making a new one.
Hostile radio intercepted.
And Borderlands, I think, is the first one that I actually got to play. Borderlands 1, when that came out, was the first actual
Copy that.
looter shooter I've ever played.
Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to
But I never
secure
got to
weapons.
play
So that's where
Hellgate
you
London.
need
I
to
remember
go.
reading about Hellgate London in PC Gamer magazine as a kid. And be like, damn, that sounds cool. Diablo with guns. I grew up playing Diablo and I grew up playing a lot of shooters. There could not be a better genre for me.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
But there's some company out there that I think like acquired the IP or something. They might actually make a new one. I don't know when. That would be pretty cool.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here. That intel you picked up.
See.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, agent.
Here. Still not really used to, even though I've done this like a couple hundred times already. I'm still not used to the fact that I gotta like load out the mission, teleport, hit another button. Kind of like being able to just reset it while I'm inside of it.
True Sons have this area locked down.
Making those numbers
We're
go
gonna
up.
Reach the entrance.
What's everyone working on tonight? Do we have any late night gamers in here? Do we have
Immediate
early, I
assistance
don't
needed.
know, is it Saturday morning for some people?
Agent tech.
Still got this vampire crawlers addiction.
Hostile radio intercepted.
We're gonna on Pirate Life. We talking about Windrose.
Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
I still need to devote at least another day to that game for what content it has. We're kind of running out of time.
We need backup.
Unless we would do it
At
tomorrow,
National
maybe? I
Bond,
don't know.
Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms. So
Because I know on Monday we're playing Diablo 4. On Monday we're playing Diablo 4. It would be like what, Friday night into Saturday morning. We should be able to knock out this entire event in like the next hour or two.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Perfect headhunter? No, just regular. The only difference in perfect headhunter and regular headhunter is how quickly you stack it. Stack your headhunter stacks. Damage cap wise, they're identical. So what matters more is just having as much weapon damage from your brand set combinations as possible to reach a high ceiling.
Good work, Agent. That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
There's Punch Drunk, there's 3IA, like obviously 3IA is gonna be there.
You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
You can do a version with like Hunter's Fury.
Vital signs critical. Agent malfunction.
Right, if the core of the build is always going to be 10 chest and
Hostile radio intercepted.
10 in the chest, like determine like the harvest and like the turmoil, it's like you can pretty much mix and match anything else you want.
They repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
Because the gold header is always just how much weapon damage do you get versus what other utility you want. You could do headhunter with what's it called? You can even do like ninja bike with like Hunter's Fury and IA. You could do all high and then just do damage like I'm doing right now.
Take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
And have turmoil like vigilance, headhunter. Just like it's pretty much a lot of things will work with solo. The OG build I ran back in 2020 was like
Active terminal detected.
claws out.
Check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True
It was like all the different named items like had like Hollow Man, Contractors, Fox's Prayer, I think. The gift bag I had.
That intel you picked up was an announcement.
Yeah, it was like it was just like an all high end, all like named item build. It was like the luxury set. Is the pistol harvest? Yeah. What about Claws Out? Claws Out has additional pistol weapon damage on it, which is why it was good back then. Right, we're talking about like old items back then, right? The old one that was like Unshrunk, the gift, chain killer, all that stuff. That's what I used to use. But obviously, we have way more power creep now, so now it's just like triple IA plus Punch Drunk is like a lot of damn. So like these pistol builds for solo play usually come down to, do you want the quality of life of Hunter's Fury or do you want just raw dam? When you have the quality of life, it's like your backpack and your ninja bike and you have all those extra stats and your shield's tankier. Then there's also like, you know, the whole memento backpack as well. Like you could even use that if you wanted, like make a version with that. That's like the thing I try to teach with like the talents. It's like as long as you know that headhunter requires weapon damage and headshot damage,
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose
you
that
can
order.
pretty much make any variation of it that you want.
Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault.
Whether you're skewing towards, because it's a solo build, so you're skewing towards like quality of life, or you're skewing towards just like max damage and clear speed.
Waiting backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it.
The first time you do this mission, you still in the door with a C4.
For more backup.
It probably folds you up like a lawn chair, huh? And still to this day, one of my favorite things about Division is that when you die in the game, it's like you just ragdoll in the silliest ways.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
You were looking at your phone when you put the C4 down?
Safe area entered.
It's getting folded up.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the... That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True
Or
Sons-
how we looking? How we looking? How we looking?
We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
142 to go.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
142. What's that? It's 30 runs. Let's try and do it quicker.
Gotta get this.
Wait, they can all spawn here.
Hostile radio intercepted.
If I ran really fast this corner, could I force that?
Lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart.
Terminal on tipping
Vault
scales.
to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
I don't use turmoil on anything that doesn't one shot. Like, let's say you're playing solo and you're playing on a lower difficulty, like, yeah, turmoil and automatic weapon build, I guess, works because everything dies so quick.
We need backup. At National Bond.
Turmoil definitely seems way better and with definitely more designed for, at least because of the interaction it has, for hard-hitting single-shot builds. Right, so in this case, it's like, there's a bug interaction, so I basically kill 2 dudes with 1 bullet, right? The best use case for it is definitely this.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Because one of the most important things about, you know, choosing a high DPS weapon in this game is usually burst DPS, and that's because, like, you're trying to remove pieces off the board, right? That's, like, kind of why damage is such a good thing in this game. Right, the enemies spawn, and there's, like, different enemy types, and it's, like, the first one you see, you're trying to, like, you're just trying to knock those pieces off the board.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our
The faster you do that, the less likely it is that they can flank you and be a threat. So splitting your damage in half on a full auto build, kind of questionable, right? Because you need to get all that damage out on one guy to remove him and move on to the next. It's kind of why it sucks to shoot like an entire squad of the Ronins or whatever, but they have health link, right? Because if you're not bursting one down, they're gonna shoot you back and win the face trade. It's kind of like why I don't like using turmoil in a full auto build.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Sticky cover, doing sticky cover things.
We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
We need backup.
You can always test it out yourself depending on what piece of content you're running, but like, yeah, I
Can't call for more backup.
generally would just avoid using turmoil in any full auto build unless there's like some bug numerical interaction that like justifies using it, or if like the content's so weak that the AoE damage is actually worth it.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Safe area detected.
That intel you picked up. That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
My build's Headhunter with a pistol. Headhunter determined turmoil. Combo there.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here. That intel you picked up was an analysis.
Oh my god. We're ran a good number of hours this one. We're on the home stretch. And then next stream we're free to play like literally anything else.
Analysis of our defenses at the White House.
What do we do once I hit the 1,000? Like event farming is pretty much
This
done.
info to shore up our defenses.
Man, I guess we're going back into needing exotic components. But there's like literally nothing in game worth farming for exo comps.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down.
Is that a good exocom farm? What would we do in the game?
Frag deployed!
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
I have no idea if our chat tonight's all NA or EU at this point. It sounded like
We need backup. At National Bond.
it sounded like we have a little mix of both. Earlier scrolling up.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Chat, do you think this is getting more popular in NA or EU? This game pulls more of an American audience or like a European one?
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Safe area detected.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House.
Let's see if there's anything else going on with this game. I think a lot of people are probably still trying to get their keys, right?
True Sons have this area
Log in, log out, get your Ronin keys. That's sounding kind of like where people are at.
Vital signs critical. Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
What's like the optimal key farm looking like right now in terms of like, I don't know, keys per hour or something?
We need backup. At National
So I
Bond.
don't know if I,
Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
I mean, it probably doesn't compare at all to what I was doing the first 2 days, so I don't know.
Their comms so they
I don't know if I'm gonna get around to doing that one anymore. I fully believe they gotta buff the hell out of the event to make people give a shit about it. Make it actually fun. Log in, log out like method to farm keys, like 1 key a minute.
Active terminal detected.
Yeah, I guess like 60 keys an hour is
check
not
that
bad.
computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have
But
been doing
still
here.
though, like, you know what I'm saying? Like logging in, logging out, it's just like so stupid for gameplay. The same I could say about like the way that, you know, the deluxe pack thing works. It's like, come on, man. Why do we gotta have all these like log in, log out methods, and why can't we just have continuous, steady, actually interesting gameplay for some of the
That intel you picked up was an
events or like resources?
areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Oh man, we're in that final stretch. Did he get the headshot kill?
Detected.
Eat this. Let's do
What
this.
is it?
Hostile radio
Okay.
intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford
You're glad you found the manhole first day? Yeah, I mean, it's
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure
it's
their
how it
weapons.
goes, man.
So that's where you need to go.
How it goes with these events. Or updates in this game in general. It's like something comes out, there's always a method. And that method is always a one, you know, first day type of thing, maybe even a second day type of thing, and it's gone, and then it gets, you know, nuked from orbit because they're like, you know, it needs to be patched, but like if the regular thing that gets added doesn't feel rewarding at all, it's like, well, everyone's gonna naturally try to figure it out.
the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
And the method we have now,
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here. That intel you picked up was... That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White... perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defense. That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this
That was
info
there
to
this
shore
whole
up our
time?
defenses. Good work, Agent.
I could get my cosmetics from these
True Sons have this area locked down.
different,
We need
like,
to breach the entrance.
Eastern content creators that have stuff right now, and Farm XP. Oh boy. We're optimizing.
Hostile radio intercepted.
I'm thinking about what I want to eat when I get off stream today.
Can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
Chad, do you guys like pesto on your food? Like, you know, maybe like pasta or like, or whatever, because I swear to God, I recently discovered how good, like, store-bought pesto is from, like, Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's, and, like,
We need backup.
I'm all about it right now.
Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy
You're making omelets right now. That sounds pretty good.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Yeah, Trader Joe's pesto, I really like. At first I liked their, like, olive one they had, because, like, it was good for, like, spreading in, like, like, on toasted bread or whatever. Now I got the, like, the regular one. I'm, like, mixing it into, like, my rice and,
For intel. Might shed some light on what the
and
True
like,
Sons
whatever
have
else I
been
can think of, because I just like the taste of it. These HelloFresh meals, you know, I still haven't done those, like, meal kit things. I see those sponsorship things show up for, like, those things all the time, and I haven't tried one.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defense.
It kind of just goes on a lot of things. Just like the taste is just strong. I don't know, it's good.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the...
Another condiment or something I ran across not that long ago was what's this called?
We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
Was it genuine mirin or something? It's like some sweet rice wine vinegar thing or something.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Hello Fresh, have a deal for something? Or like buy a knife and get meals, or buy meals and get a knife? I haven't really looked into those meal kit sponsorships though. Like that's literally like one of the categories I swear just shows up everywhere.
Immediate
I've never
medical
tried them.
assistance needed.
But honestly, being in my boat where I just
Intercepted.
barely eat anyways,
We can't afford
probably a
to
good idea
lose
to
that
try.
ordinance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure...
Since you've already tried them, what are they like? Are they
That's
actually
where
worth?
you need to go.
Because like,
We need backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that.
Factory Schools is pre-made. HelloFresh is better because you can cook to your own taste.
Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
I mean, like, you know, I was thinking pre-made because I was like, you know, I'm assuming it's just fast and somehow it's still good, but if you have to like actually cook it, you know, that's I'm trying to speed run my meals so I can get back to the stream. You know what I mean?
Detected.
Cooking my own stuff
Check that computer
in
for
the middle of the stream's not gonna work.
Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
$80 a week for 3 to 4 meals for 2. Yeah, it doesn't sound very economical.
The intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at...
Because, you know, I definitely gonna step up my meal setup
shore up our defenses.
for being a streamer. Like if I could just have something simple and cost effective, but like
The intel you picked up
filling
was an
enough, that's
analysis
good.
of our defenses at the White House. True Sons
If I could just have, I don't know, a whole vat of, you know, pad thai pre-made sitting in my in my what's it called, in my
You're gonna need to breach
in
the
my
entrance.
fridge or something. Perfect. Is there a new infinite farm for Ronin? Nowhere close to what we used to have now. If you want chat doing some kind of new farm, you can ask them. I think it's doing like logging in and out,
Intercepted.
Secure the vault. We
but it won't be
can't
nearly
afford
as
to lose
fast
that
as what we used to have.
Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
Yeah, I think if I was doing one of those sponsorships for HelloFresh or whatever other brand there is, then I assume that would come with some kind of discount code for you guys, right? So I could try that at some point. People gave enough of a shit about it.
At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
But yeah, I haven't personally tried it myself, but I'm kind of wondering how it like plays out. So I'm thinking about food. And as soon as I get my shade ranks done, it's food time. It's food time.
Terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have
Kind of
been
running
doing
low on like gas in the tank right now. It's kind of annoying that people put like banners and codes and stuff on the stream. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, that's usually like all sponsorships goes. I kind of need to change my stream up a little bit too. I'm kind of feeling like the thing at the top middle of the screen that I have as an overlay for the past like year, because I made it myself. I kind of want to move that stuff over to my cam frame. That's kind of obscure gameplay a little bit. I look at my OBS right now. Kind of over it being up there. But that means I have to like go play with Adobe After Effects and redo my stuff. I'm definitely I definitely enjoy like minimalism when it comes to, you know, graphic design and stuff.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
You ain't getting out of here alive. Get some fire on!
I should probably stop looking this way and look that way. I think I forced him to spawn in the elevator.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
Waiting backup. At National Bond.
Chat, what's like the most amount of time you guys
Reinforcements.
can justify spending on one game in a single session? Like, you know, sitting down, playing for 8 hours, 12 hours, 16, 24, 36. Or am I the only guy that makes it to 36 in here? I'm sure being on this game, there's gotta be a wide range of hour counts. Jesus, walk in, buddy. Hit your shots.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
You've done 48 hours straight of Warframe? Holy shit.
That intel you picked up.
You really sat there for 40 hours straight playing Warframe? Like, bro, the dopamine must have been carrying your ass. There's no way. That's a lot.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defense.
In third grade, you did RuneScape for 43 hours. I've spent more time degenning games in my adult life than as a streamer than I did as a kid growing up. But I've kind of like learned how to go over the extra mile.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. Use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
The flax wasn't gonna pick itself, man. I mean, same when I was playing Windrose, dude.
Entrance.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go. take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Carver won't save you.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here. That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White.
One person MR0 in Warframe for the last 13 years. Has everything in the game. Wait, what? So the guy's not grinding, but he like what buys everything? Is that how that works? I only played Warframe. This is why I said everyone whenever talks about Warframe. Like I only played Warframe when Rhino Prime, like in the beta, and like when Rhino Prime was new and stuff, right? Like that's basically like the only time period I'm aware of.
True Sons have this area locked down.
But I know I got some like friends that was still play a little Warframe, and they were like talking about how they pushing it with like MR30. And so what, like you could just like maybe like buy everything in the game and not even play the game and not the MR or anything, I guess? Is that how that works?
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault.
That's so weird.
Can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
We need backup. At National Bond, division agents have
You can play the game, just don't do the MR upgrade tests. Oh, so you're allowed to just like skip that?
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Yeah, I mean I played TFD, right? The idea there was like you gotta find, you know, get all the weapons, get all the characters, play them all to like max level at least one time. And then your master rank number goes up, and I guess all you do is interact with like an object, and the number goes up when you have enough XP. I guess with Warframe
Check that
it's
computer for intel.
a test,
Might shed
right?
some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Just seems weird that you would ignore the MR thing. I know, some kind of weird flex. Just leave it at 0. Have everything. Yeah, like just don't click the level up button. It just seems weird, but okay.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified. Info to shore up our defenses. That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Hostile radio.
Man, I gotta stop hanging on this side. I should go left.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy
There's this
that.
weird thing that this game does in certain content where basically if you're
They repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
killing enemies and facing a certain direction, the game is forced to spawn the enemies in the closet in the direction you're facing. There's gotta be like a better way for me to
Backup. At National Bond,
approach the first room.
division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel.
Probably stop going. I go to the right every time, and the left is probably faster. Left's gotta be faster.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House.
You know somebody that spent 35k in Warframe? That's wild. You don't have your confidence until I get the first headshot. Those motherfuckers hit too hard.
Use this info to shore up our defenses.
And you can't build that confidence if you don't full send. Just what you gotta do over hours and hours of playing this game is just gotta like, if you play all red, say fuck blues, you play all red and just like full send until you're comfortable.
Analysis of our defenses at the White House.
That's how you get to this
Intrusos
point.
Identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
Like you got an ego challenge fucking everything until you understand the limits of what you can do and like what your build can do.
Ready to breach the entrance.
Do the same shit in multiplayer games too, like it's just what you're gonna do. Right here we're kinda cooked, we shot the purple guy and we're on fire. But then we got lucky there because we hit fire at the guy in the head. Doesn't look like I can force that. Oh, that timing.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Looking at people's wish list in Warframe, buys everyone whatever they want, no matter the cost. I mean, if the guy's loaded, I mean, that's cool.
That's where you need to go.
Bro, play this game listening to trance like it's 2010? Fuck yeah, bro. I used to have a life before I streamed, and I used to actually go to like, you know, EDM shows, trance shows, whatever. And now I just set my ass to play games, so like,
Backup. At National
this is
Bond,
as close as it gets.
division agents have infiltrated the building.
Also, just good gaming
Copy that.
music.
Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Minimal to zero, you know, either minimal or zero lyrics. High BPM. Not too aggressive, not too chill.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
It just makes good gaming music. I don't know. What kind of music do you guys listen to when you play games, if any at all? Like for a PV game, like in-game music goes off, my own music goes on. For a multiplayer PvP game, like you kind of need audio and footsteps and stuff, so then I don't. But
Safe area entered.
if you're gonna mindlessly grind the same thing on repeat, then like you kind of need something to jam out to, right?
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
How do you farm pestilence? Almost every extent in this game can usually be farmed in retaliation at this point. I don't remember which faction of retaliation is the one that has pestilence as part of its like drop pool. Maybe somebody in chat knows.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart.
Outcast has it.
Purpose the bank's vault to secure
I guess
the
Outcast retaliation maybe.
That's where you need to go.
I guess technically it was also like a, was it a Dark Zone exotic? But like, I'm not gonna really recommend Dark Zone farming to anybody in this game.
Vital signs critical.
I just kill myself.
Agent out of action.
We need backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agents, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Expedition 33 soundtrack for story stuff. Hold on, let me see. Oh my god, this music. This music was fucking good, man. God, I kind of want to play that game again. That game was a vibe. Holy shit. Kind of wild how how good that game was.
Active terminal detected.
Is there a limit how much triple XP you can get? Yeah, it's only 1,000 levels.
I've been doing here.
I mean the game story, gameplay, and like the music, like there's so much good in that game. Holy shit. That music from Expedition 33 hits pretty hard.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defense. That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
I've played a ridiculous amount of video games in my life, and like last year I played Expedition 33. I was like, yeah, this shit's like top 10 best games I've seen in like the last 30 years. Like, god damn, that game was sick.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
That's the kind of game that puts your entire country in the map, you know, like
Bank's
culturally
vaults to secure
speaking.
their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
I can't think of any other games made specifically in France that are on that level. Sick game, some French culture, like, it's good.
We need backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take
Do
out
they
the comms
have
so they can't call for more
people get
backup.
knighted in France? Like, they still have, like, royalty over there. But that was just like a you know, British thing.
Serious trauma detected. Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Yeah, I did the exact same thing. People were like, hey, you can play Expedition 33, like randomly when I was playing some other games. I was like, I looked at it, I was like, okay, I look at this cover, I don't know what the hell this is. Then I see it's turn-based, like, okay, probably not, don't care. And then like, last minute, before the game was come out, I was like, you know what, fuck, I'm gonna play, I need something new to play. I think I ran out of stuff to do in the other game that I was playing, when that one came out. And I was like, alright, I'll just give it a shot, whatever. I play pretty much every new release anyways, on stream. And then, and I played, I'm like, alright, bro. I played a game called Lost Odyssey a long time ago, and that game also had those, like, you know, kind of like quick time events, things added into the turn-based combat, which initially makes it more engaging, right? So it's like one of the most engaging, right? Expedition 3 has like the most engaging turn-based combat you're gonna get, with like the, you know, the parries and the all the like timing things you gotta press during combat. Yeah, Lost Odyssey was the first game I played that was turn-based that had something like that before too, but it was such a long time ago that I basically forgot that the mechanic even existed. To like,
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
just like Xbox 360 era stuff. I don't even know why I had that game, I just did. Just like some random hard copy Xbox 360 game that I got. Probably like on sale or something. And then turned out to be actually pretty fucking cool. First time.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
Waiting backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Did it? We're so close. Around the time we hit 9800 is when we are done with this farm for the week.
That intel you picked up, Agent? It looks like... and destroy that munition stockpile. That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Weapons free.
Still behind me?
From me.
Hostile radio intercepted.
This one, I swear, there's one mob back here that like plays hide and seek.
To lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
Yeah, a lot of the Expedition 33 people were like ex-Ubisoft or something. And they were like, fuck it, we're making our own game. Something, you know, risky, creative, whatever the hell they wanted to make, and their entire story is crazy.
National Bond. Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
And that's the advantage of, like, you know, indie game dev.
Agent, take out their comms.
People building shit that needs to be built because they grew up with something that was missing in the current market. You can have more of a creative vision and everything. It's like we randomly found like a writer and like a on like Reddit or something.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel.
Their entire like documentary of like how they developed their game was like some like fucking miracle planets and stars aligning type shit. Like it sounds crazy.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of
Yeah,
our
33 people and a dog made that in a cave with a box of scraps. Yeah.
in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up. That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
We need backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Safe area detected.
You're also doing the triple XP stuff. Just to put your stuff on the side while I'm doing it, but I'm getting schizophrenic. I'm getting schizophrenic. Seeing mobs in your game. I'm flicking when there's no one. Yeah. One-shotting this guy. I mean, all my gear's like expertise 30. I have overdogs on. What else?
You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Turmoil.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House.
But yeah, even I could use a little bit more damage on this loadout, I guess. So
We can use this info
bump
to
the
shore up our
threshold up a
defenses.
little bit.
Good work, Agent.
I'm moving to support. You lost one.
Serious trauma detected.
Remedy, yeah. Pretty much.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons.
What's over dogs? Like a new exotic that they added, I don't know, something like the last, like, what, 6 months? Something like that. And it's like, it's pretty brain dead. It's just like a free 30% amp damage. More or less. Based on like a tier system where you kill the,
We need backup. At National Bond.
you get that 30 amp against the weakest enemy on the field in terms of like a ranking system, and then as you move up the, as you clear the field, you essentially get, 30 amp against like a boss enemy. But with the way the tier system works, for the most part, it's like, it's, it's mostly always on. Does triple XP work when leveling a character? That's the thing, I've never tried playing a character when an event like this is going on, so I don't know. Well, leveling your character for the first time ever is pretty fast.
Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
The triple XP is more of like a necessary thing when you're like endgame level 40, because like you have a, it's called a shade watch, right? So it's kind of like Paragon leveling in like Diablo or whatever. It's like a leveling system above your level, and you get some stat bonuses from it for the first like 1,000 levels, which is pretty important to prioritize when you are endgame. For me, since I'm already way past that, for me these 1,000 levels are essentially just like endgame resources that I want to use. So that's what it's for. Claws out, yeah, I used to use claws out, but claws out is pretty much.
We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work.
Out of date, I guess. I mean, I guess you could still use, you could ditch overdogs and use claws out. And overdogs is like just better. Overdogs is just better. I haven't really bothered claws out in a minute. Just use that back in 2020.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
I guess technically with prototype, you could like. Prototype, you could probably have even more weapon damage everywhere, so then you could justify the claws out, I guess.
Serious trauma detected. Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford
I haven't
to lose
used,
that
I haven't
ordnance.
claws out in like
Copy that.
6 years.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
We need backup. At National Bond. Division agents have infiltrated the
21.5
building.
million with
Copy
overdogs.
that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it.
If you're not using overdogs, what kind of numbers are you saying?
More backup.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel.
Randy, yeah, this is like
What are you doing here?
what a really maxed out kind of like a one-shot build kind of looks like in this game. It's pretty good for solo farming. Yeah, get proto claws out for the weapon damage stats on both sides. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Except that, how am I gonna get a bunch of claws out? Do I just craft them? Current system's a little frustrating. But then the damage cap would be higher, and that'd be kind of cool.
White House.
And then even then, if your damage cap is higher with all that weapon damage from everything being prototyped, does it still beat out the 30 amp from Overdogs? Like, I don't think so. I think Overdogs probably just ends up clearing it anyway. No matter what kind of build you have. Unless you want to ditch your turmoil or something for...
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
that extra piece of IA or something. The claws out. Does it have more stats? I don't remember. If it's a 4-stat item, then yeah, you're never getting a maxed out claws out. That's a 1 in like 1,000 chance.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
No cooldown on his mission anymore? Nope.
Immediate medical assistance.
We need backup. At National Bond, civilian agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
We're almost home free, boys. We're almost home free. Oh, I've been here for a while. 32 levels to go. So basically when it says 9,800 up top, I'll be happy.
Serious trauma detected. Agent
He
down.
kept blasting.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here. That intel you picked up was an announcement.
298 to go. I mean, you'll get there. Just headshot some more fools, man.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Guess you weren't in cover. Back off.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like
Okay,
the
7. What's up, man? Hello, hello.
So that's where you need to go.
We need backup. At National Bond, civilian agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Oh, we're on the home stretch.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Oh shit. Forgot. Tap it out for a second.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh, my res hive on cooldown. Didn't even do that.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
Waiting backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agents, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Vital signs critical. Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Safe area detected.
True Sons have this area locked down.
19 levels to go.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. The True Sons identified several vulnerable areas in our perimeter. We
Did it
can
really
use this info
take,
to
like-
shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
I guess I kind of calculated out earlier. Yeah, it would take like about 10 hours to get 1,000 levels. So we needed like 800 then. So 8 hours.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Secure the vault. We can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
How do other farms in this game even like compare to this? Like if I did floor 100.
Active terminal detected.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the true sense of
Summon floor 100 or Aurora 5 directed control points. Would that compare?
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent. True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Alright, 14 levels. That's like, what, 93 rounds? Kinda? Jeez. I mean, they had public executions that were decent. Like, those are like RNG on the map. And there's ways to make control points go like twice as fast.
Intercepted.
If you have someone hosting a checkpoint.
Can't afford to lose that ordnance. Copy that.
Smart. Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
Waiting backup. At National Bond, Division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Damn it. Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Active terminal detecting.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the true.
V7, what's up, man? Yeah, I mean, seeing what we were talking about the other day. Yeah, it's kind of silly that it is what it is right now. People having a problem with the anti-cheat, and it does basically nothing for the game.
You picked up was an analysis of.
It'd be kind of surprising if they don't change it.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at.
Lotto tuning in at 3 o'clock in the morning. What are you doing, bro? You binging? Oh my god! I was about to say, are you binging TV shows or something? Like, and then I just realized there's like a show I wanted to keep watching. I forgot. I want to get back to watching that For All Mankind show. I like that. I just finished like one season of that. Kind of want to keep binging it now.
True Sons have this area locked down. You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
Once I get to 9800 Shade, we're done with the XP farm. Hello, Abby, good morning. I'm trying to think of what other goals we can accomplish on stream in this game. once the XP farm thing is done, it's kind of like
Secure the vault.
going back to needing exocomps, and
Copy that.
the fastest way to get exocomps is to
Smart.
do something that I don't even want to bother streaming. So like,
That's where you need to go.
I don't even know. Go play tier 10. Hardcore. That's not worth the time. I don't care that much. I care about maxing out my gear for whatever. Making builds and maxing out my gear for whatever tier that we're at, and that's that. Managing a hardcore character too, it's not really worth my time. I've already played hardcore when they came out.
Agent, take out their comms so they can't call for more backup.
Art Museum solo tier 10.
Detecting.
The raid objectives for the journal or the journey, that doesn't even matter. I already have all the seasonal stuff done. Where's the menu for that? Right, like all these on the left, or these are all done. If I did these, what, like some BTSU firmware, like what do I need that for? I should probably stop tracking it. Art Museum. Art Museum? That's the one with the boss where it's like a bubble boss, right? Yeah, I guess it's tracked ever since day one. Yeah, the way the journey works is always like 6 out of 8, so you just do the 6 easiest, right?
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House. We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
Receiver comps, anything that just drops a lot of weapons, right?
True Sons have this area locked down.
Is this thing done?
You're gonna need to breach the entrance.
One more level for triple. Is it gonna snapshot and just give me like triple for this? Yeah, I guess we'll get like 1998-01. I'm assuming this like last one will just be a triple. Like it'll triple the whole mission and just like give me a few extra levels. Because we're at 999 of the levels, right? So one more instance of big XP burst before.
Hostile radio intercepted.
One more instance of XP burst before
Copy that.
Smart.
it's over.
Sounds like they repurposed the bank's vault to secure their weapons. So that's where you need to go.
Call the dead bring back 2020 methods. Wait, 2020 methods for what? You want to do convoys again? I mean, getting double XP from convoys all the time was pretty cool.
We need backup. At National Bond, division agents have infiltrated the building. Copy that. Sending reinforcements.
Honestly, those were better. I kind of hate that they were like, yeah, we're gonna. It was like convoy meta, then it was like floor 10 meta, and then it was like back to convoy meta, and then people complaining, and it was like turned to like public institution meta. It's like convoys were at least were more interesting to play than aesthetic. Encounter.
Terminal.
Agent, check that computer for intel. Might shed some light on what the True Sons have been doing here.
Alright, we did it.
That intel you picked up was an analysis of our defenses at the White House.
9802. We're done.
We can use this info to shore up our defenses. Good work, Agent.
All boosted XP gained, and we got a whole exotic cache, which I guess went to my mailbox. It only took 8 hours or so to do like 800 levels. The new expansion for Diablo 4, yeah, that's the plan. We're playing that on Monday. Monday, 4 p.m. Pacific is when it's playable. And you have to convert that to whatever your time zone is. And then, yeah, I'm playing D4 for sure. I did it for the Exo comp. Yeah, I spent 8 hours running one Exo when I could be logging in and out to get Exos instead. It's so stupid. Yeah, that mission doesn't have a cooldown. That mission no longer has a cooldown, so it's farmable. So do I call you V7th or just like 7th? How am I supposed to read your name? V7, okay. So what's your background, dude? Because outside of that Discord we're both in, I don't think I've seen your name around before. Unless you like been here before and you renamed and I don't remember. Kill this. Like, are you like a day one Division gamer? Are you like a late adopter? Like, I don't know. What's that gaming resume looking like? Is what I'm asking. Day one, but on console? Okay, that makes sense.
Please visit the clinic to book a time slot.
I figured you've been around a while because at least you have a turbo badge. So that's usually, you know, I feel like you've been around gaming a while if you have that. But if you're on console, then yeah, I guess we never ran into each other. Div 1 beta, good times, dude. You got a PC gaming for PUBG. Damn. Imagine that. Imagine that's actually really funny. I mean, this little guy. PUBG, you said. Have I played PUBG? Oh, I wonder. That sounds like my background a little bit. That's funny. Small world out there. I still even have this thing. I even have this thing right here, the little esports ready sticker. I still have it. God.
Low prices, big selection.
I miss those days though. I really do. Having a reason to wake up every morning to like, you know, grind and do scrims and like play seriously in something and then like get to travel and play against good players and like it just felt like, dude, every time you go to a LAN and come back, I swear to God, it's like the hyperbolic time chamber in DBZ. Come back feeling like a god when you come back home and play.
Physical and verbal violence inside the perimeter will not be tolerated. Violators with permanent exposure.
And Div 1 beta, first weeks of launch, yep. Back then, I was a small ass streamer too. Like, I had maybe like 10 people here for like the very first beginning part of the game. For like 10 to 20 or so. And that was like, streaming was just like a thing I do after work. But had I been doing the whole thing full time with like, you know, how I am now, it's like, I'm just thinking, it's like, man, I wish I had all I wish I had the ability to back up all my VODs somewhere. I wish I had like all that old footage. Like it'd be hella good nostalgic content, right? To have all those recordings from like 10 years ago. To like go revisit what that grind was like back then. All the different moments and like random PvP and other shit that happened in the game. Like I know it by heart, like basically patch to patch because I played every single patch, but all right. Ambiance, boys. In terms of what else I gotta do in this game, it's exocomps. What's all this? Exocomps are the problem. Exocomps are the problem. What's a bulldog? Hell no. Swapping to the weapon gives rate of fire, weapon damage. Swapping from. Oh, so their weapon gets a bonus too, huh? That's kind of cool. What gun type is this? Like a crappy rifle? It kind of does have back and forth on a shotgun for a striker build.
There, Agent. Take a look at what I've got for you.
There's no limit on these level things. I mean, think of how degenerate this stuff could get. You get like a 5x XP event and you just sit there for 18 hours a day for 7 days in a row. Back and forth plus agitator. Yeah, you can do that for burst. I think anybody levels that like it's literally just for being, you know, the resources. OptiSurge. Yeah, don't think I care about this, right? Conflict, never cared about conflict in my life. GE, don't care. Now just gotta find out they're doing anything else, right? Yeah, for me, I'm doing it because I need the mats. If I want to eventually brute force however many items it takes, like I need to make sure I just have this number high so that I can, you know, fill this in whenever. That's the only other bottleneck. I need exocomps and field recon. And then I just sit there and spam and spam and spam and upgrade the 200 billion Lexes I have to plus 30 until one of them procs triple. That's it. Should probably do the same thing with all my striker pieces too, but at this point, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like what we would do in the game if I played it tomorrow. Axel comes to the problem again. Other than that, if when I wake up and it's a Saturday and a Sunday, what will we work on? It's like there's no point in me playing escalation because I don't have gear worth investing cores into. Almost I just sit there and farm cores anyway. Literally just play escalation. And like I don't have like some juicer striker loadout that's like invested into, so do the new Ronin farm again. I don't need the keys anymore. I've already gone through like 6,000 caches. It's not really worth the time. It was worth the time back then because how insanely effective the farm was, but the farm we have now is not really necessary, right? It's like if you're behind and get to take advantage of the first one, then like yeah, you might as well do this one. If the way it is though, it's like I've gotten my 6,000 keys and it turned into what 20 opportunities. It did like however many hours that took. 5 hours to open them and like 20 something hours to farm them just to get 20 opportunities to roll 20 Lexingtons, and like one basically was better than what I had. So I gained 7.5 weapon damage after like 25 to 30 hours of grinding, like grinding a hyper efficient like manhole farm. It's like whatever, dude. Like honestly, it's like better if I just wait for them to it's better to wait for them to what's it called? Change prototype so we can use cores to re-upgrade our items. Otherwise, every other thing they could do is just like a worse experience. That's basically it. Like if you really sit there and analyze kind of like the economy of the game and like what it takes to try to chase down a perfect piece of gear that's prototype, that's the problem. Did I play Pragmata? Yeah, that game was really cool. We played Pragmata. I did 2 full 100% completions in 2 streams. So first day I had to play on standard, fully 100% and I got true ending. That was cool. Then we unlocked lunatic difficulty and did it again there. And I have all the achievements and stuff too. So 2 days, 16 hours a day, pretty much. Not too bad. My confident optimization will come in Proto. It's the only logical... Well, not optimization. I don't care about that. That's not what I'm saying. Like, you know how... when you have an expertise 30 piece of gear, you spend 1 core to make it go Proto, and then that's it, right? What I want them to do, and I think this is the logical solution to this problem, is that you should be able to take cores and essentially upgrade your piece of loot so that you always have 1 stat bar maxed out, but like you slam some more cores into it and you hit that dice roll again, and it does dice roll again, dice roll again, dice roll again, and eventually however many random cores it takes, you'll hit the fucking full triple bars. That's all I want. I don't even want them to like... I don't want optimization where it's like a linear amount. Like, if you want to have a random amount the way that they have you re-rolling your augments, do the same thing for the upgrade process. Because recrafting and re-upgrading to plus 30 expertise is fucking stupid. Just take the thing that they did with the escalating cost up to a certain ceiling for augments and do the same thing for the upgrade process. Problem solved. I have a reason to play escalation. Right? If I want to play with the whole prototype item threat like tier, the whole thing should be that I just go play escalation, farm the fuck out of prototype cores until I'm satisfied doing whatever the fuck I'm doing with the gear. I don't want optimization because it's like, that's just the guaranteed linear cutoff of the thing. The whole point was that the reason they introduced prototype is to literally give people something to grind for, which is why you have the RNG upgrade system and all that stuff. The thing that's missing and is really dumb is that you can't use the cores to get the bars maxed out or have a chance to upgrade the bars so they're maxed out. And the way to do that is to go not play escalation and go farm exocomps with Deluxe Pack or whatever other exploit there could be in the game, because there's no actual good farm for them, and recraft the same piece. Now, the recrafting thing falls off because there are items in this game that simply are not worth trying to farm for in bulk, right? I exploited the fuck out of the event this week. I have like 250 Lexingtons because they're a FOMO item that I can't farm anywhere else in the game. So now I have 250 opportunities to like max out those guns, which still means I need like thousands of exocomps to try to like hit the dice roll. I wouldn't have had to farm the event, nor would I have to even consider that at all if you could just slam cores into the item. So there's that. And then what else was I gonna say? Like, Yeah, you solve the economy problem by basically saying, okay, the people that are expertise 30 or whatever, like you're gonna sit there and farm escalation, get your cores, and then like you have your piece of gear, and you're like, okay, hit the reroll dice roll, let's see what happens with the cores. And then bar check, bar check, bar check. Eventually, whether you get lucky in your first try, second try, or like thousandth try, how many fucking cores it took doesn't matter. Eventually, inevitably, you will hit that max bars, right? But it's RNG. That's fine. That's kind of the whole point, that they want to be more of a grind. Cool. Now you know you can solve the bars without going back and dealing with the crafting system. Oh yeah, I remembered. There's gear in this game, not just like Lexington's, which like, you know, is FOMO gear, but there's unicorn pieces in this game, right? So there's Habsburg chest and Habsburg backpack with, you know, headhunter and with vigilance and with headshot damage and handling. And I have those two pieces. And I've protoed them, and both of them got weapon damage, luckily. However, I want the opportunity to have all those bars maxed out. And the core re-rolling or re-upgrading thing with an escalating cost is the perfect solution for that, because there's no way in fucking hell any goddamn player in this game is going to go and farm, you know, 20 to 100 to 1,000 copies of that item, because it's a 1 in like 4,000 chance or some shit to even get one, right? So... you get those items, and like the best solution for literally everybody is going to be they need to add the re-rolling upgrade thing with cores the same way you can re-roll to get a different augment with an escalating cost, and call it a day. Right? Then I'll sit here and fucking play escalation 24/7 until everything's maxed out, because that's the ultimate end game goal of a game with gear, is just to fucking push your numbers to the max. And like optimize your build, and that's the most sensible thing they could do. Like, the game also still needs to have an exo, like a good exo farm through actual gameplay, but like the protocore thing is the single biggest thing that would fix it. Keep the gambling, let us just fix our gear, and that solves the fucking problem. Because like, it's like seriously, sitting here right now knowing how the system works, it's like, if I want a perfectly well-rolled piece of gear that I can justify putting cores into, I have to sit here and farm exocomps. I am not playing escalation because I don't need the cores. And that's the solution. That's like, there's no better way to go about it. I mean, like, if you want to chase max stats, right, it's a grind, but it's still actually achievable. It's just that the way that they set up right now is obviously fucking stupid. Because you're interacting with an old part of the economy that is lacking in the game, instead of interacting with a new system, which should be the design goal of the system in the first place. Right? You introduce prototype gear into the game from escalation. It probably shouldn't really come from any other part of the game, period, and just be like, this is just the end game mode that you farm, and then cool, like, you know, you farm that. Right? That's like the whole point of it. They were like, we want to add some new grind for the people who are maxed out. Because, you know, if prototype gear didn't exist today, then what would I have done this week? I would have done the event. I would have got my cosmetics. And I wouldn't have even bothered to, like, exploit it or anything like that, because I wouldn't need, you know, 2,000 copies of Lexington and Turmoil and all these other guns that are FOMO items. So then I would have just been like, all right, here's my 30 keys, got my cosmetics, here's my 80 keys, donated to the thing. GG, event done, I'm moving on. I'm going to go do maybe the XP event or something if I care, and then that would have been it. I would have played this entire season in like a day or two, right? Would have logged in day one, done journey, logged in now, done the event, log in at the end for the manhunt, like I have been doing, right? So prototype gives me more reason to grind, but the entire system is lacking. And what I described, which is, you know, farm cores and invest it into your gear to get maxed up bars, is like, to me, the most logical way to go about it, considering some of the gear in this game and how annoying it is to obtain, on top of the fact that we're lacking like a good exocomp farm that's like legit in the game anyway. So, you know, you add that in, I play escalation, I farm, I get cores, I get more cores, I get more cores, I get more cores, and that's just where I'm going to be living on stream for however long it takes until the next piece of content drops, right? Like, that's basically what I'd be doing. It's so annoying that, like... It's so annoying that, like, you know, the system is the way it is. Because, like, I want to play the game more. It's fun to shoot stuff in the game, but like I don't have any legitimate thing to farm in the game without that fix going in. It's stupid. Is the prototype gear upgrade bug fixed? What's the prototype gear upgrade bug? Prototype gear upgrade bug. Oh, you're talking about the like the visual bug? Yeah, the visual bug is fixed. The visual bug is fixed. You don't like log out and log back in every time you upgrade an item. I have 8,000 shade points to spend. Yeah, there's nothing for me to spend them on until I have exo comps to burn. Is the best way to start out this game to basically farm countdown for an Elmo and like target ARs? I'd probably start with the gear pieces first. And make sure you have striker parts. And then, you know, go from there. But yeah. Go for the striker set first. Probably the fastest thing to do, because that'll instantly give you some power, and then go for a good weapon afterwards. I'm tabbed out, I'm trying to write something up real quick. You have all your striker pieces? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. So you're gonna probably want to, like, I don't know how fresh you are, or if like you're with like your recal bench and all that stuff, but it's worth it to keep farming some striker pieces too, to get like ones that have like preferably max weapon damage on each piece naturally. Because then when you recalibrate a max stat into the second slot, you basically have a maxed out piece, you have to waste any like mounts and optimization. That's an idea. But yeah, like you probably also need like a decent gun too. So yeah, if you might as well go for Elmo, go for the, like, you know, come back, get some more striker parts. Up to you, but yeah, definitely worth investing in those. Yeah. All right, I wrote what I needed to write. I think that's clear. Cool. There's no real build sites for this game. For Striker, it's pretty much just like, for Striker, you always run the Striker backpack. And then the Striker chest is optional depending on how tanky the content is. Right, if content is Omega tanky, you run a Striker chest. If it's just general day-to-day content, you don't run a Striker chest. That's the differentiator. Always backpack and then sometimes chest. So then that means that for your chest slot, you're going to have Equalizer, which is a named brand set item that has perfect, what's it called? A perfect obliterate. And then for your exotic, typically you're going to want to go with Overdogs in a glove slot. That's the idea. And then if you have to use the chest, then like you use the chest plus Overdogs, and you have probably like the Salvo holster. So those are kind of like the two big ones. Overdogs, you should be able to get them pretty easily from Black Tusk escalations. Oh, sorry, not escalations, retaliation. Retaliation is kind of like the place where you can go to farm exotics. And also, you were bringing up the Elmo earlier. Hold on, let me see if I can find this for you. You can get lucky on target loot with countdown. But there's also a more deterministic way to farm exotics. Let me see, retaliation, loot table. Who's got this thing? Here's an example of one. This is like something that... This is like the more up-to-date version. Let me see, my camera's kind of in the way. That's good enough. Right, so you do retaliation for different factions. And they have different blueprints for different exotics. So you could have the blueprints to craft these different things, including raid exotics. Right, so... Retaliation's kind of like the go-to deterministic exotic farming thing that you do in the game now. But Countdown works too. Countdown's just more RNG. And Countdown doesn't give everything and that's available here. If I had augments for Striker, I'd probably just slam Echo for DPS. Like if you're a Striker gamer, your whole job is damage. I don't think any of the ones are really worth considering. That said, like my gear is not good enough for me to even like play with those combos, but like if it's up to me, I'm literally doing max echo and everything. One thing I was considering that I think got changed was that when I first thought about how I was going to do augments for Striker, was that I was thinking like my shotgun should have cooldown reduction because of all the pellets, but I think they nerfed it so like that you can't get all the procs per pellet. Yeah, I think I'm pretty much done playing for the day. I should probably get off. Any like last minute questions you guys have before I go pass out? Let me see. Oh, this. Yeah, good luck on the grind. If you guys are grinding XP, you know, to keep you guys updated, anyone that's like completely new to the game or whatever, I cover this game pretty much like every update and all that stuff. But I am not like a 24/7 div channel, at least until Division 3 comes out, or unless like some like huge content drop happens. You know, I peek in the category, play for a couple of days. I'm hoping this prototype system gets enhanced to give me more reason to grind more in a logical, rational way, because I really hate the system right now. And then you'll definitely see me around for Survivors. You'll definitely see me around for the new DLC or whatever we're supposed to get this summer. But we also play a lot of other games on the stream. The next one I can tell you that is going to happen is that we're definitely playing Diablo 4's expansion on Monday at 4 p.m. Pacific. Not sponsored, but like, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. I gotta play it. Obviously not as watchable as me just shooting stuff in a video game, but like, you know, it looks good, and I don't really like to miss out on games day one, because that's like, you know, another game I have an interest in. With that said, I'm gonna dip on out of here. I'm gonna peep the categories, see if I recognize anybody, and then yeah, we'll hit a Australian gamer with one. See how this guy's doing. Sure, love around a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna dip on here. Feel free to follow the stream. You know, maybe, you know, sub to us on YouTube or whatever. I stream on both. It's up to you. But I like the plan for Division for me. I feel like is right now we're just kind of like, you know, jumping around different games and kind of like running away. But so at some point before like the DLC drops this summer, I kind of want to actually have some updated stuff, at least my stuff about this game, like, you know, guides or builds or whatever the hell somewhere. I just haven't figured out how I want to do that yet. It's still like just a lot of busy work, like, you know, do little write-ups and like script the fucking videos. And yeah, it's supposed to be some kind of like paid DLC this summer or something. They talked about it during like the 10-year anniversary thing. But yeah, I'm gonna dip on out. Thanks for hanging out, chat. Thanks for being here. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, most likely. We'll find something to do. Either I can go play some Winrows or I can play more of this. I just need to find a reason to play something in this game, which at this point is literally just farming exotic comps, because like I'm goal motivated when I play this game, and like I've done everything in this game otherwise. So, all right, have a good one, chat. Say hello to Plum. See you guys later.